Hi, fam. Welcome to another episode of Fearlessly Authentic, where we are against censorship and we want to hear everybody's voices. And yeah, so we are going to have Yona on with us tonight, my co-host in truth. So I'm going to bring him right in here. There's the Yona.
Many blessings, my friends. Back in the fearless zone. No fear, just truth here.
And we have Dolores watching over on Facebook. And we have Popeye in the house. I'm sure we will get some people
All
popping
righty
in as we
then.
go.
Popeye, how's your dog copter?
Ah, yeah, Popeye was throwing that out today. The Dongcopter Revolution.
I saw that.
Yeah, we played the Dawn Copter video and we had to. It was great. That was the last stream.
It's been like almost a year, right?
Oh my gosh, I went on Twitter
Incident.
earlier this evening and saw the most. I mean, that's why. Yeah, that's why I am trolling Parag Agrawal, CEO of Twitter, because just it's
We have to give
over
some
the top.
context though to what we're talking about.
It's
So
so
Jack
over the
Dorsey
top.
is no longer the CEO, and Yona.
Like, I found his picture and I just started like throwing all these captions and sharing his picture over and over again. Like, one of them was like, "This is Harold and Kamar's weed plug." Like,
We saw that.
and then I think I had another one. I had, "This is the new executive director of outdoor recreations at Club Gitmo Bay."
Oh
Please
my
notice me,
goodness.
Twitter. I'm working so hard to get banned.
Phenomenal mysticism joined us.
Woo-hoo! Well, the reason,
Lord,
like, I'll tell you what set me off on the whole Parag Agrawal, because it didn't start from nothing, right? It constantly, every time you log on to the Twitters, in the upper right hand corner, it's always got the latest COVID narrative thing, the latest thing, oh no, it's going to
we
fact
already
me
got
up
the
and check
COVID
me out.
label like on the stream because it says something about COVID in the title. So, we already got that COVID label.
Wow, already?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
I say anything about the Rona?
No, because the title of the show has COVID in it.
Oh, oh, it picked it up because of the SEOs and the title. Wow, that's like a badge of courage, Lucky.
Steve's
That's
like,
the okay.
I mean, think about it. After the very first show of me just describing like what Fearlessly Authentic was going to be about, they went, okay, YouTube found me on Twitter, and then they trolled me on Twitter without me saying a goddamn thing to them, not asking for help, nothing. And they went and found me and told me that they removed the 30 people that had subscribed to me were spam and bots. And you know who it was? It was Misty and Combo, and it was all the freaking fam on Twitter that had gone on there and was subscribing to me to help me out. And yeah, they told
Wow.
me right away, like, hey, we got our eye on you. And I'm like,
Wow.
all right, whatever, man. Like, I'm not going to stop speaking truth at all. So,
Lucky, if that doesn't tell you it's not being done right, I mean, you should feel important.
I know.
Really.
I was like, damn. And I'm like, yeah, I got cred already, man. After one
That's
show.
awesome. That's so awesome.
Kate is
Oh my
still
gosh.
awake. Kate.
Whew.
And we have Choosy in the house. We knew about the cannabinoid blockage. Yeah. Mechanic early on. Nicotine is the same type of thing. Apparently, mainstream is generally about 2 years behind the disclosure curve. Yes, but they have found different information too about it. But yeah, we have known. I mean, we know what it cures already, right? Like,
Oh, I remember what set me off against Parag Agrawal. There was this thing that said it was trending, and it was the name like Pinchawal or something, who is apparently a mainstream journalist lady that covered the Biden speech at the White House today. And so when I clicked on the trending and it goes over to that page on Twitter, I
mhm.
see her blue check mark and I see her little tweet there where she's saying like 5 points about the Biden speech, about just how epically awesome it was, and that he actually exceeded expectations and he created more jobs than anybody else, and he never attacked the reporters, and it was the longest presidential press conference in history, and it was just so
Yeah,
absurdly,
report.
ridiculously inaccurate. I mean, it literally felt like I was reading North Korean script. Like, oh my God, is this how journalists are allowed to talk about Kim Jong Un in Pyongyang right now? Because they're writing the same kind of shit in Pyongyang that they are in DC.
They asked something of Biden today. A reporter actually asked them. I just saw the clip, and I will not bore you guys with it because it was from mainstream media. But those are the only ones that get inside the freaking press conference. But the guy was like, "All right, can you tell me why like 40% of the people that are like Democrats are worried about your cognitive
Ah,
your cognitive ability?" Like he said it to Biden. He's like, "I have no idea." Yeah, right. And then Phenomenal Mysticism said, "Who needs a COVID disclaimer? We need a disclaimer that tells us the mainstream media distorts the truth frequently." Well, Kate,
it's
I
the
hope you
times
come
we
back
live
and
in.
watch later.
It is.
And then Choosy said, known and suspected fascists should have to show papers to prove they are certified not fascists.
Certified not fascist.
So, I think it's a good time to maybe point out one of Yona's fun linguistic facts.
Um,
Okay.
Popeye,
Fun
I'm not sure what to think about
linguistic
that.
facts.
Linguistic fact.
All right. So, tonight's fun linguistic fact is brought to you by the Latin word fasces. Fasces. Fasces, which the symbol of the Roman fasces was adopted by Il Duce Benito Mussolini, who borrowed the term fasces for his fascisti or fascismo, which is what we today call fascism or fascist, right? Um,
Hmm.
so, so what in the hell is this Roman weapon called the fasces? Well, interestingly enough, fasces was kind of a crude weapon. It's basically an axe head that is set on a small stick, and then other sticks are bound around that stick that goes through the axe head, and then it's bound with twine at the top and the middle and the bottom. And so it's a crude axe that's made by binding many sticks together as one to hold the axe head. And so from the Caesars of the Latin era, the fasces was meant to represent the many tribes and people under the rule of the Roman Caesar. And he could then pick up that fasces, the many sticks, the many different tribes and peoples under Roman rule, and then wield them as one empire to conquer new adjoining tribes and add more territory to the Roman Empire. So the fasces is basically binding all of your people as one and then attaching an axe head to use your population as one weapon. And so, I and that's what Benito Mussolini then took as the inspiration and applied that term for this old Roman weapon of Caesar's, the fasce. The fasces became fascism. And so that's where it comes from. Kind of like one similar thing would be on American money, the US dollar currency. A number of bills show the bald eagle with many arrows clutched in one of its claws. And that refers to the Iroquois Confederacy. Many arrows tied together, bound as one, cannot so easily be broken, right? Just like the fasces Roman axe, many sticks bound together as one cannot be easily broken, and then they can be wielded by the Caesar to attack the Germans or the French or whoever. So looking at the way fascism is organized and the way it operates offers insight into how to, work against it and how to make it collapse. And so I would say it's when people are unified in ignorance that they're able to be manipulated into a fascist force. And so the way to counterbalance that, to counteract that, is to unite people in truth and one heart and one love.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, a fasces, an old Roman axe made with sticks, it's not going to hold up against a good axe with just one good hickory handle. So, I mean, to keep with all these analogies, but, make no doubt about it. What was begun with the Roman Empire, we see so much of the influence in the architecture and the language and everything in the United States. This romanticization of the Roman Empire. Look at the interior decorations of the actual floor of the Senate, right? Where famously last year, the Buffalo Head guy was walking around taking selfies.
Yeah.
Remember the great selfie coup of America? Anyways, in that room behind where the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi,
oh my god, that was great. So
they actually
cool.
have fasces. That this Roman axe thing, they actually have it on the wall. Two of these fascist axes are on the walls, right to the left and the right of the behind the Speaker of the House, from the podium on the wall. Because the Greek and Roman pillars and columns, the architectural design all across the mall and DC, which is harder to get to these days because Joe Biden has erected more miles of wall within the District of Columbia in less than a year's time than Mr. Build the Wall Donald Trump ever built in 4 years' time along the entire U.S.-Mexico border.
I want to understand though. That's supposed to be the house of the U.S. citizens,
right? That calls back to the old Malcolm X speech.
And I think we need to paint it rainbow, guys. It needs to be a rainbow house. Can we just make it rainbow? I don't want it to be white anymore.
It really dispels that myth, that the house servant says, this is our plantation, our cotton crop, our slave quarters. This is our system, and in the modern context, no, that's our Capitol building. That's our Supreme Court. That's our White House. That's our nuclear arsenal.
That's like,
That's our base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, Lucky. Right?
I know. Yeah.
That's our aircraft carriers.
And that's our health care that we are paying for these unelected freaking people that are called elected officials, but they're not because it's all a freaking rigged joke. So they get the health care. They get the guaranteed income so that they can thrive. They get the vacations when they want. They get to freaking screw everybody over. They get to like do the biggest upward transfer of wealth ever. They get all those benefits and all those things. Well, they say, nope, you guys can't have that. Mm-mm. We got to remember that our tax dollars pay for them. We pay our tax dollars pay for them to screw us.
Yeah. You know, I had this almost, I was on the same subject earlier today about socialism and the fact that, because I made the remark that the USA has become more like the USSA as regards to the USSR and Yugoslavia, and it's on a fast track for balkanization and dissolution post-empire collapse. And they're like, well, how's the United States socialist? And it's like, well, for example, what do you call but socialist redistribution of wealth when waiters and waitresses who are paid less than the prevailing minimum wage because they're tipped workers have taxes withheld from their checks so that money can then be redistributed to Walmart and then Amazon employees who are receiving Section 8 subsidies for housing, receiving Medicare coverage for health care, receiving Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program EBT benefits for food. And at the end of the year, all these tipped waiters and waitresses, the biggest part of the money that was withheld from their check is then pushed over directly to Jeff Bezos and Sam Walton's children, who own Walmart Corporation, as tax refunds every year to the corporations themselves.
And then people get their money
on socialism.
And then the money that they do get, imagine, where does that go? I think it goes right. Okay, so if Walmart's like double dipping here, right? They don't pay their people enough.
Right.
So then,
and then they get tax refunds.
The people go get food stamps and these other subsidies. And where are they going to spend their money? I think they're going to spend it right back into that store. So our tax dollars are paying Walmart on top of it. Instead of giving people like the money so they can spend the money. They can spend the money how they want. You know what I mean? No, you can't make enough. It's already, they already have control of so many people. And if they decide, oh no, we're going to change, or you didn't fill out that application right, or whatever it is.
But the amazing thing is, though, you know, if we're going to at least come to an agreement on basic definitions and agree that socialism at its core is a redistribution of resources. Period. That's what socialism is. For people that are doing good, you set aside a little bit of the excess to help people that aren't doing so good, right? Social safety net. So clearly, there is a social safety net for the most absurdly profitable corporations in human recorded history, like Walmart, like Amazon. And as you rightly point out, great point, by the way, Lucky, not only are taxpayers having their meager pittance of a slave wage withheld in part in order to subsidize Jeff Bezos and Walmart directly at the end of every year and indirectly in clothing, housing, and caring for the health needs of their workforce. Then when they themselves, what money they have left over, especially in the last 2 years, then what money they have left still goes to Walmart and Amazon and their purchases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll like say, "Oh, we'll give you a discount," right? So then you're like, "Oh, well, I have a discount. I better spend it here." Or, like when I worked at Target, you know what I mean? Like I was like, "Oh, well, I might as
Dare
well at the
I
end of my
say,
shift grab some food or grab whatever."
I'm really getting some serious communist vibes of a managed, monopolistic market. These are communist
The money is going up
state.
to these guys no matter what.
Because think about it. We call them public schools,
Yeah.
but they're actually state schools run by the state itself. We call them social media organizations like YouTube, hello, Alphabet, like Facebook, like Twitter.
And then they have different sub names, you know what I mean? So like people don't realize,
Oh,
they
no.
really do have the monopoly.
Where we're at right now, YouTube is part of the deep state. Facebook is part of the deep state. Twitter is part of the deep state. Hello, CIA. Hello, FBI. Hello, HSA. Hello, you fucks.
Billions of budget.
It's state social media control, state narrative control, state schools, state hospitals. We do not live in a democracy. We do not live in a free market economy. We live in a managed state suppression with a communist Soviet level managed economy by select monopolies. And now what's the result? Empty shelves everywhere. Okay? This has happened before. Right?
Come on, everyone's back to work, and now we have empty shelves with people back to work, guys. I mean,
so that's what happens when you have lockdowns. You put virtually every single mom and pop restaurant out of business, virtually every single mom and pop bodega and corner store out of business, virtually every single mom and pop manufacturing operation out of business because they weren't considered essential. Barber shops, right? Hairdressing salons. I mean, go down the list, Lucky. In the last 2 years, how many mom and pop family-owned businesses and domestic hustles have all gone by the wayside?
It's like restaurants and like a florist shop.
More money to Walmart, more money to Amazon, because there is nothing else. There is no choice. And so either you go to that one and only store that's open with empty shelves because everything else has been closed. Everybody else was run out of business with these no essential travel only and essential workers only and mandatory lockdowns. And it's a controlled demolition of the economy. Very controlled. Everything is controlled. There is no freedom. There is no free market. You can say it's capitalism, but it's la conquista, right? You can try to justify this economic system, but it's nothing but legalized pillage and rape. Bigger emphasis on rape because it's never been about consent. Columbus didn't ask for consent. DeSoto didn't ask for consent. Washington didn't ask for consent. Andrew Jackson did not ask for consent. These people don't ask for consent. And if you're relying upon the Supreme Court,
did we ask for consent for a wall around the people's house?
And so, it's good what's happening today. It really is, Lucky, because it's shocked a lot of Americans out of their state of unconsciousness. Because a lot of people have been just literally rendered comatose by the effectiveness of the propaganda. But now it's getting harder and harder to say, well, Lucky and Steve and Yona's missiles are being shipped to the Ukraine. That's our American missiles going to the Ukraine.
Yeah, well,
right?
If you look at Israel too, it says made in USA right on the freaking gas cans and everything else. It's like, how can people deny this? Like, But like I've been saying, people walk away from their fear. They're not walking towards it. And what we need to do is not put the blinders on, not ignore things, because if we stop ignoring it and we start paying attention to it and we walk towards the things that are real, like we don't want to, the things that make you uncomfortable, you walk towards them. Because that's the only way that we're going to make a change is by walking towards the things that bother us, the things that make us uncomfortable. That's what we need to go in the direction of.
Well, the reason why they've gotten so bad is, and I have to give credit on this point where credit is due. Jimmy Dore and Steph Zambrano have referred to this analogy more times than I can count. And they basically describe most Americans as being the adult children of alcoholics.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're not going to talk about dad's alcoholism. That's not polite conversation. We're not going to talk about Uncle Sam's empire problem. He doesn't have an empire problem. America doesn't have an empire. What's wrong with you? It's like, Dad doesn't have a drinking problem. We don't talk that's not polite conversation. I mean, so many of the things I talked about that have now come to pass in the last 2 years, been talking about them for a long time. It's like that meme I saw earlier today, where it's like,
watch out for
like when your friend that called you a conspiracy nut all this time admits that you were right. You're like,
I'll take those apologies in any form. Thank you.
And the guy's like, okay, but I
would like to say thank you to the Vote Blue crowd. Thank you. I'm sorry, but that's true. I mean,
the guy's like shrugging his shoulders. Hey, I wasn't trying to be right. I was just trying to warn you. It's not about right or wrong. It's about conscious or unconscious.
Yeah,
are you just going to sleepwalk into the mouth of Moloch as it swallows you whole at a Travis Scott concert? I mean.
Hi, Bella, who joined us. So
I still can't get over that fact. All day long, I've been thinking about how much Walmart and Amazon have been bilking the taxpayer. And really, the point that Lucky made is actually, the more I think about it, it's so much of a larger point that goes right with that. And that point being, never mind the tax subsidies. Those are a pittance compared to the raw sales numbers that Walmart and Amazon's pulled in during these lockdowns.
You know what happened?
My God, they've made a killing, Lucky.
So every dollar in SNAP or food stamps, you know what I mean? It's called SNAP, but a lot of people know it as food stamps, the EBT. So for every dollar, $1.75 goes back out into the like the community and all of that, because it creates jobs, it does all these things, and it's subsidizing even more of the jobs.
Well, the good news is JP Morgan and Chase handles all of those EBT card systems. So, every time food stamps is dispersed, it helps the poor, starving bankers in Manhattan. I mean, have you seen the slums they live in up in Connecticut? God, those bankers rough it so hard in their tiny little shanties that they have in Connecticut. Poor fellas. You'd think a banker could make a decent living in New York, right? Have you seen the slums in Connecticut where these bankers live, these stock traders? Gosh, my heart goes out to them. Only a 4-car garage? Jeez.
I know. What are they thinking? What are they going to do with the other 2 cars, the Mercedes and the, they need another spot for the Porsche.
Those poor guys. And,
hello, Greenwich, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Oh, I said that
those
wrong.
Poor bastards in Greenwich and New Canaan. They've got it so rough.
Be careful.
I just want to go down and donate some more tie pins. And
we need a bonkers to come on.
Oh, what are those things called that go in your cufflinks? Yeah, I need to donate some more cufflinks and tie pins to the New Canaan Goodwill there in Connecticut. Poor fellas. Poor fellas.
Boo boo.
Yeah, they don't even have enough boats for their enough little boats for their big boats. It's really sad.
You can always tell the bankers that are struggling because their cufflinks don't match.
Hey,
Poor guy.
just for Choosy, who loves little bonkers on camera.
Bonkers is the smoothest on cam.
Free burrito-sj.
Free Julian Assange.
Bonkers agrees with you.
Bonkers.
Better yet, let's all be Julian Assange. That's the Yona challenge for the year 2022. Every one of us can be Julian Assange.
Oh yeah.
We can all WikiLeak.
Well, you want to?
We can all expose the truth.
I swear, these guys all know when it's camera time.
Oh, see, always.
You got to show your face.
Kitty cat on.
Stop looking at bonkers.
He's a long mouse. I would eat him if we were in the wild.
Leo, are you gonna wait?
So, I think in the old days of the circuses, when you had the lion tamer and the bear tamer and the elephant trainer, I'm going to say the lion tamer's job had to be the hardest. Just thinking of, trying to work with an elephant is one thing. Trying to work with a bear is another thing. But when you're trying to get a feline to do what you want to do,
It's tricky.
I got Everett a catnip ball thing. It's like compressed catnip in a ball form. He is absolutely insane with it. He gets on his back and throws it and shit. He reminds me of a puma, or a big cat. He does not have the personality of a regular house cat.
Have you ever watched the videos on YouTube of the cats under the night vision cameras where they're going into the chicken coop and killing all the chickens?
Like that, yeah.
There's a guy who has a puma and a cheetah too.
In the chicken coop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cats are killers. When people talk about the problem of feral cats in the wild, I mean, it's a real thing. I've seen a couple of nature documentaries. I think it was I want to say it was in Hawaii. Yeah, it's in Hawaii where they're having a major issue with the feral cat population exploding out of control. And it's actually because the cats are killing off endangered species that are indigenous to the Hawaiian archipelago. And these cats are breeding like rabbits, and they're they're killing all these things, eating the vegetation, and just
the ecosystem is beneficial to the kitties.
Yeah, it turns out they're an invasive species on the island of I want to say Oahu.
Yeah. Oh, I've been to Oahu. It's beautiful there, and I've been to Kauai. I mean, I was a teenager with my mom and stepdad and little brother and sister, but I still did get to go there. It's an amazing place.
Have you heard anything about that with the feral cat issue in Hawaii and
I haven't heard any more about the oil leaking and stuff.
Because that's another issue that's been going on around there. I was thinking it was toward Hilo, up toward that side of Oahu, where the feral cat population has gotten out of hand. But that's why there's a lot of shelters around here in particular, and they all spay and neuter cats.
You know that they have no snakes and no rabies in Hawaii. If you bring a dog there, it has to quarantine for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yep. My mom and stepdad, they lived there for a while because my stepdad was Coast Guard, so he had a boat that got stationed in Hawaii, and I guess the schools there are really, really strict, really tough. I mean, you don't have to wear shoes. I think that's awesome, but yeah, I guess it's tough. It's tough.
It's really bizarre to me that Hawaii gained status as one of the United States, yet Samoa and Guam and Marshall and Islands and Puerto Rico and all these other places remain territories. And then in the case of the United States Philippine archipelago, they just dropped it all together in 1948. I mean, so it's very bizarre. And in the context of modern politics, I mean, could you imagine what would happen
We have cheese.
if, let's say, for example, if the
You know?
Chinese Communist Party established formal diplomatic relations with the indigenous Hawaiian people who are fighting for independence of the Hawaiian archipelago, and if the country of China began arming and supporting the independence movement of the Hawaiian people on the Hawaiian archipelago, I believe that the United States would ask China to recognize the One America policy, that Hawaii is one of the United States of America and is not an independent country. And how dare you have diplomatic relations with the independent tribe of the Hawaiian people? That's a U.S. state. And I'm referring to the situation right now between the United States and the Chinese province of Taiwan, which the United States continues to maintain is a separate sovereign country, but it is, but it isn't, but it is, but it isn't, but it is, but it isn't. Yet we have military bases there and we supply them with arms. And it's the same thing going on right now with the coup government in Kiev that, you know, when the United States orchestrated with NATO partners and allies the coup of the Poroshenko government and got Yanukovych into office, and now it's Vladimir Zelensky is the current president of Ukraine, but it's a U.S. puppet regime.
Yeah.
And you know, they tried to seize the major naval bases of the Russian Navy in the Crimea near Sevastopol, and well, that didn't go over. They actually had a referendum vote, and I think over 95% of Crimeans, yeah, they voted to separate from basically the Nazi Republic of Ukraine under these Maidan fascists who literally do the Hitler salute in the streets. I mean, it's outrageous what's going on with Russia and the Ukraine right now in terms of the U.S. saber rattling. But the most hilarious thing, I keep saying that these people in the deep state and these wealthy elites having their fun with us, Lucky, that they're actually kind of dumb, that they're actually kind of stupid. Case in point, you've got all the mainstream legacy media now loudly and publicly talking about words like false flag attack. You can go on ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, and you can hear actual mainstream reporters now talking about the term false flag attack. Okay. Up previous to this week, if you ever heard anybody say that, oh shit, that's tinfoil hat territory.
Yeah, that's conspiracy theory.
That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs territory.
That's what
but
I don't care if it's a
the CIA has woven this narrative to justify why the U.S. is going to have to attack Russia, because Russia is planning a false flag attack to attack their own ethnic Russians that live in Ukraine, to justify sending the Russian military to invade the Ukraine. And so this is the harebrained bullshit that the deep state told the mainstream media to roll out over the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
And it illustrates how pathetically fucking stupid they are.
Yes.
I mean, they're playing poker with their cards facing you.
Yeah. That's exactly what they're doing. They're not fucking like, hey, this is what we're going to do, and here's why.
And I noticed that they're finally starting to like criticize like Biden. And like I told Steve earlier, I'm pretty sure that's because like they know that they're losing so bad. If they don't start doing anything, then they're just gonna be gone. Like they're freaking dying. And I think that they already are dying. But I think they're like, trying to grab at freaking straws here.
Oh, I'm definitely, I mean, the desperation is
What are you
conspicuous
doing?
and undeniable.
Oh.
Complete desperation. I mean, look, for example, what's happened in Japan last week, what happened this morning in London, England, and, with the announcements by Bojo the Clown, Boris Johnson, Prime Minister.
I didn't catch that. What happened?
Basically, he announced that they're scrapping the vaccine passport, they're scrapping lockdowns, they're scrapping mandates, they're scrapping restrictions, they're scrapping testing. Within about 5 days, it's all over. All over in England. No more. They're done. And
it's like, real too. I saw that they're gonna be taking away that green pass and all that stuff. Like they're like it's not working.
Yep.
Wow, just took you this long to figure it out,
In reality, it only took 2 years.
But then again, every country that I've heard announce that had not been using the remdesivir protocol anyway. So I mean, the U.S. has kind of been doing its own thing different from the rest of the world, although many of the things have been similar in terms of the denial of early treatment protocols and the insistence of the one and only remdesivir and intubation protocol, which has been vociferously incentivized financially through the payouts of the CMS system. What I'm speaking to is, the positive COVID test, that kicks in extra money to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Admitting you as a COVID patient, boom, they get more money from CMS. Intubating you, putting you on that trach tube, they get more money.
Coming out
Remdesivir, they get even more money, $13,000 if you then die in the hospital as a COVID patient. That's over $100,000 they get because you're a COVID death. And then even if whether or not you put on your license that you want to give your donate your organs, soon as you drop dead, they are cleaning your body out like a deer gutted on an oak branch being dressed in the field for steaks. Yep. And now, I watched a whistleblower earlier tonight that is an RN that handled the an RN that's a unit secretary at a major hospital that handled patient records at the transplant department, and was talking about how up until about a year and a half ago, there was a waiting list for most every organ that you would request for transplant, right?
But they don't want vaccinated organs.
You wouldn't think.
No, they don't. You can't donate blood if you have the friggin' shot. So it's like, wait, who?
Well, yeah, because people that are coming in and they say, don't take nothing, just come in when you can't breathe anymore. And then they come in and they get intubated and then they get remdesivir and then they're dead. And you look at these, again, when it comes to organ transplants, most Americans are aware of the fact of, if you're wanting an organ transplant, regardless of the organ, you have to be put on a waiting list, organ donor waiting lists. Most Americans are familiar with this concept that you have to wait for it. And what she said was, over the last year and a half, there are people coming in asking for organs now, and they get the new organ within a week or a month. No more waiting list. They just got organs left and right all of a sudden. And I'm like, well, that's weird. My God, the hospitals are cashing in on these meat wagons. Good Lord.
Yep.
They're making money hand over fist. It is a for-profit medical sick care system, so, you know.
And people just think it's normal, like, that we don't have health care. Like,
so propagandized in this country. So propagandized, Lucky. I mean, it can be debilitating and humiliating trying to have healthcare discussions with other people. And then, you know, it's like, well, I'm not going to pay for somebody else's healthcare. And it's like, you're
it's like, you know, you're already paying for that health care. And if you have one of the states that like provides like state health care, people think, oh, that's free. But it's not, because if you get any kind of like money that any kind of money that comes in, they take it. They freaking take the money.
Meanwhile, people using tobacco in many different forms. Granted, some forms are more dangerous than others, but there are many different uses of tobacco, including, you know, the most common use is just rubbing and for ceremonial use. But then there's cigarettes and cigars and snuff and chew and vapes and all these other means of getting the nicotine, I suppose. And then there's cannabis sativa and weed and CBD oils and edibles and, you know, tinctures and ointments. And what's interesting is, is it, oh, I got to think. I want to say it's Chanda.
Hey, it's so weird.
I want to say I'm thinking of Chanda from Roar Media that's on there with Amber and Oz. Chanda. Yeah, that's her name.
Yeah,
and Chanda talked about the fact we really need, when it comes to this particular topic of the current study that's been published about the properties of cannabidiol or CBD and its inhibition of the ability of the spike protein to attach to the ACE2 receptor. Mm-hmm. And, you know, because this study was particular to the CBD, but I know that what we're talking about here is something that some people may be unaware of, and that is the human endocannabinoid system, and the fact that virtually every cell in the human body has the endocannabinoid system. And Chanda would be much more well informed on the endocannabinoid system and the nomenclature and the processes going on there with the terpenes and everything else than Yona here would. I'm more of a user. But I'm sure eventually we'll cross paths, or maybe we can invite Chanda and have a brief discussion about the human endocannabinoid system, Lucky, because Chanda said, I was watching a Roar a couple days ago, and Chanda had talked about how she used to run maybe a dispensary or store. I don't know. She was going into a little bit of her CV, her curriculum vitae, as regards to her own personal experience and expertise when it comes to, you know, marijuana chemical science. Because, you know, since it's a Schedule I substance, according to the U.S. federal government, studies and other things have been slow to come and difficult to obtain permission. But, you know, we've finally reached a point. Luckily, you know, actually, be that as it may, the Israelis have done a lot of good studies on cannabis. So, unfortunately, most of the studies on cannabis are done to see if they can extract some magic ingredient and put it into a petrochemical pharmaceutical pill product that they can sell via prescription in pill bottles. But, here we are. What now? Where is that published at? Who published that article?
ACS Publications, it looks like.
Most trusted.
It says it up here.
Let's see, let me go. Oh, I don't have my glasses on and I'm blind. Most trusted, most cited, most read. ACS, it's going to stand for something. Oh, the Journal of Natural Products. Okay. That's what journal it's published in here. The Journal of Natural Products. And I think this was done in Canada, wasn't it? College of Pharmacy.
Oh no,
Oregon State. Corvallis, Oregon.
And I have some videos on this too. I'm going to share. And look at that nice little diagram right there.
Yeah. Block cell entry. Yeah, it's a shame. The Rona was going to couch on one of the Yona nucleus couches. I've got couches inside every one of my cells. And every time the Rona goes to crash on one of my couches, it can't because it's all full of passed out stoners.
Yeah, this is like awesome. Like, holy crap. Let me grab the...
Wow, did you know there were that many things inside of weed?
Fucking man. I'm going to put the link in the chat, guys, so you guys can...
This is totally enhancing my buzz, by the way. Just saying. The cannabinoids, delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol and delta-8 tetrahydrocannabinol, cannabichromine, cannabigerol, cannabinol, and cannabidiol showed only weak or no binding based on competitive binding magmass assays using equimolar mixtures.
Yeah, this is like freaking...
Cannabinoids.
This is the actual study, and I have some ways that we can break it down.
As a compliment to vaccines. You like how they started? Now, we're not saying to not get vaccinated. Just on top of all the jabs, turns out this shit works better than the jabs. But
we are not medical doctors. We are just reviewing a scientific study. So I have a couple of clips that actually reference exactly this.
All right.
So let me see if I can pull that up without it freaking playing on me. These things, it's like, it is such a pain to try to get these to like not play when you're trying. Oh wow, it's actually just showing it. That's awesome. I don't have to do a bunch of clickety things.
Wow.
I know.
Now, is it actually going to play? Oh, there we go.
Why is that? Oh my God. No, this is the show. What is happening here? This is not what I wanted. I'm like, wait, that's not it. What the hell?
Wait, what? Oh, that's the main show.
Yeah, it's showing the show. But that's not
cool.
What I'm looking for. Oh my gosh.
It's
How
the
did
show
that
within
happen?
a show within a show within a show. I like that. That's cool.
I know it goes ding to ding to ding. All right, I will pull this up while we are doing the thing. That is so weird that it did that. Like,
by the way, for those that don't want to refer to me as Yona the Frequently High, you can just call me Yona the Freak tonight.
Okay. Okay, here we go. This should be it. Work with like two tabs tonight. So it's like I'm not like two different like Google like total freaking things. So, and that should make it nice and
All
big.
right.
And I'll rewind that, and I'm going to start this.
Certain cannabis compounds can stop COVID-19 from entering human cells. That in a report at Study Finds. Researchers from Oregon State University find that a pair of cannabinoid acids in hemp bind to the SARS-CoV2 spike protein, consequently preventing a critical step in the COVID-19 infection process. More specifically, those two compounds are CBGA and CBDA. The spike protein that those two cannabinoid acids bind to is the very same viral destination COVID-19 vaccines and antibody therapies target. Scientists say these cannabinoid acids are abundant in hemp and in many hemp extracts. A researcher with Oregon State's Global Hemp Innovation Center at the College of Pharmacy and Linus Pauling Institute, Richard Van Bremen, says, quote, "They are not controlled substances."
So they are not controlled substances like THC, the psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, and have a good safety profile in humans. And our research showed the hemp compounds were equally effective against variants of SARS-CoV-2, including variant B117. What happened to the sound on your video? Oh, I don't hear your sound either.
Should make viral
There we
survival
go.
harder.
Yeah, we got sound again. Okay.
Find more detail on this.
Yeah, I have to
at
mute myself
studyfinds.com.
when the video's on.
No problem. When the entire thing went mute, I just read out loud what was on that one little
Certain cannabis
note there. That's a good video.
This one I think is like 3 minutes. I'll put
scientists have discovered a treatment for COVID-19 infections, and it appears to be an unusual one: marijuana. Cannabis contains compounds that inhibit COVID-19 virus's entry into cells, thereby preventing infection. Two acids found in hemp varieties of cannabis, cannabigerol acid, CBGA, and cannabidiol acid, CBDA, have been shown to bind to the spike protein of SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. This interaction may prevent the virus from infecting cells. The spike protein is the same part of the virus that vaccines and antibody therapies against COVID-19 target. Cannabinoid acids, unlike THC, the psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, are not controlled
I
substances.
can't believe the narrator said cannabigerol completely wrong.
The COVID-19 virus's entry into cells, thereby preventing infection. These cannabinoid acids are abundant in hemp and many hemp extracts, said lead researcher Richard Van Bremen. Additionally, the study discovered that CBDA and CBGA inhibited the action of emerging variants of the virus responsible for COVID-19. Emerging variants are a major concern for health officials battling the pandemic. CBDA and CBGA are both effective against the alpha and beta variants of COVID-19, according to the data. These variants are well known for their ability to evade antibodies against early lineage SARS-CoV-2, which is concerning given that current vaccination strategies rely on the early lineage spike protein as an antigen, Van Bremen explained. While resistant variants may still emerge as a result of widespread use of cannabinoids, researchers hope that a combination of vaccination and CBDA/CBGA treatment will create a significantly more difficult environment for SARS-CoV-2. Cannabinoid acid disruption can halt the infection in its tracks and prevent it from spreading further. Compounds that inhibit virus receptor interaction have been beneficial in the treatment of patients with other viral infections such as HIV-1 and hepatitis. Additionally, the study discovered that CBDA and CBGA inhibited the action of emerging variants of the virus responsible for COVID-19. Additionally, the study discovered that CBDA and CBGA inhibited the action of emerging variants of the virus responsible for COVID-19. These hemp-derived acids act as cell entry inhibitors and may be used to prevent and even shorten COVID-19 infections by preventing virus particles from infecting human cells. CBDA and CBGA are precursors to CBD and CBG, which are well known to many consumers. They are, however, distinct from the acids and are not present in hemp products. Van Bremen noted that, pending additional research, cannabinoids may be developed into drugs to prevent or treat COVID-19. These compounds are orally bioavailable and have a long history of safe human use, Van Bremen explained. They have the potential to both prevent and treat SARS-CoV-2 infection. Van Bremen, Ruth Muchiro of the College of Pharmacy and Linus Pauling Institute, and 5 OSIS scientists identified the 2 cannabinoids using a mass spectrometry-based screening technique developed in Van Bremen's laboratory. Van Bremen and his colleagues screened a variety of botanicals commonly used as dietary supplements, including red clover, wild yam, hops, and 3 species of licorice. The findings may provide new avenues for combating the pandemic. The scientists are working on the discovery of another coronavirus disrupting compound derived from licorice that binds similarly to the spike protein. Thanks for watching. If you enjoy our content, please like, share, and subscribe.
Wow. You know what I thought about during that whole video, Lucky? Imagine how many uptight people in this country that never under any other circumstance would have ever even thought of taking any type of marijuana product, and they're getting high for the first time. And that's a good thing, Lucky. There's a lot more uptight, hateful, mean people that just need to get fucking high.
Which one of these foods?
What is happening here? Sorry, I'm like, I don't even see anything.
You'll learn the answer.
Oh my goodness.
But you know what I'm saying? There's going to be so many people watching that would like never, and I mean,
Well, because it doesn't
never
have
do
to be
anything with weed.
psychoactive. You know what I mean? Like, oh my gosh. I hate
But it's
when
like, well, you know, I'm vaccinated, but they say that the marijuana will help me fight the Rona, so I guess it's okay to get high. And then they're going to get high, and they'll be changed forever.
But it's different. It's not even like the regular cannabis. It's it's certain compounds.
Well, yeah, I mean, what they studied, they actually extracted the different compounds out of the marijuana and tested each one individually and found that the CBGA and the CBDA was the most effective, or I mean, and you know, they were looking at where did these compounds attach to the cell, and the issue when it comes to where they attach to the cell has to do with what's called the ACE2 receptor. That's where the spike protein from the coronavirus actually docks with the cell, and it has to be able to attach to the cell at that ACE2 receptor docking point in order for the lipid nanoparticle, the LNP, the lipid, in order for the lipid nanoparticle to then be bonded securely to the cell, so it can then puncture through the membrane and get into the nucleus and deliver the modified messenger RNA, ribonucleic acid, which will then actually break apart your double helix DNA and insert itself permanently into your DNA. So your DNA is forever going to have a strange new code that was added in that under electron microscopy will actually glow. It will actually glow because the modified laboratory messenger RNA that's in these LNPs is based in a luciferase assay, which gives it a photophosphorescent quality so that it will actually illuminate. There will actually be glowing protein chains in your DNA under electron microscope so that they will be able to tell whether or not you've had, after you've had the shot for the rest of your life, they'll be able to draw your blood and put it under an electron microscope. And if any of your DNA lights up and is phosphorescent, meaning part of your DNA code has luciferase, right? The devil's in the details. They can basically claim to own your ass because that's their own genetic sequence that they have intellectual property and patent rights over. And it's part of your genetic sequence now.
Well, I
So
mean,
they at
I
least
have
own you and
phosphorus. Like I have tattoo ink that I tattooed that is UV reactive. I
right,
will
but
glow in the black light, guys. But I did it on my own, with my own accord, with tattoo ink that I vetted. But yeah, it's to
But
say,
the thing of it is, you can't just draw any cell from the body of Lucky, put it under an electron microscope, and it's going to have that cool black light effect.
Yeah, no, only
It,
where I put it. It
but
stays right
even
there
where
in my
you put
skin.
it, that tattoo ink has not modified your DNA. It's not
Nope.
permanently changed your genetic code.
Nope.
It doesn't have photophosphorescent markers in your DNA sequence so that you can easily be
But I mean,
identified.
if you get the other stuff, you might glow, though.
And I would like to think it's only a matter of time until they actually have a wand where they'll be able to run this wand over your arm and they'll actually see whether or not some of your cells light up like a lightning bug because you've got the luciferase in your bloodstream. The mark of the beast, maybe.
I want to play
Perhaps.
this clip. And
Maybe.
you guys, I want you to notice I'm not using any mainstream clips. I do not want to get this information from anywhere mainstream. I would always rather and prefer that we get things from independent people. So right here, this is you can see where it came from. And I'll try to grab all those links and put them in for you guys too. But
I have a question for you, Lucky. I went back over to the actual YouTube feed right now.
mm-hmm.
And it says in my thing that only one person is watching, and yet there's 4 people in the chat.
Oh, that's weird. Well, what YouTube are you on?
www.youtube.com, watch, and then it's the fearlessly authentic cannabinoids block cellular entry of SARS-CoV-2. It's the live
Well,
feed.
we are streaming to 3 different YouTubes right now.
Oh, I'm looking at the one on KRTD.
Yeah. Hey guys, make sure you guys hit the like button for us wherever you're at on the YouTube and KRTD also, because we are streaming there. Yeah, we're on Twitter for KRTD. We are on Twitch. We are on my YouTube and 2 KRTD ones. I think one's the backup channel.
Here we go.
The regular one. We are streaming to KRTD on Facebook and Shane, his Facebook one too. So yeah, we're streaming a bunch of places. So I'm gonna play this clip real quick. I think it's like a few minutes, maybe 5. But yeah, some of these really have a lot of good information, and I just want to make sure that we get this information about this study and from different angles and aspects, so we know where they're coming from, the different information. Some of it might overlap, but it's better to get things from different sources, and then we can make up our minds as to what is what. All right.
I love these videos, Lucky. Great job.
Good ones, right?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Today's Medicine. I'm Dr. Hugo Pellegrino, and today I'll be talking about the use of medical marijuana to help on the treatment of coronavirus. So thank you very much for watching today's videos. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. And as always, we do have English, Spanish, Portuguese, and French subtitles.
Wow.
Could cannabis help fight COVID? New study reveals 2 chemicals that may block infection. A non-psychoactive compound found in live cannabis plants could help sabotage the spike protein on coronaviruses, scientists have found. A study by scientists at Oregon State University and Oregon Health and Science University found that two acids present in hemp, a type of cannabis plant used widely in cloth, paper, and as a drug, were able to jam the gears of the virus that causes COVID-19. The researchers said that two compounds can bind onto the SARS-CoV virus spike protein, which it uses to invade and commandeers human cells and which gives the coronavirus family its name. However, the compounds probably cannot be consumed via any of the traditional methods of taking cannabis as a drug, meaning they would have to be harvested separately to make a specific medicine. These cannabinoid acids are abundant in hemp and in many hemp extracts, said lead author Richard Van Bremen. They are not controlled substances like THC, the psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, and
Ugh.
a good safety profile in humans. And our research showed that hemp compounds were equally effective against variants of SARS-CoV. The study, published in a peer-reviewed Journal of Natural Products on Monday, 11th January 2022, examined numerous plant extracts such as red clover, wild yam, hops, and licorice for potential affinity with the COVID spike proteins. The spike protein is a microscopic structure, protruding, meaning as coming out or salient from the body of the virus, featuring chemical receptor sites that have evolved to bind onto the outer parts of the human cells. If another chemical binds to those receptors, it can block them, making them useless. The two compounds that works best were cannabigerolic acid, known as CBGA, and cannabidiolic acid, known as CBDA, both precursors to the better known chemicals in cannabis drugs. The former exists only where the cannabis plant is growing, while the latter is converted into CBD, one of the key ingredients in recreational and medicinal cannabis. Through burning, vaping, or baking, the chemicals worked well against both the alpha and beta variants of coronavirus, raising the prospect that they might also function against Omicron and other mutations. Our data shows CBDA and CBGA are effective against the two variants we looked at, and we hope that trends will expand to another existing and future variants, said Mr. Van Bremen. This might be helpful for people since we are already on the third year of COVID-19. As always, do not forget to talk with your personal doctor before starting using cannabis to treat coronavirus. Okay? So if you have any doubt at all, you can always send me an email at hugo.loh@gmail.com. And thank you very much for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Have a good one.
So I
Wow.
liked his interpretation of that, and he is a medical doctor that is telling us this information. This is his information right here.
I just learned something new from that video because, I was already aware of the endocannabinoid system and how that relates to your endogenous cells within the body, your normal, naturally occurring cells.
Mm-hmm.
What I learned about this was the fact that in this study, it looks like they were actually looking at how do these marijuana compounds, as well as other things, they mentioned yams and hops and other things, licorice and other products that we tried.
Yeah,
But
licorice root is really good. It's in a lot of teas and stuff. And what they're talking about, check your teas, guys. A lot of that is in there.
But in
Just licorice
particular,
root.
they were pointing out that the what was it, the CBGA and the CBDA were actually binding to the spike proteins on these coronaviruses. So, in other words, limiting the ability of the coronavirus itself to be able to bind to anything because it's getting weed stickies over its little spike proteins, and so it can't plug into any cell. So I that's what I took from that. And this, that the weed is actually fucking with the coronavirus spike proteins to where they're not able to properly attach to cells and then deliver the package.
Because it kind of like, from what I understand, is that they kind of like fill that in and then like it just, they can't, they just can't do it.
Well, the thing of it is, there are different receptor sites on the human cells. And the SARS-CoV-2 coronavirus, we're told, it can only attach at the ACE2 receptor site. And that's the research that was pioneered by Dr. Ralph Barrick at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, where he invited other scientists to collaborate with him in his lab there in the state of North Carolina, including, amongst others, Shi Zhang Li of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, who is infamously known as the Bat Lady. And so they were working on this ACE2 receptor site that's on the human cell. And I know that's one of the endocannabinoid sites that cannabinoid or weed chemicals, weed molecules attached to your body cells.
You have
But
a question too.
Yeah. Is there a benefit to getting high? I'm asking because I've never got. Well,
Yes.
yes. Because we're talking about right now, we're talking about really the CBD side of things.
Yes.
Because
this is different than the getting high.
The
You're not going to get high off
the
of that.
hallucinogenic psychoactive properties are from the tetrahydrocannabinol or the THC.
But always know your source, guys. It's really important. Always know the source that you get anything from, right? And they're saying like, big pharma is going to be coming in and like, trying to take over this. We have a choice, guys. We have a choice to vote with our dollars and to not participate in big pharma taking over this.
Well, yeah,
I
that's
have
what
been
I really
smoking
heard.
since '93. I am not now going to start buying it from a pharma company. And I'll show you guys why too. Later on, I have some information that I did not know that I found in my journey to find these. It is related, but it's not. It's more related to big pharma doing that and other things that they have done that with.
Oh yeah, in states where weed has been fully legalized, you've seen big pharma and monopolies rush in to co-opt and take it over. And one thing I pulled out of that video, I do want to answer Phenomenal's question about is there a benefit to getting high? I've never gotten high before, but before I do that,
yeah, I just
the
want to
video that we just watched before I forget,
while I go through
while it's on the tip of my tongue. In that video that we just watched with the good doctor there, I noticed that they kept saying that now the only way you can really get this benefit from the weed is you're going to have to wait for us to extract these particular chemicals from the weed and get them into a pharmaceutical pill, because it's not going to work if you just take it naturally and it's totally free and you grow it yourself. No. You got to go to a doctor and get a prescription, and then get the pharmacist to fill the prescription and take this pill that it's going to have other shit mixed in with it that will help deliver this one weed chemical into your bloodstream after you swallow it, and it goes through your gastric system. And anyways, again, you hear that even in that guy's presentation, you hear them laying the groundwork for trying to co-opt and make it, to where you can only get the medicine if you get it by prescription from a pharmacy in a pill form or their tincture form. And
Yeah, I don't trust that part of it, but like I said, always know your source. And if you go to somebody that's reputable or somebody online that is, just make sure that you're looking at the right thing. You know what I mean? Knowledge is power, and we want to make sure that we're not getting things that are toxic or anything else. Like what they have at the gas station is not the same as if you get it from somebody, you know what I mean, like where it's reputable.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that.
Yeah. So now to the question of phenomenal mysticism about getting high and is there advantage. Now, the first thing I would say about the psychoactive hallucinogenic properties is not all weed is the same.
Mm-hmm.
And because not all weed is the same, you have different strains, right, with different potencies and different cultivated varieties, or cultivars for short.
And it's legal in your state. Phenomenal, because I know you're right above me in Massachusetts, so it's legal there too. So you can get that,
So with the variety of different strains of weed out there, that being the case, the high that is experienced with different strains is itself different as well, right? And so, there's sativas, there's indicas, right? Some, I mean, from my own personal experience, some weed will give you munchies worse than others.
Yeah.
Some weed will actually give you a headache. Some weed will make you happy. Some weed will make you sad. Some weed will make you just like lazy as fuck and do nothing. Some weed will have you tweaking like you're on meth, and you end up an hour later and like, oh my God, I just cleaned the house.
Yeah, green crack is good for that.
I washed every single dish. I even washed dishes I never cooked with. I mean, I just kept like doing stuff. I couldn't stop doing stuff. Like it's like you're tweaking or something. So,
well, I mean, it depends on how much you smoke too, or you can get it in like, edible form. But here is the thing: edibles take longer for it to kick in. So always take less than what you think you need. You cannot take less, but you can always take more. So, and
that's another thing. I'm glad you mentioned the fact of edibles as creeper. Because edibles
get a different thing that you want for munchies. Do not get edibles and then have munchies.
Because the thing of it is that there are a lot of strains of weed that are creeper weed, and I'll explain what creeper weed is. Because actually, edibles are not a creeper. Actually, edibles. Okay, let me first explain what a creeper is. Then, creeper weed is where you smoke it and you instantly get like a little bit of a buzz. There's kind of a head change, and it just gets more and more and more intense until you overdose. I mean, take a nap.
Well, not like overdose isn't like like you're.
I'm being tongue in cheek. A marijuana overdose is when you take a nap and you wake up with Cheeto fingers. And all the chips.
You might wake up with a Cheeto like stuck to your face, like an imprint.
Yeah. No, but that's creeper, right? Creeper, it starts there. You can feel something there, and it gets more and more intense. Edibles, on the other hand, you eat a couple edibles, and you're like, well, I don't feel nothing. Well, that didn't do nothing for me. I'm going to have to take a couple more. Gobble, gobble, gobble. I still don't feel nothing. Gobble, gobble, gobble. And all of a sudden, that hammer swings back, and that hammer swings around and catches you right between the eyes, and just snap of a finger, and you're like, whoa. Oh, it kicked in. Oh, it kicked in hard. Whoa. Wow. Government controlled product.
Yeah,
So
that's
this is
why
the
I
thing
say
about
know your
getting
source.
high. This is the thing about it. I think
It's nice, like depending on what kind you get too, right? Like some of them are really good, like if you're nauseous and stuff, like it can calm your stomach, like it can help when like with cancers, it helps with, I mean, the benefits of it are amazing, you know. Maybe somebody local to you, if they smoke, like if you want to try it out with somebody that makes you feel more comfortable, or you can go and like if you go to a good place that sells it, like we have some places that are more like mom and pop, but not a lot of like the places where you can go shop for cannabis yet, because we're newer in it. But um I know up in Mass, you guys have that. And, talk to them. Talk to them in the store. Say, listen, this is my first time. I need to know, like, where do I start? And you don't have to smoke it. If you don't want to smoke it, you can
yeah.
get it in every form. You can get it in, oh man, you can get it in a vape pen. I don't know, you can be after a show in a hotel and someone could just give you a big freaking glob of dab on in your mouth, and you might get really, really extra high. I've known things like that to you can get it in tincture form. I had a friend who used to make it, and it was like cinnamon nutmeg. Like, oh my god, so good.
Oh, wow. That sounds
Yeah,
delicious.
it
My
comes.
only advice, really, the only thing that I would add to that would be if you've not gotten high before, I would recommend when you get high to not be by yourself, because you're probably going to want to talk to somebody. It has a tendency to make you want to talk a lot. And you're going to want to have somebody to just bullshit with, And then, because the truth is,
Hi,
I know, like,
combo. Is that
what,
pasta?
yeah, what up? Like when I was in Ecuador and people were doing ayahuasca and San Pedro cactus and stuff, it wasn't the same vibe as weed. Weed has that 70s show vibe where we all want to get in a circle and you always want to share it. You always want to pass it. It's like, oh my God, it's the best weed ever. Here, hit this.
I
And
would
you
be
want
at
to
like
share
the
it. It's
shows.
not like hitting a bottle of whiskey or something where you're just going to pass it around.
Yeah, you could just make sure you do less than what you think. Always do less, especially when you're first starting out. And if you want to do it, well, we do a Zoom or something, and we just like hang out. It doesn't have to be online. And if you want to do it that way, I'll totally, I'll get stoned with you online, and you're not very far from me. We'll figure it out. You're like what, an hour and a half, something like that.
Well,
We'll figure it out.
I'm probably going to be heading up through that territory. I'm going to have to stop and visit you guys. We might have to do an actual Fearlessly Authentic with Yona in the
Oh
frickin'
my
studio.
gosh. I know.
Oh
That would be
my
awesome.
God. Because my Grand Theft World community with the good folks there in Connecticut also.
Are they? What
Yeah,
part?
they're in Connecticut. Let's see,
Go crash their
Dylan's
studio.
over by a place. He's over by a place in Connecticut called New Britain.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then I think
That's
they're
quite
up.
the area.
I think
It's quite the area.
and then I think the rest of them are like up toward Hartford somewhere. But anyways, they're all in Connecticut, and they have this. Apparently, there's this festival that happens every year up in the state of New Hampshire called Pork Fest.
Oh yeah.
And
I
it's
haven't
like
been to that particular one. I think Steve.
it's like a bunch of
probably
autonomous groups and others that are, of like mind that go up there and meet. And so, I've had several of my friends there like, oh, Yona, man, you got to come up to the pork fair. You got to be there, man. And I'm like, well, I love to travel.
Do they
They're
have
like,
vegetarian, vegan
they're like,
food?
you're in West
Is that
Virginia,
a
man. West Virginia's not that far. I'm like, oh, cool. Where is it? They're like, New Hampshire. And I'm like, ooh.
New Hampshire's nice. I like New Hampshire and
yeah, but that means
Vermont.
I have to drive through Massachusetts. And I've heard about masshole drivers, the massholes.
I don't know. I don't really have a problem with driving anywhere. I've driven in the city. I've driven in Mass. I've driven, all around everywhere. And you have to remember, we have 2 major casinos around us.
Yeah.
Okay. We get people from everywhere.
Are you close to Mohegan Sun?
I'm not afraid on the road. I have a 15-foot van that is metal, that has a bumper that you could drive. You could probably knock. You could probably take some shit out with that if I really wanted to. I mean, she's an old 91 when they used to actually build your vehicle not out of fiberglass.
So this Rogers campground up in New Hampshire. I definitely want to try to make that. I'll probably have to rent a car because I'm not going to put the family vehicle through that much wear and tear and damage. Taking such a epic drive. From here, we're right where Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky meet. I would probably head up through Cleveland and Erie and up to Buffalo. And at that point, I guess I could either go through Massachusetts or that. But, when I looked at taking that route, I was like, oh my God, that's over 13 hours or something like.
Yeah, dude, going into Virginia and shit, that is, that right there, you're looking at least 12 hours a lot of times. And,
then I looked at, what? I should just go, I should break it up and we're going to have to go to Connecticut first. Because how can I go from West Virginia all the way to New Hampshire and make plans to make this voyage and just skip Connecticut?
I know. I would be so pissed at you. I would be like, Yona, what the fuck, man?
But I definitely don't want to drive through New York City. I definitely don't want to drive over the GW Bridge. So,
dude, those bridges, I don't trust them anymore. And I've been across those bridges a bunch of times. I lived in New York. I used to, live on Governor's Island, which is so weird.
I'll cross on the Tappan Zee Bridge, or didn't they rename it the Cuomo Bridge or something?
No, it's still a Tappan Zee Bridge. That is still Tappan Zee.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna call it Tappan Zee then. Fuck Cuomo.
Yeah, fuck. Oh, that just gives me heebie-jeebies.
Ew, get that taste out of my mouth.
Why'd you gotta bring that up? Where is that soap? Guys, we need to...
Oh, God.
What do you guys think?
Well,
I could take the Yona on and soap his mouth.
Isn't New York known as the Empire State? Isn't it actually New York, the Empire State?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have pictures of the Twin Towers when I was from the 90s, when I lived on Governor's Island. I would watch the fireworks over Lady Liberty on Liberty Island. One of my friends lived on the Statue of Liberty because their dad was the maintenance guy. So, I had friends that lived there. I could see Ellis Island from the island that I lived on. And so where the Staten Island ferry is the same place where the Governor's Island ferry is. I want to go back there, but I haven't. I feel like it's going to be heartbreaking because, There's an old stockade there. I used to go around. I mean, I used to go play in a moat, guys. It actually has a real moat. It's called Fort J. It's on Governor's Island. And I used to go walk my dog and play in a moat. I mean, there was no water in there. It was all grass, but it was really like there was a drawbridge and everything. One of my friends lived in there, or not in there, but in, inside of the Fort J. I mean, we would listen to taps every single night. The whole island would stop and freeze. And,
Wow.
I mean, I would put my hand on my heart every night. And, I was raised that way as a military brat. And I remember feeling so proud.
I was a military bugler, and I've played taps on the bugle more
That's
times than I
awesome.
can count. When I was in my basic combat training unit at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, doing my boot camp, I ended up becoming our base bugler. And my nickname all through boot camp was the Bugle Boy or Bugler. And so I played reveille every morning in the barracks and woke everyone up with the bugle. And I played taps at night every night and put people to sleep. And then, I joined the American Legion a couple years after, being out of the Army. And there for a while, I was with the honor guard of Post 49. I did taps at a few military burials. But I kind of lost my passion for American Legion because it's just basically like a bar where a bunch of drunks meet. And I mean, anytime you go to the Legion, it's just booze, and it's not really my thing. I'm not judging people, I mean, dude, have fun, enjoy life. You do you. You don't do me. I'm more of a stoner, and
Good night, Kate and Bella. We love you.
take care, everybody.
Yeah, there's, I don't know. Things have changed so much. I want to feel like I did when I was 10 and I was watching that flags in the sunset, and like they would set off the cannons sometimes. And I remember after Desert Storm, the soldiers would come through and I went around and got their autographs and shit. And me and my friend did a free lemonade stand to give out lemonade to the soldiers coming through. They were our heroes. And I remember like my stepdad being gone all night and all of our dumpsters being put together because we were afraid of bombs, and I want to be proud of our country the way that I used to be. The way that I felt like as a kid, the way that I felt like, yeah, we live in the best country.
Yeah.
I want to feel that. I want that. I want that for us. And when people think like, "Oh, you hate your country, you hate the United States." Because remember, guys, we live in the United States. We don't live in America because that is erasing. That is erasing literally the whole global South. Middle and Canada. We don't want to erase everybody else because we live on the continent of North America. We are not America. It's like I feel like that just it just it just takes the territories away of other countries,
Well, I really take issue with the term America itself because it's the two words from Spanish, America, which is the command, the imperative command given to love money, like love thy father and mother, love thy neighbor, love money, America. And
So every time someone's saying America, it gets under my skin because that's what I think of. I'm like, oh, America. It just means money.
I mean, as a linguist and
Words
being
matter.
as a linguist and etymologist and being so infatuated with words, and confronting this false propaganda of numbered worlds of first, second, third, fourth world, which is complete absurdity, and this thing of
I know the
of
lucky isms that I nail into your brain.
of exclusivity to the American term. and that, you should not be exclusive with the term American as applying to United States citizens.
Because it's the
But-
Americas.
But with all due respect, across all the languages spoken upon planet Earth, when you refer to American in German or French or Spanish or Japanese or Chinese, go across Yoruba, Mandinka, every language that's spoken by humans on planet Earth, when they refer to an American, they're referring to a U.S. citizen.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go to Canada, Canadians don't call themselves Americans. When you go to Mexico, Mexicans do not call themselves Americans, because I think they know what the term America means, and they're not in love with the love of money, which some would say is the root of all fucking evil.
United
Again.
States of money, guys.
You go to Brazil, you go to Venezuela, they'll call themselves Latin American.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll call the
But
entire
it also
region.
takes away Alaska and Hawaii out of, you know what I mean? Because we're the, you know what I mean? Like, and we don't even, Hawaii, they want to be their own. Like, that is more stolen land.
Yeah.
They don't
more
want to
stolen
be
land.
part of America. They want to be their own sovereign land.
Maybe China could help them, like the U.S. helps Taiwan, like I said earlier. That's going to start stuff.
Someone would help them. You know, in the island of Kauai, you cannot make a building more than so many stories. And it is so like underdeveloped in Kauai. It's just such a beautiful place. Like,
I noticed Jade Star has that comment you posted there. Love the term Turtle Island. In fact, in most native languages of the First Nations, we refer to it in our own languages as Turtle Island. So, like, for example,
and that's what a sweat lodge is too. It's in the shape of a turtle.
In Cherokee, we say Amayesladoxi, which means the turtle between the waters, right?
Say
Turtle
that
Island.
again, because like
Amayetli Doxy.
Yeah, it's like that.
Amayetli Doxy.
Amayetli Doxy. Okay.
Doxy is turtle. Doxy, like Doxy.
You want to know something else? I know turtle in a different language. Put your hand like that. In this. That's turtle in sign language.
Nice.
Skyla, when she was little, I taught her sign language. So at 6 months old, mommy, daddy, grandpa, grandma, more. More. That was milk, because I breastfed. Did you know we got to cover this one time, but there's a whole breastfeeding market, guys. It is kind of creepy. It is really kind of
yeah. Like you can, there's a large online exchange of breast milk. And
yes. I mean, I know it's liquid gold, but it's so weird. Like, it's like these women hook themselves up like cows. What do you think's going to happen when they realize that
it was the same thing in the medieval times when nobility would have all kinds of wenches and breastfeeding,
wet nurses,
wet nurses to nurse their, their blue-blooded young. I mean, there's a long tradition of that. Long tradition.
The only thing that's weird about that to me is like if it's not tested, I don't think it needs to be pasteurized. There are banks where they do that, where they pasteurize the milk and they test them and everything. But like, I don't think cooking it is a good thing. You don't want to heat that up. But yeah, like a lot of guys that work out and stuff like that, they will have breast milk smoothies. I mean, and I've had plenty of breast milk. We'll get into that a different day when we cover that. But like I've had plenty of different breast milk, and it's it's
Omar,
good.
my friend, how's it going, Omar? Sorry. I just seen him post that up there.
Yeah, I know. I was waving to Omar.
I got to say to all my friends, Filal Arabi, Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam. Yallah, Yara, Yawma. A little bit of Arabic there.
Yeah, washing your mouth
Arabic
out
is
with
such a
soap
beautiful
was a
language.
punishment. That is so true.
Yeah.
I never got the soap or the like Tabasco on my tongue, thankfully. But I did get my ass beat.
I never did find out what was going to happen after my mom got to the number 3, because anytime she said, I'm going to count to 3, 1, 2, by 2, I was already, I never did find out what happens when mom gets to 3, what's going to happen.
Choosy said, what's the point of teaching your kids all those foul words if you're not going to let them at least use them appropriately? Oh my gosh. All right. I have another clip that I want to show you guys before we go too far. It's 11 minutes, but it is absolutely worth us watching this. It is somebody who does YouTubes, and what's really interesting is it talks about Pfizer created spice in K2, the synthetic cannabinoids.
I remember that stuff. I remember that.
It's still happening. And this is the thing, is that this knowledge has been around for a long time. And this is why I say, know your source, guys, and vote with our dollars, and do not buy stuff that comes from Pfizer, no matter what, guys. We gotta make sure that we do not buy this stuff from them, because
can't trust it.
We're just gonna, like there is plenty of people that grow. There's plenty of all that. Like, let's help each other out. All right. So
well, hey, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick then and get me some more drinks. So this works out great.
All right.
Because I'm still kind of getting over it, but I'm feeling better today. I felt the best I've felt in the last 3 days.
And here is
I'm just going to get me a shot of my elderberry tea downstairs and get some more drink, and I'll be right back.
And here's the channel, guys. I'm going to grab all the links and I'll put them in.
Is it LMC?
LMC.
LMC. Awesome.
Yeah, I try to always, if I'm going to put something up to share with you guys, I prefer not to use anything that is mainstream, but show you guys different sources of where I've found different YouTubers. And, I hope you guys will go over and subscribe and, help.
This is really great to see these other content creators and the great work that they're putting in as well. I mean, it's the least we can do, Lucky, to try to, help feature other content creators and recognize their vital contributions to this conversation we're having online.
Absolutely. And I want you guys, you know what I mean? Like, you may or may not like them, but if you do, go over and check out their other stuff. I have not vetted like all of the videos for these guys. This one I did watch, and it's pretty interesting, and it seems like he covers this type of thing a lot. So I thought, I don't want to put anything. There was a lot of mainstream media stuff that I could have grabbed, but it wasn't very difficult to find independent people.
Oh, I just got to say, I was so starstruck a minute ago when we got that shout out from the Combo Couch, because I'm a major couch fan. I mean, I love
those guys.
Johnny on the ones and twos, and Pasta and Fee, and all your support is always appreciated. Oh, we love Pasta. We love Pasta.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I'm glad he's feeling better, guys. I had to check in with him the other day, and
what about all that work that Pasta and Fee have been doing on the road too?
Yeah.
Ben Norton and Max Blumenthal aren't the only Americans that know their way around Managua and Honduras and other places. Let's just leave it at that. I'll be right back.
All right. I'm going to play this clip for you guys. Let me see.
What's
so you guys need to chill. Hit the subscribe button down below. Hit the notification bell. Turn on all. Anyways, I got. By the way, make sure you guys join the Discord. Usually, I pin the comments to the, obviously the comment section to join the community, or you can go to the description box and you'll see the community. You can see the Discord link there. But I was in my Discord just now, and shout out to the homie T-Poc. That's his name on Discord. Talked to him a little bit before, briefly, but he made me aware of this really interesting article. This came out back in 2014. But big shouts out to the Blacklist XYZ. Obviously, you guys know. I'm sure many of you know about the Blacklist, right? They do some great work. And so they recently posted this, right? Right. So they made T-Bach aware of this, made me aware of this, and so, but we got to go over this article though for sure. So this came back actually out in 2017, or was published May 7th, 2014, and then updated in 2017. But let's get into it though. Let's get into this. Let's talk about how Pfizer helped make spice the deadly fake pot. So you guys don't know what spice is, by the way. It's this synthetic bullshit that's so bad for you. It's really, really bad for you. It's very addictive. It's highly, highly toxic. It in some ways, it's very unstable, right? This is kind of one of the beginnings of like the designer drug era. Not designer drug in the sense of like lean or anything like that. Like, like designer drug and people actually designing these drugs, right? Now, let's go over this though. Let's talk about this. Let's get into this. So let's read this. So this is by the way, this is by Abby Haglage. Great piece. So let's go over this. So in 1979, 3 researchers at Pfizer, the pharmaceutical giant, came up with the synthetic cannabinoid, a drug that in some ways acts similarly to the active ingredient in marijuana. What the company did with this research, it won't say. But decades later, a designer drug marketed as fake pot began to emerge. First in Europe, later in America. That went on to be blamed for the contributing to tens of thousands of trips to the emergency room. One of the 5 active substances in the fake pot, also known as spice or K2, was the synthetic cannabinoid first discovered at Pfizer. Okay, there's no evidence that Pfizer had anything to do with the introduction or spread of spice, right? But the unearthing of Pfizer's little-known cannabinoid research does highlight that sometimes uncomfortable relationships between big pharma and the illicit drug trade. It also upends the popular origins myth of spice, which usually begins with the Clemson University professor, John W. Hoffman. Right? The Los Angeles Times was one of the first to connect the dots between the Harvard graduate and the lethal designer drug marketed as fake pot, spice, in a 2011 article titled "Scientists Researched a Dangerous High." The paper essentially declared him the reluctant creator of synthetic pot, which is only sort of true. In the midst of 1984 study to find treatments for HIV/AIDS, multiple sclerosis, and, excuse my mispronunciation, and chemotherapy, Huffman did develop an extremely potent synthetic cannabinoid with a similar high to cannabis, which he named JWH-018 after himself. In 2008, German scientists announced that it was one of 5 active substances in spice. Right, spice has been really popular, by the way, too. Like it started initially in America, I think, and then it really started to rise in use in Europe, right? So when spice began to emerge in the United States a few years later, the question on everyone's mind, or maybe that was flipped, maybe it was started in Europe first, then it went to America, So when spice began to emerge in the United States a few years later, the question on everyone's mind was the same: who was responsible for this? All roads led to Hoffman. Quote, it bothers me that people are so stupid to use this stuff, Huffman told WebMD in 2010. In an interview with ABC News one year later, Huffman's frustration was palpable. They're playing Russian roulette, he said, of the people using spice recreationally. Quote, I mean, it's just like taking a pistol with one bullet in and spinning the chamber and holding it to your head and pulling the trigger. And I think that's a great way to put it, actually. Eclipsed by the infamy of this sole drug researcher and the missing in hundreds of news articles about it since was an inconvenient fact. His synthetic cannabinoid wasn't the only one found in spice, and it wasn't the first one discovered either. Those distinctions belong to the largest research-based pharmaceutical company in the world, Pfizer. The missing part of the story, the prequel, if you will, begins like this. Less than 3 months after those German scientists, they were from the Universal Hospital Freiburg, landed on a Hoffman synthetic in November of 2008. The same forensic toxicologist stumbled upon another culprit, an analog of the synthetic cannabinoid called CP47497. This one, they learned, was created almost a decade earlier in 1979 by Pfizer. And I want people to understand that there is, I talk about cannabis research quite a bit, but there's been 100% a ton of research that's been done, whether it's by the government or whether it's by big pharma. And a lot of that research has been closed off to the public or hasn't been talked about, right? Because, well, there's many reasons why. One reason you could definitely talk about is, big pharma wants to find ways to make money off of it. They don't want to give away free research or any of that, even though technically, a lot of times, I'm not saying this is the case for right now, but technically, a lot of times we subsidize big pharma. Right? We actually use taxpayer money to fund big pharma, and then big pharma in return actually charges us on top of that for a lot of these drugs. Shouldn't it be that we get, because the government's already paying for it, meaning our taxpayer money, why are we paying for it again? That's a whole nother problem. That's a whole nother issue when we talk about, obviously, the corrupt system that we have. We pretty much have a mafia pretty much running the, healthcare system, right? But that's for a whole other video story. You guys get the point I'm trying to say, though, right? So, made up by dried plants ranging from bay leaves to parsley, synthetic cannabinoids sprayed on top of the herbs that generated a high as of this week. DEA has discovered more than 400 plus variants of synthetic cannabinoids, making it nearly impossible to regulate, right? Because what happens there is, right, they take, they make one compound illegal, then the next one, they keep changing it by one molecule, and it's literally the Hydra effect, right? Cut one head off, you got 20 more that pop up. So that's what happens when the cat gets out of the bag. Now, I don't want to relate this exactly. I don't want to relate this to synthetic cannabinoids at all. But when we talk about like Delta 8 getting legalized, it's a similar pattern there, right? If they make Delta 8 illegal, they're going to go to THCO. If they make THCO illegal, they're going to go, let's say, to Delta 10. Or usually we actually went Delta 8, Delta 10, then THCO. And then if they go from there, they're going to go to THC, OVP. You guys get what I'm saying, right? So the cat's out of the bag, right? And well, the Delta 8 stuff, that's all natural compounds that are occurring. When we talk about synthetics, though, this is a cat out of the bag you do not want to get, but that's what happened. And Pfizer is definitely to blame for this, partially, right? Partially, or this is what it seems, right? And there's been thousands and thousands of people that have gone to, there's been a lot of people that have gone to, a hospital because they went crazy. Right? This is a really, really terrible drug. And this was also utilized quite a bit in, the fear-mongering done by, the DEA or, people in general, like politicians, right? They'd be like, oh, that's fake, cannabinoids. And then people that didn't really understand it, right? People that just kind of like, they grouped it all in together. They're like, oh, cannabis and fake cannabinoids are all the same thing, right? No, they're very, very different, right? And so the designer drug era, right? While people may just point to what's his name, Professor Huffman, well, Pfizer had something to do with it, right? And guys, if you know anybody that's doing spice, anybody consuming spice, K2, whatever it's called, please get them help, get them off that shit. That shit is fucking terrible for you, okay? And there's plenty of videos and stories out there that'll explain the negative benefits to what happens to you when you start to ingest it and take it, right? When you're smoking it, all that stuff. So be very careful, okay? I know that stuff is not as much as apparent, especially, and this is another big point I want to make. When we talk about legalizing cannabis and getting more access to clean, organic, tested, natural occurring compounds, that's what legalization does. Legalization does that, okay? Not making it illegal. The reason why people persisted, they were consuming K2 fake cannabinoids, it's because they didn't have access to real cannabinoids. Almost always the case that's what happens, right? So, shout out to Pfizer, I guess. Just kidding. Fuck Pfizer. While there is, some benefits to obviously big pharma and stuff, mostly though, it's a mafia run, situation. We have a middleman that's taxing the hell out of it. That's literally adding on 30 to 40% more cost. That's why, drugs are so expensive here. Life-saving drugs, right? Anyways, though, let me know what you guys think down below. What do you guys think about the story? I highly recommend you go check out that full article. I want to say big shouts out, thanks to T-Bog for putting me onto the story. Shout out to the Black List XYZ. You can go follow them on Instagram. Anyways, though, guys, really appreciate y'all. Hope everyone's staying safe and healthy. Please go check out all the links down below. Join the Discord community, because this is the kind of stuff that I get. I'll do videos on topics like this if you make me aware of them. So great stuff there, though. Thank you, T-Bog. Shout out to all the family in the Discord community. Join the Discord. Link will be down below in the description or pinned comment. Anyways, my name's Alonso. Really appreciate y'all. Check all the links down below. Everyone's staying safe and healthy. And I hope you all have an amazing day. Peace.
So
testing. All right, can you hear me? All right,
yeah.
cool.
So I thought that was like a crazy thing that I found. I was looking for the other videos and checking them out, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? How could I be so naive to think that they weren't involved?
I remember the first time a friend of mine was talking about it. It was like, man, I got some legal weed at the cigarette store. Check it out. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? He's like, it's called K2. And I'm like, well, I never heard of this shit. And so he hands it to me and he's like, well, check it out. So I open up the package, and first whiff I get of it, and it smells like fucking WD-40 or some shit. Like it smells like almost like the smell of like a duster can that you would use on your keyboard, right? Like I don't know if a CFC has a smell, but anyways, the chemical smell. And then I throw it down there, and I'm looking at it on the tray, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I mean, it looked like I swear there was caraway seed in there, like you'd find in Italian sausage. There's he said it like bay leaf and oregano and
potpourri.
There was no. It didn't even have any water leaves in it from a marijuana plant. It didn't have any seeds or stems. I'm like, wow, I could go get dirt freaking weed that's like $1 a gram. That'll get me higher than this shit. And it's just, cheap press mix outdoor full of seeds and stems, but at least it's real weed. The fuck is this shit? And then come to find out it's a Pfizer product. Oh man. Now it all makes sense, doesn't it, Lucky? It all makes sense.
Somehow it always goes back to Pfizer. And you know what I always say? Your freedom brought to you by Pfizer. But remember, guys, we are not medical experts in any way. We're stoners hanging out, giving you some info. That's all.
Here's the thing that I hope everyone can take away from tonight's Fearlessly Authentic, and that is the most important element of the healing process is your body, your own body's systems, lymphatic system, digestive system, excretory system, immune system, circulatory system, respiratory system, endocrine, all these systems. Your body, if given the appropriate materials, can nurture and heal itself. All that pharmaceutical big oil alternatives can do is get in the way of healing. That's why I consider allopathic Rockefeller hospitalized medicine sick care. It was founded in sickness. It's promoted sickness. It's maintained sickness. And now it's accelerated sickness to the point of death. So, it is a system of death because it is a system of profit. It commodifies medicine. It makes every healing and every curing a business transaction. And so when it becomes a business transaction, well, wouldn't it be better to keep you just a little bit sick all the time than to just have you healthy? Because if you're healthy, because here's the thing about it. If it was a healthcare system, then you would go to see the doctor when you're healthy so that you can stay healthy. Why does Yoda keep calling it sick care? This is why. If it was healthcare, the first thing and the last thing your doctor or nurse would ask you is, what do you drink? What do you eat? How many leafy greens do you have? How much fruit do you have?
Doctors used to come to your home.
Yeah.
Right. And they could see what your environment was. If you were, if there was something that was unhealthy in your environment, then the doctor would be able to see that. They could check your water. They would know when, like, they could know other causes, like, if you live next to a stream and it's really disgusting, you know what I mean? They can, those are all clues to find out why somebody's unhealthy, right? But rather, instead of that, they expect you to go there and tell them in a few minutes what's wrong.
I mean, at this point in time, with the technology that we have, with the information that we already have on hand, there shouldn't be a single practicing doctor or physician in the country when treating a patient who has never, ever, 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 ever asked about or tested themselves the very water that patient drinks. Yet we now know that more than 1 out of 3 municipal water systems really aren't safe to be drinking the water. So, I mean, how is a doctor supposed to treat you for ailments that are probably due to what's in the fucking water if he never asks you what your source of water is, much less tests your source of water? Well, if your primary care physician isn't going to validate the safety of your water, then who would? I mean, what could be more important to your health than the water you drink? Water is life. Hello, Leo. Osio.
Where is that guy?
Osio Geesley. Osikucha. What? Osta. What?
He was sleeping under the blanket. Hang on, your good boy. He's like all stuck in my amber. Oh, and everybody, another thing, amber. It's very good for you. You will see babies wearing amber, but the amber necklace is too tight for them to teeth on, so it's not for teething. Do you guys know what the amber is for? Because I know the answer. So when I used to work at the they call it a homeless shelter. I prefer the term houseless. So I worked at that family shelter, and I volunteered there. Before that, I volunteered there after I lived there because I wanted to give back to the community, and then I started working there too, and I still volunteered extra time even though I worked there. And some of the clients were doing the spice stuff, and I remember being like, ooh, and like they ended up like banning it from them smoking it and stuff. I'm like thinking, how are you going to stop them? Like, they smoke tobacco out there, like, what are you guys talking about? And that was like probably a good, like, what, 11 years ago or something. Yeah. So I know of this stuff, but I was like, that stuff's toxic. I'm like, and I smoked weed. I've never, like,
that
I've
story
always
that I shared with you when I was looking at it for the first time, and my friend had introduced me to, he was talking about this K2 bag that he just bought from the cigarette store. That was in 2009 or 2010. So we're like talking 11 years ago when this shit hit the market. Oh, thank you, Omar. I mean, again, no matter what you do, whether you're getting medicines and herbs from a natural healer or prescriptions filled that were issued by your physician to your local pharmacist, the healing happens inside your body. The doctor's not healing you. The medicine's not healing you. Your own body is healing itself. And hopefully there's more good than bad from whatever you've ingested. And it can take more good than bad and actually heal itself without a bunch of adversity and, allergic reaction or whatever.
Good night, gamer. I don't know how far behind I am.
Take care, gamer.
A few minutes. Yeah, it's pretty crazy because, it used to be that you went to a doctor because you needed healing. And now it's like, oh, I'll go to the doctor and I've heard this pharmaceutical on the TV like 1,000 times. So I'm going to go there with that in mind.
Ask your doctor about.
And then when they recommend the thing that's been ingrained into my brain, then, I mean, I don't have cable. I have not had cable in probably at least a good 11, 12 years. But, like it's integrated into your brain. How many people fall asleep with the TV and continue to get state propaganda? I mean,
there's a reason why they call it television programming, because it's programming for your mind.
If you guys have not read 1984 in Brave New World, please either read it or you can listen to it, books on tape. You can get it on here for free. And it's really, really important that people read, Orwell, or digest it, whatever way you'd like to digest things.
The spookiest thing from Orwell has got to be George Orwell's final televised interview.
Yes, I've played
where
that.
He's got the scarf
creepy
around his neck, and I mean, you can see he's the guy's. I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's literally George Orwell laying on his freaking deathbed. I mean, I think he may have died the next day or something. But anyways, they're like, well, what do you see in the future, Mr. Orwell? And he's like, if you want a picture of the picture of the future, imagine a black boot stamping on a face forever. Don't let it happen. Bye-bye now. I mean, it's making my hair stick up right now thinking about it. That's some heavy stuff there, Lucky. Heavy. He knew. Orwell knew. And now we're living in it. So did Aldous Huxley with, take your soma. Did you take your soma?
And the amount of trust that, nobody's going to have any trust. Nobody's going to trust, the government to you know what I mean? Who's going to trust them for medicine now?
And there goes that last most trusted pillar in all of American society. The hospital and the stethoscope. They'll become synonymous with hammer and sickle. They'll become synonymous with guillotine and electric chair. They already are in some people's mind. I know it is for me.
So here we go. Let's watch this because it's only a couple minutes.
I mean, to be fair, before you started, this issue of trust. Since when has it ever been a good idea to just automatically trust a complete and total fucking stranger? I thought trust was earned and not gifted. And just because they're wearing scrubs, just because they have a stethoscope, you don't know who the hell they are. And you're supposed to trust your life to this complete and total stranger that, I mean,
No more family doctor. It's like, it's.
I mean, yeah, there's the
if
Orwell
you can
picture
even
of the
go
future.
to the doctor, right? Some people only get to go to the emergency room.
Mhm.
In some emergency rooms, it's because they will, like they'll bill you later or whatever. But I mean, they can't deny you an emergency room here in Connecticut.
If you want to die quickly, we'll pay you. If you want life-saving medicine, we might cover it, we might not. How much money do you have? There you go. We live inside an empire of death, and the allopathic American hospital form of delivering medicine within the United States is just another system of death within this empire of death. And they're all interlocking systems of death with feedback loops that just feed into more and more death. And so, Orwell obviously was able to take the long view, even from his deathbed in this final interview where he describes a picture of the future. And he can see the long view and where the logical conclusion of all this is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, here, let's play this and give everybody a recap of this warning.
By the time Orwell married Sonia Brownell, 1984 was written, after which he would never leave his bed again. But he left one final warning. 1984 is, I believe, a quite terrifying masterpiece. So terrifying, in fact, I don't think I should like to read another like it.
I'm not absolutely dissatisfied with it. I think it is a good idea, but the execution would have been better if I had not been under the influence of TB when I wrote it.
You once claimed that you have an ability to face unpleasant facts. Is that what you demonstrated in 1984 by drawing an accurate portrait of the future?
I think that allowing for the book being, after all, a parody, something like 1984 could actually happen. This is the direction the world is going in at the present time. In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. The sex instinct will be eradicated. We shall abolish the organ. There will be no loyalty except loyalty to the party. But always there will be the intoxication of power. Always and every moment there will be the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on an enemy who is helpless. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. The moral to be drawn from this dangerous nightmare situation is a simple one. Don't let it happen. It depends on you.
Don't let it happen. It depends on you. Final words.
That's exactly why I am always saying that this has been passed down generation to generation, and I will not continue it. Here is 1984.
Ingsoc.
This is a book that everybody should read. It is not that many pages. It's like about 300 pages. And here is the other book.
Aldous Huxley.
And yes, I just pulled those off my bookshelf. You guys, everybody should be reading those. Very important. Do you want to come up? Okay, stop being an asshole. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot to do our cards. And let me see if I can get to the email to get them. Oh gosh.
Yeah, we need a card. Got to do a card reading. We can't leave it out. I like these card readings.
Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna hold it up because I don't know how to, I forget how to get to the other email, and I don't want to mess anything up on here. All right. So this one is, don't take anything personally. Like I always say, don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. Be immune to others' opinions. And guess what it is, guys? I picked these cards out of the middle of the deck. This was already picked
turtle.
out before we started the stream.
Turtle
Okay.
Island.
How cool is that? Okay, so what others say and do is a projection of their own reality, their own dream. When you are immune to the opinions and actions of others, you won't be the victim of needless suffering. It's the back of it. There we go. I'm going to read that one more time.
Can you read that one more time? I really like how
I always do it twice.
Sorry. I just don't want to hear it again.
Yeah, I do. I always do them twice because I like to be able to process it, get it fully in the brain.
There's a lot in that. There's a lot packed into that.
Yeah, only a couple sentences too, and it's like, holy shit. Okay, so this is the don't take anything personally, because we are getting these from the 4 agreements. I'll show you guys the box. And it says, be immune to others' opinions. What others say and do is a projection of their own reality. So they're projecting their own reality, okay? And then their own dream. When you are immune to the opinions and actions of others, you won't be the victim of needless suffering. I'll put that up there so everybody can see it. I did email it to our email and totally forgot.
I said earlier.
That's the deck of cards
for Turtle Island in Cherokee. I'm a Yetli Dogsy. There's a number of different turtles out there, and Dogsy is the Cherokee word for box turtle or terrapin. So when we say Turtle Island, we're referring to box Turtle Island, because there's also snapping turtles and green turtles and soft shell turtles.
So I have one other thing that I want to read too. And this is like copyright 1990. This book has been around for a long time. So it's called The Language of Letting Go by Melody Beattie. And it's supposed to be like an Alcoholics Anonymous book. And it's the one that has like every day, it has like its own little passage. And so it's not, I've never read through this every single day, So I'm going to read ours for today.
So today is the 20th?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, and it's not super long. Which one is it? It's this one over here. Just that little bit. So, all right. Let's see. It says new beginnings. Resentments are the blocks that hold us back from loving ourselves and others. So, resentments do not punish the other person, they punish us. They become barriers to feeling good and enjoying life. They prevent us from being in harmony with the world. Resentments are hardened chunks of anger. They loosen up and dissolve with forgiveness and letting go. Letting go of resentments does not mean we allow the other person to do anything to us that he or she wants. It means we accept what happened in the past and we set boundaries for the future. We can let go of resentments and still have boundaries. We try to see the good in the person or the good that ultimately evolved from whatever incident we feel resentful about. We try to see our part. Then we put the incident to rest, praying for those praying for those we resent helps. Asking God to take our resentments from us helps too. What better way to begin a new year than by cleaning the slate of the past and entering this one free of resentments? So,
Wow.
the affirmation on the bottom is higher power help me become ready to let go of my resentments. Bring any resentments that are hidden with me and blocking me to the surface. Show me what I need to do to take care of myself by letting go of resentments, and then help me do that.
I'm so glad you read that because we got a question tonight from
Yeah.
Phenomenal Mysticism
This is
about,
a really good book, guys. It's old. You know, I've had it forever, and I can pick this up at any point in time and read whatever the passage is for that day. And what the hell, guys? I'm serious. It always fucking relates. And then in the back too, they have all the different, whatever, all the different things like, conflicts and the feelings on a job, leaving for somewhere, painful things, good, so you can look it up by what you want to, like
awesome.
address and just go to that day too. But this is a really, really good book. She has some other ones. And yeah, it's from 1990. Like it's a super, it's been published and republished. And there's a second one too, but I just have this one.
That's awesome. Well, I was just going to respond to Phenomenal Mysticism's question again, where she talked about getting high for the first time and is it good to get high? And I was responding to that, and I couldn't quite put into words in English what I was trying to communicate about, when you get high. I just basically said, I would recommend, you do it in a social context because weed is kind of a social thing. It was always used as a social thing. The peace pipe was always passed around in a circle, and that tradition lives on. But that being said, in order to sit down and pass the peace pipe, in order to do any dance, in order to do any prayer or stomp, in order to even so much as enter the ceremonial grounds and walk past those two posts, you have to leave your resentments behind. And so I kind of go through that same mental process before I smoke first thing in the morning, to just whatever I dreamed about, whatever nightmare I had, whatever funk I woke up with, to just clear it out of my mind, close my eyes, take a few deep breaths, stick my head out the window, listen to the birds, just completely detach from whatever shit I'm in and back away from it and try to, just try to have a clear slate and then get high, smoke, whatever, pray, and hopefully, um, you know, well, you see, there's 7 directions that you can pray in the Cherokee point of view. There's 7 directions: up, down, north, south, east, west. That's the 6 directions that you can pray externally. But as you pray out externally, then you're going to be internalizing whatever you pull out from that direction. And that may be memories of what was said or done to you by someone else, which is going to take the form of a resentment or a grudge or just something that's eating at you, right? It's that 7th direction that leads to purification and renewal. It's that 7th direction that leads to that inner peace, that commune with the higher power, or whatever term you want to use, right? Allah, Buddha, God, Unesanahi, whatever you
Om.
want us to call it.
Om is a good
Om.
thing. Om.
And that seventh direction is the direction inside. And so the thing of it is, in order to be able to look inside, you have to be able to pull your head, both arms, both legs, and your tail completely inside of your shell, just like a turtle. This is how it was explained to me. In order to have that inner peace and that reflection, right? To be able to reflect internally and focus on your own spirit inside you, you have to be able to pull in your arms and legs, your head and your tail, right? Hand, head, hand, leg, tail, leg. That's 6 outer directions, right? So release the resentments from the north. Release your resentments from the south. Release the resentments to your right, to the east. Release your resentments to the west, to the left, to those that have died and gone on, to things that you can't change. Praying for serenity, right? The serenity to accept the things that cannot change and the courage to know the difference. To release the things that are underneath you that just keep burning your ass. And last of all, to release the things that just keep hovering over your head like a Charlie Brown cartoon where that one freaking rain cloud just follows you everywhere you go. And at last, that's your head. And once you can finally pull your head in and you've released all, I mean, think of like resentment says with your little turtle claws and both your front legs and both your back legs, you're holding on to sticks, right? And you can't pull it into the shell until you release. And then you can slide into the shell and actually get completely in and quit. You can't be internalizing the external influences when you go to that place of peace to purify and renew yourself, to recharge your soul, you see. And so everything we've talked about,
And I think about that
all
too.
goes back to this.
But I think about it as also you can stand there with a complete like egg or a circular around you also, and just white light, pure, clean energy all around. And that's a good way to just like kind of like self cleanse or think about it around your house. You know, it goes around up above and deep into the ground. And you just imagine that as like white light, right? And then so when you want to do it quickly, you can do it like that, where it's just like, you know, you can just think about it. It's on, your bubble is there. You know what I mean? You have the white light and you can do the cleansing ritual. So say you do the cleansing ritual, like Yona says, and you know, like when you first get up and then you have that, you just think about yourself in a big egg or a bubble and it's yours, you know, and it's translucent and it's clear. But only positive energy can be around you. Think about your vehicle surrounded in that. You know what I mean? Like your children, your family, you know, like your aunt, you know, your fur babies, whatever it is. And you can think about that for anything, right? It doesn't have to be just a person or, you know what I mean, any animal. You can use that for anything. Like think about it for your plants or whatever. But it's really good just to think about, like, you know, kind of being like just in that egg, that bubble, you know what I mean? You have like your turtle shell and just think about that white light and like it just, anything else just bounces off. You know what I mean? That negativity doesn't stay.
Absolutely. Look at that comment you put up there by Omar. Great advice, Lucky. A person mistreating you is a reflection on how they feel about themselves oftentimes. And, you know,
Yep.
it's only been within the last 15 years that I finally realized that there's a flip side to that. And that when I go onto somebody's porch and I see garbage piled up everywhere, both of the vehicles are broke down. I hear screaming and hollering inside. I hear the dog get kicked, right? Door flies open, you know, Boy, it took fucking long enough. I'm starving. Immediately, I'm smiling from ear to ear. Oh, here's treats for the cats. Here's treats for the dogs. Would you like plates? Would you like napkins? Would you like Parmesan? Would you like red pepper?
And to
And
thank them, right?
immediately, and thank you so much. And it's so
Thank you.
great to
Thank
see you
them
guys
for their
again.
patience. You know what I
What'd you
mean?
think of that? What'd you think of that? You know, because this was right after the trick or treating, and I was like, "What'd you think of the trick or treaters being back out again?" And by the time I left, you know, they were over there petting the dog on the couch, and so it works both ways. I mean, you can be around asshole people, and they can ruin your day, and turn
Yeah.
your
What was my
smile.
answer about massholes? I was like, yeah, I drive around all the people all the time, whatever, you know.
But on
like
the same flip side, you can run
people
into people that are having a bad day. You can run into people that are depressed or angry or upset or whatever, and you can be that orb of white light.
Remember,
You can be
smiles
that,
are free, but they're worth a lot.
and smiling is contagious.
It is. It is.
And
Now,
when you
hey,
speak from the heart,
if
when
someone's
you
walking
speak from
by
the heart,
you,
you unlock other hearts when speaking from the heart.
yes. And remember, if somebody is like walking by and they just look like they're just the grumpiest person ever, you can always tell them, hey, you dropped something. And when they look, you go, it was your smile. And, you know, it makes people smile every time. You know, because it's just a kind, you know, it's just a kind thing. Like, hey, you know, hey, I'm going to acknowledge you right now. And I'm going to acknowledge that you're not smiling and you should be. You never
I
know what
believe
someone's
in my
gone
core.
through, you know? You never
I
know
have
what
to
kind of day
believe.
they're having.
You know, we are kind people, Lucky, all across this country. Call us, you know, my way of getting around the whole linguistic issue of American, as in American being equatable to a citizen of the United States, I prefer the term Merkin, Murkan, because, okay, when I say Merkins, we know what I'm talking about now. Merkins is only found one place. USA #1, right? Merkins, you know, Durka.
I want to be proud of our country the way that, you know, that the people that are on the patriotic side, I guess, of it, because I don't want to divide people. So the people that are really patriotic with this country, I just want them to realize, like, hey, I want to be proud like that too. I want to be proud. That's why I'm fighting for better, is because I really want all of us to be proud of it. And
at its core, we're kind people. All of us. My point is, all across this country, generally speaking, most people are kind people. Most American citizens in the United States are kind people. Most people within the United States, regardless of citizenship status, are kind people. But the powers that shouldn't be, like most mean assholes, interpret kindness for weakness. And because you're kind, you're weak and resilient to my abuse and manipulation. So it's thought. And it's been accurate to some extent. But now that the year 2022 is here, they are going to fuck around and they are going to find out. Nothing's going to stop them. Until they get stopped, and they will be stopped. You know, I mean, I get the paranoia stuff now, and I've heard some other friends getting into it with family members about the paranoia. And, well, you know, Ed Snowden already released it, and Julian Assange has talked about it, and we know that people are watching it. We know that people are listening, and blah, 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 blah. And
that's just what we know about, guys.
And blah, 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 blah. And I'm like,
that's just what we know about. What do you think has happened in the last 10 years that they're afraid that Julian would release? You know?
Well, more of the paranoia too. I want to be careful about how public of a presence I have. I want to be careful about going to protests. I want to be careful about going on podcasts. I want to be careful about what I post on social media because the government's watching. Oh my God. And it's like, okay, all right. I had a top security clearance after they interviewed like my elementary school teachers and shit when I was in boot camp so that I could be an Arabic interrogator and translator. Okay. You don't get TS1 clearance and all this shit and then just walk away and they just let you disappear and poof, I just go into complete anonymity, obscurity. Honestly, I really don't give two flying fucks. I value my privacy. I wish there was more we could do for privacy. I know where I can go and enjoy privacy, and it's literally under fucking ground in a cave. But, you know, beside that, when I come on forums like this, it is what it is. But
Yeah.
I'm not afraid, and I'm not going to self-censor.
No.
And I mean,
sometimes I just ask, like, we don't go so heavy on a certain topic just because it gets exhausting. You know, like it's
clearly
like,
we're not
you
the
know?
ones striking out and acting out of fear right now, Lucky.
Yeah, no.
Someone else is feeling very afraid and very intimidated, and it's okay. You should. We don't stop.
Yeah.
We don't stop.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Like, you let go of that and you say, I'm not afraid. I am willing to go down for a good cause. I am. I
It's
just
good to
am.
be aware of the
I will
surveillance.
not leave this world, this country, the way it is now. I can't. I cannot just pass it on to my daughter's generation because it's not mine. It's 7 generations from now, right? That's what we speak. That's what we
And we
talk
can't
about.
live in fear. And you can't constantly try to be something you're not. Instead, why not be fearlessly authentic? Oh, I see you're right there with me. My sister, my twin fucking sister. Oh my God. Literally right there on the same wavelength, vibing on the same frequency.
You know what's really weird to me? That people go around and talk to the refrigerator and they talk to all these like devices. It totally creeps me out. I have never talked into my phone. I've never talked into a Fire Stick or an Alexa thing or a Ring camera.
Oh, where they got the smart appliances, like smart
Hell no,
TV
I don't
and
need an appliance to tell me what to make for dinner. I mean, that's just making you so mindless. I mean, there's apps. It's like, okay, well, like I have these ingredients. You want to try something new, whatever, search that if you're looking for a new recipe. But my fridge to tell me, no. I have a problem with authority, even from the freaking refrigerator. I do not have a smart freaking fridge or any of those things. It really creeps me out.
It's out of complete desperation that instead of focusing on threats, they've gone to bulk surveillance. Instead of focusing on actual threats by collecting all of the hay. And every time they go to look for a needle in the haystack, there's more trucks dumping more hay on the stack. Again, every move they're making, every narrative they're planting in the mainstream media, rolling out the talking points that Russia is planning a false flag attack to justify invading the Ukraine.
Listen,
every move they make shows how fucking stupid they are and desperate.
They haven't been bombing anybody for 40 years. So I think it's like their turn. Is that what's happening? You know what I mean? Like they haven't been out there doing what this country has been doing, right? So they're the bad ones because they're not doing that. Like I met somebody through the festy scene. I sold her some tickets to Levon Helm Barn. the one in Woodstock, New York. Oh my God, if you ever get a chance to go there for a show, you have to go there for a show. There's no screws.
Woodstock, like over by Socrates and all that?
Woodstock, New York?
Yeah, Woodstock, Socrates. Yeah, over there, Lower Hudson Valley. Yeah.
Yep. And you can go to Levon Helm's grave too, which we did. But yeah, I met her and she was from Russia and she had a Russian accent. And she's like, please don't like hate me or think I'm like, some kind of crazy because I'm from Russia. And I was like, absolutely not. That didn't cross my mind in that way at all. And we ended up being like, just talking for hours, like not knowing each other and everything like that. But that broke my heart for her to say, don't don't think that, because I'm from Russia, I'm some bad person. Like, how heartbreaking is that?
Wow.
To have to preface something like that, like it broke my heart.
Well,
It
I mean
really did.
that's a result of this McCarthyism 2.0 we've been living in ever since Hillary Clinton's lawyer cooked up this deal with Fusion GPS to produce this bogus Christopher Steele dossier, and it led to the vilification of every last Russian man, woman, and child. And I mean, at least Jimmy Dore and others have been pointing this out, that it is so outrageously racist to just, the Russia gate, this McCarthyism pushed by Rachel Maddow most prominently on MSNBC.
My mom watches her,
it's
and I'm
disgusting.
having a hard time to like I slowly plant things into there, but I can't go too far. Then I have to send her a picture of the granddaughter with the cat or something, like
it really
it's
is
really hard.
Intense programming. It's such an intense, constant deluge of psychological programming, and only now are we beginning to understand this. And I just take people back to Sigmund Freud and Sigmund Freud's nephew, Edward Bernays, who literally wrote the book on propaganda and founded Madison Avenue and the advertising industry in New York City based upon Freudian psychology, based upon manipulating the affective domain of people's better sides. And forsaking the cognitive domain, forsaking logic or rhetoric or sophistry, and just appealing to emotion and the affective domain. And it's led all the way up to where we are today with trying to win hearts and minds. Bernays was able to convince women that smoking was feminine.
And it was safe when you were pregnant.
Yeah, and he's the one that put out all these billboards all across New England states showing women smoking. Right? That's Edward Bernays.
My daughter, some of you may know this, she's 18. She went into her senior year at 17 years old. She's in a high school, graduating in June. And I pulled her out of school at one point because of the school. And she caught up. She was going to graduate. She would have graduated high school at 17, but she got into this program. And because she was a little behind from the break that she took, she already caught it up, like it's crazy. She's so freaking smart, but she takes psychology at the college, and it's really, really interesting because she came to me and she tells me about some of the stuff. Like, I still want her to like go over. I want to read all of her notes and see, like information, but they taught her that psychology can be a very she wants to get her PhD. And psychology can be an extremely dangerous thing to learn, and the profession of it. Because okay, she's still in high school, but I should say she's in college while she's in high school. So she's going to graduate with a 2-year degree, and she wants to go on and get her PhD. So she'll only have 4 years outside of school to get her PhD. Amazing. Like fucking like I raised a good
I always
human.
like to think
Or I guided a good
psychological
human,
study.
right? I don't think about it as like she was mine. Like I guided her to be, you know what I mean? A successful human in whatever way that is.
Raising a child is kind of like Reiki, and the way that you just kind of steer the good force and then let it do its thing. You're not making the good force that's healing with the divine Reiki, right? I mean, you're
Reiki energy is flowing through me, and I don't create it or anything like
it's
that.
It's kind of like the
it
same
comes
way
from source.
that you can put your thumb on the end of the garden hose and regulate how much water is coming out of the garden hose, but you're not the water, and you're not at the actual cranking on or cranking off the water. You're at the very end of the hose, and you can put your thumb across the end of the water and make it spray around, and you can try to stop it with your thumb, but eventually the pressure is going to get to the point that either your thumb's going to pop off or something's going to break in the hose. You know, I always think of psychologic studies as studying the logic of psychos, because when you really get into this psychology and this whole field of study, DSM and DSM-2 and DSM-3R and DSM-4,
DCIM, yeah.
The diagnostic,
yeah, it's the diagnostic tools and
the DSM book that psychologists and psychiatrists use, and
because we are not doctors. We are not doctors.
From my
we just share our learned experience.
The study of this science of psychology, this medicine of psychiatry, it's all about mind control. Don't kid yourself. All of this study is about how to fucking control people. And I mean, you know, I think of like Dr. Walter Freeman, right? Who is the great American doctor that pioneered jamming a fucking rod through your eyeball socket to give you a frontal lobotomy. That fucking Dr. Freeman. How many Americans did he permanently kill or render fucking walking vegetables? I mean, tens of thousands. And then he trained all these doctors that went out and did it on their own. So, I mean, geez, man, if you want to get into psychology and psychiatry and the things these people have done, I've got
now imagine what my daughter's going to be able to do with this, right? Because she's educated. She hears me. She hears like, you know, when I'm talking about stuff, she's the one who came and told me about the general strike. And then I went freaking berserk and told everybody, you know what I mean? I was like, I contacted freaking, I think one of the first places I was talking about was like in Sabby's like chat and stuff when we talked about it through DM back when I first found out about it. And I'm like, so how many young adults would look at that and know like, oh my God, this is urgent. I need to get this to my parent. You know, like she's growing up way more educated than I was. And she's like, Mom, I can't believe everything they taught me in school was a freaking lie. Mom, they taught. I
got something I'm going to share here. Let's see.
Bill Bradley, I want to say right quick, read the the message, the freaking in the chat. At least they're not targeting kids like they did in World War II when they had Disney doing propaganda films, Education for Death, and it is partly sinister 10-minute short done by Disney. I think
Okay,
that
are you seeing
they
this?
still are.
Are you seeing? Am I sharing the screen? Can you see this entry
I
from
put it up on the
Wikipedia?
screen. You see that now? I put it up on the screen.
Okay.
Oh gosh, are you on Wikipedia? Whoa.
Okay, Wikipedia. So I just wanted to show real quick here. We're talking about psychology and psychiatry. I'm wondering if you've ever heard of the term drapetomania. Drapetomania was considered a mental illness that in 1851, American doctor Samuel Cartwright hypothesized as the cause of enslaved Africans fleeing their captivity. So, you know, it's basically runaway slave madness. If you're wanting to flee from your enslaver, clearly you've got a mental disease, because you should just be happy with your servitude. In addition to identifying drapetomania, his
This is
feeling
where we
was
come
that
to live. Like, this is where we come to learn, boys and girls.
in addition to identifying drapetomania, Dr. Cartwright's feeling was that with proper medical advice, strictly followed, this troublesome practice that many Negroes have of running away can be almost entirely prevented. You just have to, you know, program them better, help your slaves get their mind right, and they'll enjoy their slaving. In the case of slaves sulky and dissatisfied without a cause, a warning sign of imminent flight, Cartwright mentioned, whipping the devil out of them as a preventative measure. So whipping the slave is a remedy for sufferers of drapetomania. So clearly psychology. It's a totally legit science. You know what I'm saying? Okay, yeah, that's and then there was another one that women were diagnosed with for the longest time, and the treatments they would offer were their crude orgasm machines and stuff. I mean, it's when you get into it. Okay, I can stop sharing. Yeah.
So
did I teach you? Did I teach you something new tonight? Somebody else was talking about drapetomania.
This is my dictionary.
Is it in there?
I don't know. That's why I pulled it out.
It's spelled drapetomania like a window drape. DRAPE.
And
drape. Drapetomania. Drapeto.
And the original copyright of this is 1927.
Wow.
I like to look things up.
Well, if that's 1927, it's got to have drapetomania, surely.
DRA.
Drapetomania is not to be confused with drapetomania, which is when you put hot sauce in your condom.
Okay, wait. Give me. What's the first couple? DRAP.
Drape, like a window drape. DRAPE. Okay. DRAPETOMANIA. Drape to mania. Pronounced drapetomania.
Yeah, I'm
wonder what happens. You know what? Screw Google, screw Wikipedia. Let me go to DuckDuckGo and see what happens if I look up drapetomania there. I bet most people have never heard of that term. I'm going to say not. And of course, the preferred treatment for drapetomania is to whip the devil out of you, right? Yeah, suffering from drapetomania, you just need a good horse whipping.
Oh my God.
And that'll help that mental condition once we beat the holy shit out of you with a horsewhip. And your mind will be right then. No more drapetomania. Thanks, Master. So drapetomania is that mental illness that makes you want to be free and not be a slave. Clearly, it's a mental illness. You should just like your slavery and stuff. All right, so let's see here. All right, here's more on it. Southerners actually thought slaves escaping was a sign of mental illness. Southern doctors used pseudoscience to explain why slaves tried to escape, while ignoring the fact that maybe they just didn't like being slaves. Huh. Imagine that. Let's see. $20 reward. Runaway in the month of June. Last from the subscriber residing in Alexandria, Virginia. Woman called Lucy Payne. Aged about 50 years. Well set and fleshy. Full-breasted. Front teeth are a bit decayed with grayish hair. The nail on one of her forefingers is injured and a small red mark on one of her cheeks. She's about 5'2" high, wears a handkerchief generally upon her head. I will give the above reward of $20 if delivered to me, or $10 if secured in a jail. It is believed that she is harbored in or near Washington or Tenleytown, as she has a husband residing in Washington City, calling himself George Payne. John Hoof, owner. February 19th, 1851, Alexandria, Virginia. I was just reading
It's
it.
also not in my Webster.
Oh, it's not there, huh? Huh. So let me see. Yeah, there was a snippet. Oh, come on. Let's see. Okay. Southern physician Dr. Samuel Cartwright believed that he had found a rational explanation for this disturbing mental desire to escape servitude. He dubbed this disease of the mind drapetomia, with Greek roots roughly translating to runaway slave and crazy runaway slave. That's what drapetomania means. And Dr. Cartwright reassured slave owners that it was entirely curable by simply whipping the devil out of the slaves who suffered from it. Wow. Cartwright was convinced as a physician that drapetomania was a psychological disorder because, and I'm quoting the good Dr. Cartwright here, the Creator's will in regard to the Negro declares him to be a submissive knee bender for eternity. Wow, boy, this guy here. In other words, black people were put on this earth only to be slaves, and servitude was ingrained in their very nature. To reject that was mental illness. Oh, okay. I think I've had enough of this. I'm really about to puke. It's fucking disgusting. Jesus Christ. Sorry, we were talking about psychology, and I took it to a dark place again, Lucky. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it can be used in, two different ways.
So, needless to say,
but being aware.
That was an example of psychology and psychological academic work under the guise of just trying to control people. Well, the only reason we're whipping you to within a breath of your life is because we care about your mental health and we don't want you to suffer from drapetomania anymore. That's why we're physicians and psychologists. We're whipping you for your own good, boy.
Think about how resilient people are. The fact that people were able to withstand such horrors, like, that is some resiliency. My goodness.
It makes me think of that scene in Alex Haley's The Roots where LeVar Burton is playing the slave Kunta Kinte, and the master has given him a new name of Toby. And he keeps saying to him, your name is Toby. I want to hear you say it. And he keeps saying Kunta, Kunta. And, you know, poor guy's getting shit beat out of him, right?
I remember that. That's like, oh.
And he's like, and no matter how many times this asshole whips him and says, your name is Toby, he just keeps fucking, my name Kunta. I'm Kunta. No, I'm Kunta. I'm not. He never did say Toby. And, you know, and the fiddler's coming over there and he's like trying to help him. You know, fiddler's the house servant, you know, that wears the fancy clothes and plays the fiddle inside the big plantation house for the master. And he's like, you know, he's trying to, you know, Kunta, man, you got to work with me, man. You got to work with me. You know, you got to be an obedient slave. And so, you know, drapetomania is one example of psychology. PTSD is another example of psychology, post-traumatic stress disorder.
It's just a matter of how they use it. And so I think that we need to know about it so that we can be aware of when it is being used on us or someone else negatively. So I think it's important to know, you know, basic stuff, you know.
Absolutely. That's something I want to work on. You know, maybe we'll do a particular Yoda series on this or something here. Maybe that's something we can work on in February, because I really want to get deeper into two things. Number one, the psychological techniques that are specifically being used, because that is the good thing about studying psychology, is you are introduced to the nomenclature and these different phenomena that happen mentally. You know, they've been studied and there's names for these different syndromes and by proxies and phenomena. And so, you know, on the one hand, these psychological methods that are used to manipulate people, that's one thing. And then on the other hand are the what would basically be generally called logical fallacies, where you're then met in conversation with very clear obstacles to independent thinking. When people use, reductio ad absurdum, you know, absurd arguments, when they do straw man attacks and ad hominem attacks, and all these different ways to distract. I mean, you know, for example, when Jimmy Dore and Graham Elwood were having their little debate about the mandate, and Graham Elwood kept changing subjects and kept changing metrics, and every single time he came with a new straw man, a new ad hominem, a new red herring, Jimmy would swat it away. And finally Jimmy kept swatting him away and was starting to pin him down. He's like, okay, all right, so is it the hospital beds then? Is that the metric you're going by? Okay, so we're going to agree it's the hospital beds then. That's what we're going by, you know. And so, you know, by discussing these logical fallacies that are used to basically destroy any actual real debate, Because when you get into a debate with someone about any particular subject, Lucky, and they immediately start attacking you or attacking people you know and associate with, or attack your dogs, or attack the way, I mean, whatever. Again, you're not talking about what I'm trying to talk about here. All you're doing is deflecting and distracting. So in other words, you don't want to debate me on the merits of this. You're not going to address what I'm talking about. Instead, you want to say it doesn't matter what I say because I like what some other person said one day on Twitter or something. The fuck does that have to do with anything? And so again, recognizing the psychological bullshit that you encounter and the logically fallacious bullshit that you encounter, and to be able to navigate around it and to be able to call it out when you see it and recognize it. And there's names for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where psychology helps. Again, it raises your level of consciousness when you can call out these things. Just like with music, you can listen to music your whole life and not know what a fourth or a fifth or a flatted third or a suspended seventh or a mixolydian chord or any of these music theory terms. You may not know whether they're singing in tenor clef or alto clef or bass clef or soprano clef. You might not know what these terms mean. You might not be able to read sheet music. But if you do know how to read sheet music or guitar tablature, and you have a knowledge of music theory and chords and chord progression and church modes and all that, then when you hear music and go to play music or whatever, it's a different analysis for you, because all these different things that you hear, they have names to them, right? It's not just that thing versus that thing. This is very clearly manipulation, and this is very clearly guilt tripping, right? And this is very clearly substitution. I mean, again, it's a matter of education, and unfortunately, I would venture to say a bachelor's degree in the year 2022 probably isn't even equivalent to a high school diploma in 1988.
Remember, we went over we got to let go of our resentments.
Mm-hmm. And see, when you put away those resentments, Lucky, because the other thing about the resentments are when you can't pull back into your shell and recharge your soul, when you keep saying, I'm so oppressed by all this power around me, you're literally giving away your own power and assigning your own power to Joe Biden or Mike DeWine or Murphy or whoever the governor may be in your state, Bashir,
Ned,
Jim Justice, Ned.
Ned.
His name is Ned? No.
Ned Lamont.
Ned.
He looks like I could sneeze and freaking knock him over. I swear to you.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. I feel sad for all the other Neds that had to share Ned with Ned Lamont now. Oh, what's Ned short for? Is Ned like a biblical name? Is it short for Nedadiah or something? Or
I have no idea. I just know it's Ned. Like, it's Ned. Like, that's his name. Like, it's kind of like the cousin to Ted, I guess. I don't know.
But we are the power. The power is in each and every one of us. The only thing that we could do probably to really change anything in the current trajectory is if more of us faster just walk away from the system. Just walk away from the system and start doing our own thing in our own parallel societies. Because they're not nursing their own young. They're not cleaning their own rooms. They're not doing their own laundry. They're not cutting their own grass. They're not trimming their own hedges. They're not butchering their own meat. They're not sewing their own clothes. Hell, they don't even drive their own vehicles most of the time. They have chauffeurs. These people require obedient servants
Here we go.
to surround them. And if we all just abandon them, what are they going to do? Is Mitt Romney going to start cooking macaroni and macaroni and cheese for the kids? I doubt it.
Here's Ned. He looks like a very
Oh my God.
little guy. I mean, he's not.
Wow, I had pictured Ned in my mind, and that's even sadder.
He looks like a little boy to me, like in dad's suit.
So has Ned Lamont been all hot and horny for lockdowns and face masks and mandatory vax?
He was. I don't even know what it is now. Like, I have absolutely no idea what he's doing. I have not done anything freaking different in my life. I have no idea if there's mask mandates or anything like that, because I'm not wearing one.
It's funny. I see the letters NED for Ned, and I immediately think National Endowment for Democracy and regime change and CIA.
I mean, he was at first, like we are like the healthcare capital, guys. Like Connecticut, I went to Pfizer, like in middle school. We go to Pfizer as a fucking field trip.
Ooh, so Pfizer has land. Pfizer has facilities in Connecticut.
Oh my God, we have Pfizer and Travelers and freaking Aetna. We have all of it.
Oh man.
But guess what? There's no freaking health care in the state.
Because it's sick care.
I know, but like with all the big fucking pharmacies, like, oh yeah, CVS, which takes care of all of the state employees. Yeah, they rally against it, and they were like basically the mob, and we're like, yeah, we will kick you out.
I would remind everyone that the 535 so-called elected representatives that comprise the U.S. House of Representatives and the United States Senate, right? 435 congressmen and women and 100 U.S. senators, right? So out of all of those alone, okay, so long as if they're a congressman, they have to serve 2 terms for 4 years. If they're senator, it only takes serving 1 term. And during their term of service and for the rest of their entire lives, the U.S. taxpayer will pay for their health care 100%, 0 copay, 0 deductible, full fucking ride Cadillac health care till the day they die. Okay. Maternity and paternity leave, paid vacation, housing, retirement pensions, all the shit that the rest of Americans don't get. And they'll never vote on that for the rest of Americans either. But yet they all get that. So, I mean, it's really rich to be lectured at by politicians in state houses and in D.C. about how we can't afford health care, we can't afford retirement pensions, we can't afford benefits for workers, when every single taxpayer is paying for every one of those fucks to enjoy all the shit that they tell us we can't enjoy that they do. It's really rich. It's pretty rich.
Well, I can show you all about Connecticut, guys. If you don't know, you'll be really excited to see.
The Nutmeg State or the Constitution State? Or both?
Oh, just wait. You're going to love this, Yona. If you have not seen Alex Trainer, you're going to freaking love this. You guys,
Oh,
this is a treat.
When you think of someone from Connecticut, you get the image in your head of a guy named Brad that looks like this. But he's mostly contained to one small part of Connecticut. Here's an explanation. Geographically, Connecticut is a rectangle with a rectangle penis. And all the money so when you think of penis. But I don't think a whole state should be defined by the things it does when it's born. Identity. But what can you do?
A rectangle state with a rectangle penis. Oh my God.
Just wait.
Is it true?
America is
Yeah.
the way to finally come together. I think there is. I think all we need is a central figure to rally behind, an icon who can speak up and inspire the whole state, an idol for us to worship. I think Connecticut needs a Bruce Springsteen. Think about it. New Jersey's New Jersey, and those people love themselves, all because one man was delusional enough to like the awful place he's from. That delusion motivated millions to go completely insane and embrace the shithole they call home. Bruce dared to encourage those people to become so obnoxious it hurts. So in that spirit, I would like to announce that Connecticut fucking sucks, and therefore is the best state in America. Our abandoned mills are older and closer to the highway than any mill in New Jersey. They're just trashy. They're full of trash because the water just sits there. Long Island Sound, baby. This water is as stagnant as our economy. You want to earn $1? Get ready to get your hands dirty and work in insurance. There's no one dateable in this state, so the only clam you're getting is on the pizza. Now I'll admit, it takes some balls for Jersey to call itself the Garden State, but it all looks like this. But it takes real nutmegs to nickname yourself the Nutmeg State, especially when you don't grow nutmegs here, and the only thing you ever did with them was counterfeit them in the 1700s. And now people just get to drive by and call you a nutmegger, which is insane. The perfect term for someone from Connecticut is clearly Connecticut. And don't get me started on how plates say Constitution State. It only takes one U.S. history class to know that it's a stretch. We're local enough to forget what state Philadelphia's in. We're so sick in the head, our governor's named Ned. We took the
Oh God.
land on the Long Tidal River and changed the meaning to land on the do not touch that river, there are too many chemicals in it. We will connect, I cut you. Our state motto is I'm trying to move soon.
Oh God.
London. Portland? We got a Portland. It's not weird at all. And Brooklyn, Connecticut? Well, it's not that hard to forget about it. Come to our capital city, because Hartford has it. And by it, we mean the security guard who yelled at me because I stood on the grass near the Etna sign. Hartford not lame enough for you? Come to New Hartford. In Connecticut, new means worse.
Oh God.
Looks like Waterbury stopped taking its antidepressants decades ago. How's Danbury doing? No idea. Wouldn't even go there for this video. Yikes.
Oh my God.
And in a town called Stores. So get ready for a lot of who's on first.
Not far from us. Yeah.
Isn't that where ESPN is at Stores?
What's the first name you can come up with contest? Barkhamsted. West of the Northeast and the deep south of New England. We've got the racial divisions of Alabama with the personality of Iowa. Bridgeport, get shot, then cross the street and go bowling at a fishing store. We're a land of true nuance, a unique blend of past and present. Go check out Mark Twain's old house, then cross the street and buy heroin. We don't straight love. We're the crime scene of states. There's nothing to see here except this bridge with frogs on it. And
that's biased.
The abandoned cars.
Oh, I gotta see the frog bridge.
Would be pretty cool if this wasn't the logo for Travelers Insurance. Somehow still a fan of the 1988 Julia Roberts movie Mystic Pizza.
I've eaten that pizza.
Wow.
Thrills, get trashed and jump off this cliff. Hit your rock bottom by eating our local delicacy, the steamed cheeseburger. Want to steam your own beef? Buy some at a supermarket that has animatronics. And then go do the only good thing in the entire state. Attend a taping of Maury.
Tries to come over, but he doesn't want to see her. He wants to come sleep with me.
The population population of Connecticut fluctuates wildly, considering at any given point up to 50% of the people in the state are just driving through without even stopping. I'll let you in on a secret. Our cities aren't big enough to actually have traffic. That's just us trying to trap you. We purposely designed our roads in the hopes you would just give up driving and buy a house. We used to be much better at it, considering we once trapped a whole NHL team. They played in this arena, and in 1978, the real Bruce Springsteen was going to play here. But then, the roof collapsed. We tried to trap Bruce. You get a Bruce, Connecticut. You gotta grow it yourself. Put a little toxic water in it, let it simmer in resentment for around 18 years. Then it's gonna leave. Don't worry. Just trust that you broke it fundamentally. It's gonna come back. That time away is gonna really bring out the complexity of its feelings towards you. Keep in mind, this is a Bruce and not a Bon Jovi. It's not gonna be light and airy. It's gonna be a little bitter. That's what you want. When it gets heated enough to test if it's ready, you can ask it, do you like it here? And when it responds with, it's okay, that's when you know it's the voice of Connecticut. Sometimes the Bruce Springsteen you want isn't the one you get. Sometimes your Bruce Springsteen is me. I wish I was better too. But the fact that I'm disappointing is what makes me the perfect Connecticut mascot. We're the void between Boston and New York. And who better embodies that spirit than somebody you've never heard of? I represent all of the people who have ever said, I don't want to be here, I'm unhappy, and I'm trying to move soon. Which is all the people. Look, I don't like this place, but I love it anyway. Because I'm from here. I'm a Connecticutan through and through. And this rectangle will
Connecticutan.
It might be a dump, but it's my dump. And if anyone gets to take a dump on it, it's me. Because I'm the boss now. And I'm as Connecticut as it fucking gets, baby.
Oh my God, this is awesome. So what do you call someone from Connecticut?
You might just think of us as a state with the highest per capita income. But all that income funnels to our tiny rectangle penis. The rest of the state is like any other place because all places are the same now because of rampant capitalism. Okay, maybe we need to start liking this state. It's not that bad. We're not all named Brad, and we can't change where we're from. So let's just accept that we're from Connecticut.
Nice. So what is it, Lucky? Is it Connecticut?
Connecticutans, I guess. I have no freaking idea. I don't think anyone's proud enough to have named us anything.
What do you call someone from Massachusetts?
I don't know. Phenomenal mysticism. Tell us.
Is it Massachusetts? Massachusettsian?
I have no idea.
What
Listen,
about New
I
Hampshire?
think I'm just a Connecticutan. Okay.
New Hampshireans?
I don't know. Out in Washington, Washington State, we are Washingtonians.
Right. Kentuckians, Virginians, Tennesseans.
I mean,
Ohioans.
Rick Overton named us burrito-tins. What? Oh my God! Now
Burritonians.
Baritonians. Yes, like baritone. I have to remember that.
But Burritonians.
Burritonians.
Burritonian.
My God. We can't get it right. We're just
Well,
gonna.
gosh, now I feel like I kind of have to. Does Alex Trainer have a state review for West Virginia?
I don't think so, because he lives here.
He's from Connecticut.
He's a Connecticutan through and through. But Alex is a really awesome guy. He actually has come on Steve's show one time, and it was awesome. And I am trying to get him back on. You guys should go over and give him some love, please. He gets really depressed, and he's a sweet guy. And he's going to come back on the show. Because
I found a video from
right here.
I found a video from Stephen Russell on YouTube.
Make
called
sure you
The
guys
Truth About Living in West Virginia. I've not watched it yet.
go over there and subscribe if you like his stuff, and leave a comment and tell him he needs to come on Lucky Burrito.
That was awesome. That was really well made
Dude, he
video.
is hilarious. I love that kid. Like, he is freaking hilarious. He has a bunch of videos. Steve and I got spun one night and we found him and we like binge watched like all these Alex Trainer videos. It was the Connecticut one that I found. And I was like, oh my God, this guy is awesome. And he's got some with his grandma that are so adorable. Oh my gosh. I actually bought shirts for Steve and I for this right here. Oh my God, she's so cute. I have to show you her.
Oh, this looks. I don't know. This looks kind of funny here. Maybe. Let me see if I can't share screen on this here for you.
Located just an 18-hour drive.
Oh wow.
State University. Bring your own solo cup and mix some tequila with Ensure, because this woman's about to get wasted and talk about how handsome I am. Some people are saying the Pope might even be there. So set your baseball cap to sideways, because you're going to get so turned you need to use a cane. Out here we ball so hard, you bet your ass the cops are going to get called, because karaoke's cranked up to 104 and the fire department's already on standby. She doesn't have a real ID anymore and looks closer to 19 than her real age, so chip in so she can afford the underage drinking citation. Just make sure somebody hides the drugs. Get there early for an exclusive set from DJ Doris as she proudly plays my
Well, she really played along for this video.
And a surprise set from the corded phone ringing loud enough for her to hear. And her headliner, the guy who always whips out an acoustic guitar at the party, Doris.
How do you like my voice, Alex? Music all day, Hollywood, or maybe Broadway, or maybe
Wow.
Be a part of the biggest disaster to happen in this town by standing with more than 3 other people on this rickety deck. We all know the real party's underground. Just don't forget to bring 8 jackets, and don't turn your back on this creep. Afterwards, walk upstairs and watch her take 1 sip of Four Loko, which is more than enough for her. Just don't let her talk you into joining a fraternal order of the Catholic Church. There's no lock in the bathroom door, so that situation's going to be a nightmare. And don't even bother with beer pong, because Doris will run the table. All day for her to pass this bong. She's been smoking weed every day since 1933. Look it up. Molly used to be called Doris. Me to text Pope Francis. Put the cordless phone down and get down to the dance floor. Just not too down.
So notice the shirt. Like, you gotta watch the shirt.
Oh no, the shrooms kicked in. Want to crash? Just obnoxiously pull out this couch and take up 50% of the free space in the entire house. Doris, for the last time, we're not going to Taco Bell. Wait, did we just go to Taco Bell?
Okay.
Well, make sure you're not behind her in the bathroom line. But I guess
What's it
while you're
say?
waiting,
I got
party animal some
Obliterated.
like hangovers.
How are they? They're not too good.
What were parties like in the Great Depression?
Oh, well, we used to have some pretty good ones. I don't know where we got all the wine. Unless I stole it from somebody's cellar.
Or do you think your grandson is the life of the party?
He could be if he wanted to.
So come to Doris's 104th birthday rager and puke into one of the tiny hatch displays in the bathroom. How many other 104th birthday parties are you fake invited to? Look, it's gonna be crazy as hell. Is she Snooki?
What do you mean, Snooki? Oh, no, I'm better looking than her.
Well, you know, look, I think the reason she's lived so long is because she doesn't take a single day for granted. She might be old as hell, but she's still the life of the goddamn party. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now? Are you 1? Are you 2? Are you 3? Are you 4? Are you 102? Are you 103? Are you 104?
Yes.
Wow, that's a lot of candles.
They got a lot of jokes.
Oh my gosh. I love her.
Oh, boy.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. I just, his stuff is hilarious. I absolutely adore that kid. He's hilarious.
Well,
So,
hey, can you find this video I'm looking at? It's under the creator Stephen with a V, Stephen Russell B. Russell and then B. And the video is called The Truth About Living in West Virginia.
nice.
Let's talk about my
Is
time
it
when
this
I used to
kid? Can you see it? Or is it on the
Let me
screen?
go back over here.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
There we go. Is this the guy?
Yeah, that's him, Stephen Russell B. And he's got this video because apparently he's from like Chicago, but he moved and lived in West Virginia. And he made a video about when he lived in West Virginia and how it was different from living in the rest of the country. What do they call it? It was 11 months ago. The Truth About Living in West Virginia, 50,000 views.
Right here.
Yep, there it is. All right.
Before you scroll away.
Chucky the Shoom. No. Ooh, that was ugly.
West Virginia as bad as everyone says? This is actually a rather complicated question because the short answer is it is absolutely as terrible as everyone says. The long answer will be what we talk about in today's video. If you do like today's video, make sure you drop a like, and if you are new to my channel, my name is Steven and I live here in Chicago. And before I lived here, I actually grew up in Ohio, then I lived in Tennessee for college, then I lived in Florida for a little bit, then I lived in West Virginia. If you told me when I was a kid that at any point in time I would live on the second floor of a little house in West Virginia for any amount of time, I'd be very confused. However, at the age of 23, I moved to West Virginia to become a news reporter. Now, I did live in West Virginia for under a year, so I do understand that this is coming in from that perspective. So for people from West Virginia, please take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but I'm going to be very honest about my thoughts and opinions. I'm releasing videos.
This is exciting, Lucky. I don't know what he's going to say.
So this would not be the big city living part of my channel. However, it is part of the reason why I do live in a big city today. First, let's talk about a lot of the good things about West Virginia. I've been to about half of the U.S. states, and West Virginia is easily, if not the prettiest, one of the prettiest states. It is extremely just green everywhere. There's mountains. It hasn't been interrupted by too many humans. Like, it's a very low population, so not many people have come there to it up yet. So the state actually looks beautiful. In fact, specifically, a spot I want to point out is Thurman, West Virginia, which is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in my entire life. Population, 5 people. When I was there, I just looked around in awe. I was like,
now we know where we got to go live.
And just how beautiful this place is. To this day, that might be the most beautiful place I've ever been in my entire life. Another thing that's really nice about West Virginia is everybody is friendly. Like, I'm not kidding. These are probably the nicest people I've ever met in my entire life. They're just very friendly. They're very easy to talk to. When I told people that I was new to West Virginia, they just welcomed me with open arms. There's also no traffic. Like, when you get on the highway, you can pretty much bet that there's not going to be traffic ever. Like, I never ran into traffic the entire time I was there. And it's just so freeing. You live in Chicago here, it's just bumper to bumper everywhere you go. So much traffic. Literally no traffic in West Virginia. It's amazing. And the roads are interesting too, because it's not just flat the whole time. Some states it's just a straight shot. It's very you got interesting things to look at the side of the road. It's also very affordable. Pretty much everything is reasonably priced, with the one kind of knock being that rent is not nearly as cheap as you would guess.
Nutmegger.
In comparison to here. But there aren't a lot of apartments, I felt like. So you just have a lot of limitations. So I feel like you get charged a little bit more than I feel like you should. The other thing about West Virginia is, in terms of outdoor activities, there's anything that you'd want to do. Going by the water, hiking the mountains. There's just, the whole place is just all about being outside. So if you're an outdoorsy person, you've got something to do every single day, as long as the weather is okay. Now, let's talk about some things about West Virginia that I was not a big fan of. One, it is literally behind the times, 40 years. And when you're in the state, pretty much nothing is new. So everything is old. And even just in terms of like people's views on things, people's like use of technology. Like I feel like people still like depend on the local news stations, where nowadays we'd like be more, I don't know, smartphone focused. Another thing about West Virginia I do not like is it just takes a while to get places. If you're in the mood for something, it may not be anywhere nearby. Like go into the gym. I had like a 20-minute commute to go to the gym. There just isn't much to do outside of going outside. So you just feel kind of bored because you're running out of places to go. It's like, yeah, there's the local bar, but if you're tired of going to that local bar, you got to drive over to another town to find their local bar. And honestly, both their local bars probably aren't that great. The weather in West Virginia, also not so good. It's improved from where I'm from. Like southern West Virginia specifically, it's definitely like nicer, but you still get cold weather. It's not like it's tropical paradise by any means. You also lose service all the time on your phone. So if you're trying to get somewhere, you have to actually use landmarks. Like there hasn't been a time in my life in a long time where I had to actually pull over somewhere and ask someone for directions. I had to do that all the time in West Virginia because I just lost service. I'd just be driving and be like, oh, no service. I guess I have to figure out where I'm going. Another thing about West Virginia is that there is an opportunity there. Before we got to the modern world, you couldn't do too much outside of the town that you grew up. But normally now, I would thought that everyone had a chance to branch out, and people do, but a lot of people don't. Like there's a lot of poverty in West Virginia. That was something that really struck me because I think, oh, I live in this great country. We got so much money here. Like, of course, in the big city, Chicago, we got plenty of people who struggle financially. But it's a different kind of poor. It's the type of poor where, like, you aren't you're just living in a small side of the hill. Another negative to West Virginia, like as I said earlier in this video, is how expensive the rent is. It's not expensive at all things considered. But I feel like for what you get, it seems a little overpriced just because there aren't many housing options. And just the housing options in general are not very good. So you've got to hurry up and get one of the few good ones that's available in whatever part of the city or town or wherever you are. Make sure you get one of the good spots. Another thing about West Virginia I don't like is it just isn't a very diverse state in terms of like the people that you meet there. Like look at the demographics of West Virginia. But yeah, those are my thoughts on my time of living in West Virginia. I didn't live there very long, and it was because it really wasn't a very good fit for me. It's not a very progressive state, as I said. It's behind the times. There's not a lot of money. There's definitely not a lot of opportunity. And it's a great place to visit. It's very beautiful. The people will treat you very well. It's just certainly not a place that I would encourage anyone to go move. Definitely visit. Cool place. That's it. For anyone who stumbles across this video that is from West Virginia, though, let me know if you think I'm right or if I'm off on some things I said in this video. I do kind of like the peace and quiet of West Virginia. As I said, there were some positives that came along with that experience. I don't regret living there at all. Sometimes in life, you just got to go after an opportunity and see what happens. You know, you live and you learn. As I said, if you're new to my channel, make sure you subscribe because I'm releasing videos every single week on city living, lifestyle, and I also vlog from time to time. I've also got a couple other channels. Link to those will be in the description of the video. Thanks for stopping by. I will be back.
All right, so a few things I have to respond to. First of all, obviously, after hearing him, I can say with confidence that he spent his time in West Virginia in Beckley, and Beckley is the fourth largest city in West Virginia, maybe fifth or sixth even, because you got Charlestown and you've got Morgantown and Charleston and Huntington. Where I'm at in Huntington, West Virginia, it's the largest, most populated city in the entire state. And it's right on the border with Kentucky and Ohio. It has Huntington has Huntington Tri-State Airport with regular airline service. It has a Greyhound station, an actual Greyhound bus station that's like 60 years old with the old Greyhound thing on top. It has the original Chesapeake and Ohio railroad passenger station, but that's used as CSX headquarters. So Amtrak built like a little kind of looks like an old Kodak camera shop thing that you would see in the middle of a parking lot from years ago to get like camera pictures developed or something. And that's the station. But anyways, so we have Amtrak, Greyhound, and airline service to Huntington. Huntington is full of apartment buildings. Apartment rents vary. You know, if you're over in the White Flight neighborhood of Barbersville, you can be looking at rents as high as, you know, $1,600 to $1,800 a month for an apartment. But I mean, compared to like, say, what you would pay for an apartment in New Canaan or Greenwich, Connecticut, you know, $1,600 would be a bargain, I'm sure. But, you know, compared to other apartments around here where your rent's going to be like $500 or $600 a month, you know, $1,800 a month is just considered astronomical. Because Huntington has 3 major hospitals, the VA, St. Mary's and Cabell Huntington, and Marshall University. Huntington, particularly Barbersville, is without doubt the most diverse area in all of West Virginia. In the jobs that I worked, I often got to use Spanish and French and Arabic and Japanese. But I mean, these are people that worked in the hospitals or at the college as professors or nurses or specialists or doctors. And it's a big, 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 big city. Biggest city in West Virginia. When I say big, 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 I mean, it's the biggest city for West Virginia. West Virginia has a total population of like 700,000 people. Huntington might be 80,000. So, I mean, compared to other cities and other states, it's laughable. But for West Virginia, it is the big city. Huntington is the big city. And compared to, you know, virtually all of Kentucky, Huntington's like a verifiable metropolis because they have city buses and all this, you know, public transit. Now, that being said, as soon as you leave the city limits, as soon as you go into the countryside of Wayne County or Cabell County or Putnam County, West Virginia, you leave civilization behind. And it's so, I mean, to be fair, Huntington and Charleston and Morgantown are kind of like, and Wheeling are, you know, really these tiny metropolises in West Virginia are very, very dense and very, very urban. And as soon as you leave the town, it's like you're in Last of the Mohicans. You know, he was talking about how beautiful it is, and it is rather beautiful, although the rate of environmental destruction with mountaintop removal is accelerating, even through the pandemic. I mean, it's disgusting. You know, really, you know, everything he said, I mean, was pretty much spot on. I mean, you know, I know being in Huntington has a symphony, and there's the whatever it's called now, the downtown arena where all the concerts are. It just changed hands. I think it's called the Mountain View Health Center Arena or something. It used to be called the Big Sandy Superstore Arena, but they changed corporate sponsors. But I mean, anyways, you know, there's Marshall University is a Division I NCAA school, so you've got Division I NCAA sports. They're in the Conference USA athletic conference, and so, you know, there's all that goes along with that, with all the different the biggest single thing in West Virginia is football. West Virginia is a football state, and the biggest social events in the state every year is when the state rivals play, and that would be because the University of West Virginia University, is in Morgantown, which is just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right on the West Virginia-Pennsylvania state line, up there by the Panhandle. And of course, it's very easy to explain the geography of West Virginia. Just put your palm in front of your face, pull down the left 2 fingers, pull down the right finger and stick out the thumb just like this, and make the middle finger And as you're looking at the middle finger, this is Huntington, that's Wheeling, and this is over by Washington, D.C. That is literally the shape of West Virginia. Cut it off at the wrist, and that's what West Virginia looks like, right?
Can you do this?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but most people can't just put down their ring finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not normal.
Oh, I'm not normal. So that's normal for me that I'm not normal.
It looks so weird.
But we can because we're twins.
I know, right? It's like,
well, then Huntington is home to Marshall University, and it's right on the far side of the state. So that's the big deal when those two football teams play every year, Marshall versus WVU. Outside of that, most people in West Virginia never leave their county that they're born in. Most people in West Virginia live their entire lives within about a 30-mile ring of where they were born. And so it's different. But
it's the secret burrito sign. It looks like I don't have a finger.
That's the Burritonian salute.
Yeah.
There you go.
If you guys can't do it, you just got to tape the finger down by itself.
Oh, there is one thing I wanted to say. We just had a good snowstorm come through here, and the snow laid down 6 to 8 inches thick across the tri-state. And, the course of every day I go to work, I drive in Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. So, because the rivers meet right in the middle of the city, it's like the city is
wait. Are you crossing state lines, Yona? Oh,
just like Kyle Rittenhouse, except I don't have firearms. I just have peace pipes. But anyways, I do have a knife collection. But anyhow, back to the point. It's one big metropolis spread across 3 states. I mean, I guess you could say that for New York City, right? Because New York City is a metropolis, and it's basically 3 states, right? Jersey, New York, and
Connecticut.
And Connecticut's little rectangle penis down there, right?
Yep, we're the tri-states.
The tri-states. So you've heard tri-state around New York. Yeah. So they call this the tri-state here. Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. So anyways, we get this 6 to 8 inches of snow fall down. Okay. Well, in Ohio, which Ohio borders Canada, right? Canada's on the other side of Lake Erie. That's Ontario province. Anyhow, like up by Cleveland and Toledo and Cedar Point Amusement Park with all the kick-ass roller coasters.
I've been so high up in Maine that I was a mile from the Canadian border.
Yeah,
I'd
looked before about Aroostook County, Maine, as a really nice area to live and raise kids. But I would have to check it out first. So Ohio, within 30 minutes of the first snowflake hitting the ground, they're out plowing the county roads and the state roads and all the federal 4 lanes and, thoroughfares, the main roads, like I would think in Connecticut, you would be talking about like US Route 1, for example, right? The 4 lane that goes through town as compared to the I-95 that's next to town. That's a freeway, right?
That doesn't run north to south, by the way. It runs east to west, but they call it north to south.
I-95? Interstate 95? Well, I mean, generally speaking, from Bangor, Maine, all the way down to Miami, Florida, it is traveling north to south. But when it gets to Connecticut, it pretty much goes due east. But the roads across Connecticut are a fucking mess. The interstates around Hartford are a fucking mess. I mean, when you look at the freeway map of Connecticut, it is just utter and complete madness. Like they're literally trying to trap you in the state. They don't want to let you out. When you get in, it's like a Chinese finger trap.
We're a drive-through state. We literally are. Like most people that are going through this state are driving through. We get all the New York people that go and they live in Connecticut, and that's why it's a rich area over there. And
But like a
travel.
bedroom community though, so they're working in New York. They're just sleeping at night in Connecticut and then going back to New York. So it's a bedroom community. So Ohio, within a half hour,
I am
they're
not
on
on
it.
that side of the state, guys. I am
That
in
night,
the bottom
you know,
south corner. I'm closer
so
to Rhode Island.
so imagine, because you're used to driving in the snow. So Ohio, you can see the white stripe and the dashed line and the yellow stripe, and there's not a speck of snow between it, right? People are still doing the posted speed limit, even though it's 25 degrees and it's still snowing. That's Ohio. Okay. Kentucky, yeah, they are actually making an effort. They are putting out plow trucks. And so there actually is blacktop for your tires to drive on, right? But then you've got all the snow and snot slush piled in between, and it's already frozen back because it's 25 degrees. And so every time there's an intersection or a driveway that pulls on, people have been dragging shit into the blacktop. And so it's always, you're like, oh, I got to slow down. There's more shit in the road and I can't see my blacktop ruts anymore. Right. Okay. You know what that's like. Okay. Right.
I know what like 3 feet of snow is down to just ice on the road. Yeah, I know.
Right.
All weather conditions.
Then there's West Virginia. And there's no plow. There's no salt. There's fucking nothing. Other than the interstate. The interstates are cleared one lane. They just clear one lane.
Man, the salt rots your vehicle up here. It rots it.
And so eventually the city will send out salt trucks. And then finally I saw the city of Huntington. They had a snow plow actually out. And it was just going down the middle of the road. It didn't even have his blade all the way down to the ground. It was just like 2 inches off the blacktop. It was pushing all the snow out of the middle hump into the blacktop ruts and fucking the entire road and just turning it all into a nice hard-packed sheet of ice with red lights at every block and people just constantly rear-ending each other at red lights because you're driving on a sheet of ice. So, yeah, it's weird with 3 states and 1 city because the snow response is so completely and totally different. So different. And then like when it came to making pizza deliveries and that, like I had 3 different deliveries where like they explained where their house was and it said on the delivery note that their driveway was iced over and to not come down the driveway. Yeah, obviously. And so I get up there and sure enough, it's in a narrow canyon-like river valley called 12 Pole Creek. And, one side of this little barely lane and a half wide blacktop road is a rock cliff going up, and the other side drops down about 80 feet. And then it's kind of like a little bit of a plateau where their house is. And then boom, it drops down 60 feet to the river itself, right? And their driveway is like this ski ramp that just kind of angles off the side of the road and takes about maybe 1/10 of a mile to finally get down to their house, down to that lower elevation. I'm like, fuck, I can't go down that thing. So I have to park right beside where their house is and somehow walk down there with my walking stick and the pop and the chips and the pizza bags and everything.
You see this salt? This is not snow. This is salt, guys. It is huge. The piles of salt are freaking intense. What we have like in down here, it's insane. I just want to show everybody like how. I mean, like we're talking a lot of salt.
And like some of those states out west, when they get snow, like when I was in Colorado and driving on snow, they didn't even use salt. They throw sand. Their trucks drop sand and gravel and shit on top of the snow. I was like, what the hell? And they've also, like, some of these places, they've got these trucks that spray this like salt brine that leaves stripes on the black top.
No,
Like,
I always think, like, what is the salt doing to the environment? Because salt is not supposed to be in all these places. You know what I mean? And then it washes off, and then what? And it ruins your vehicles. If it's rotting the vehicles and causing rust, what else is it causing? Yeah, and phenomenal and mysticism is right. Like, she lives in Massachusetts and not as much snow this winter. No.
yes,
And us
yes,
either. Like, yeah, but
yes.
for the last, I would say 4 or 5, I would say probably 5 years, 6 years, it's been less and less snow. We used to get
Oh yeah.
feet and feet of snow, and we don't get that. We don't get
Same in
that.
West Virginia. You know, it used to be we would get snow before Christmas or at least by Christmas. Now we get all our snow at the end of January and all through February and March. It's changed.
Yep.
It's a different cycle now. And
The
I just kept
seasons
saying
have
yet.
changed.
I just kept saying yet, because the current weather pattern that we're in for the next 2 weeks is just going to be one storm after another storm after another storm. There's like 9 winter storms lined up, one after the other, that are going to be going through West Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts. So, oh boy, I mean, like right now outside, I think the temperature outside on my thermometer is 8 degrees outside. It's cold as shit. And there's a storm that's supposed to fire up tomorrow, I think. And it's going to head up through, and it's going to get you with the snow, Lucky, and Massachusetts.
Yep.
Starts tomorrow down here and makes its way, and it will start making its way up the coastline. They're saying it's going to be another, what do they call it? Nor'easter.
Right
A
over.
nor'easter.
Yes, nor'easter. This area right over here is the area that I'm in. I am not near the penis. The penis part of the state is over here, but I am way over here in the corner. Right
Oh,
next
you're over in the scrotum part of Connecticut there.
Oh my god.
Is Mystic the balls?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Well, what's all those red and orange colors concentrated over there?
I'm
in that
pretty
one map.
sure.
Oh, COVID.
Oh, frick, whatever.
COVID skipped Southeast Connecticut on its first. Why did Southeast Connecticut get skipped? Oh, is Southeast Connecticut the redheaded stepchild of the whole state?
Yeah. We are. Is this a better one? So.
Boy, some of those counties get really small.
So this is the whole county over in the corner. It's New London County. So let's
what are
see.
those divisions inside of New London County? Are those called precincts?
These are towns and
so
like,
those are towns.
Yeah.
That make up
or
the
village.
county.
Yeah, they call them towns or village. So Norwich is right here.
Uh-huh.
So that's where we are. And then down here in the Groton, Stonington area, this is where
Groton,
Mystic.
that's where they got the naval base. And
This
they
is
make
where
the
Mystic
subs.
is. Yep, Mystic, Connecticut.
Pequot land.
Yep, right over in here into Ledyard, right?
Yeah.
And then up into here is Mashantucket. I mean, Mashantucket's down here. This is Mohegan, which they used to be one tribe. But yeah, this area around in here. But yeah, this is where I'm at. And let's see. Yeah. See, and the farther you get over to this way, like Haddam, East Haddam, a little bit in the
Those
Colchester.
get really, really small down there in the lower left-hand part there. Some of those shapes are really small.
This area and over, you're getting closer to, like the more, expensive parts of the state to live. But like the other part of it, let's see. Yeah. So, yeah, this is southeastern Connecticut, northeastern Connecticut. And like you get over into these areas where it meets up with New York and stuff, and along the shoreline, that's where, like, all the, nice, expensive places are.
What would you say the most rural part of the state is? Up there in the north, the far northwest corner, where it joins Massachusetts and New York?
Yeah.
Above Sanford, I guess it would be?
Sanford. Okay, hang on. Let me
Or
take this
Danbury?
one
Not
off,
sure what town that is up there.
and I'll show you this other one.
Connecticut's pretty small in terms of land area, though. West Virginia's kind of spread out the way it has these funky panhandles that go here, there, and yon.
Okay. So this might be better. So I guess like the most rural area would be definitely up in this corner where it's Tallinn, Windham County.
Oh, like up by the Rhode Island border.
Yeah, like Rhode Island's like right here next to us. So like, because I am, how do I zoom in on this one? Okay.
Ooh, it's a Walmart map.
Why is it going like?
Well, it's doing that, but it don't want to zoom in on the map for you, does it?
Oh gosh, because I'm on like a Walmart site. Ew. I didn't realize that.
Hey, we were talking about Walmart earlier. Corporate socialism.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm right
and
here
people
on the
get in
map.
that argument with me. They're like, well, that's not real socialism. I'm like, well, then what do you call it? It's socialism when everyone's giving money to the corporate profit at the end of the year.
Yeah, they're giving them everything. So yeah, I am right in this area here. Yeah, but as you get up to these areas, I would say in this corner of the state, this is like the more rural area.
I bet there's way more people in Connecticut than West Virginia, though. West Virginia only has like about 700,000 people. And the population in West Virginia keeps going down drastically every year because people are either dying or moving away. It's sad.
Let me see if I can find it. Looks like we have 3.5 million.
Wow.
Massachusetts has 6.8 and Rhode Island has 1 million. Yeah, but most of the freaking people live on the other side of the state. Like,
my God, you could probably fit all of Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut within West Virginia. Because there's so many parts of West Virginia where there's like absolutely not a living person for just
like my
square
area
mile after square mile. I mean, it's not like that up there, in the New England states. Not that they don't have wild areas, I mean, it's just, you can get into the Catskills and other areas that are rural, the Adirondacks, but I mean.
So this is us. In Norwich, my town has 39,000.
Wow. Well, I guess I'm going to have to look it up now. How many people are in Huntington, West Virginia?
And then let's see. Norwich is a city in New London County, Connecticut. The Yanticoke, Quinnipiac rivers flow into the city and form its harbor, from which the Thames River flows south to Long Island Sound.
Oh my God. The official 2020 census number for Huntington, West Virginia, the largest city in West Virginia. Drum roll, please. 46,000.
Wait, for what? The whole area or the state or your town?
For the largest city in West Virginia, Huntington, West Virginia, has a population of 46,000.
Oh, wow.
That's not very big at all.
And look,
All right.
is,
Well, let's
is
see.
Norwich,
What is
Connecticut
the
poor? Look, it says, is Norwich, Connecticut poor? 13.1% of the population for whom poverty status is determined in Norwich. Out of that means, holy shit. That's higher than the national average of 12.3.
Well, let's see here. Now I'm looking at the Huntington, West Virginia, Ashland, Kentucky metropolitan area, colloquially known as Kiowa. Kiowa is the combination of Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia into one word. So, yeah, I've heard, because there's the Kiowa Mall. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, Kiowa, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia. The 2020 population of the metro area was 361,500.
Okay.
But this is including
You
7
have to
counties.
look at this. The Norwich acronym, the definition is knickers off ready when I come home. Are you kidding me?
What?
Look. This is the acronym and description of
Knickers off ready when I come home. Oh boy. What does Norwich stand for?
Name one reason why I came here. That's
that's one. Maybe that's the name.
This is in the freaking look at this is in. This is official like freaking like census shit.
The funniest thing to me,
I cannot fucking believe that. Wait,
the funniest thing to me has got to be the way the names are said different around here. Okay, like for example, one community around here is called Rio Grande, or Rio Grande. Okay,
like the Rio Grande,
like the Rio Grande, but they say Rio. Well, I don't know. It's just okay. Another example. Okay, between Huntington and Charleston. Charleston's actually the capital of West Virginia, and right off I-64 in between is a large bedroom community for Charleston, where a lot of the state politicians live, and it's spelled and looks like the word hurricane, like Hurricane Katrina. Okay. Hurricane Sandy, right? But it's pronounced Herkin.
Like Herkimer, like Herkimer Diamonds?
Like Herkin, like Hurkin, Herkin.
So it's close to Herkimer.
Herkin, with the N, with the hard N. Herkin. Y'all live down there by Herkin? And of course, the tourist would be looking for hurricane. But it's Herkin.
You can always tell, right?
Herkin.
Like,
and so all these place names, like you would think you would know how to say it. Like Huntington is in Cabell County, but that's spelled Cabell. So you hear Cabell or
phenomenal.
Cable.
Sorry.
Cabell or Cable, and it's Cabell. You know, again, it's funny to me how they're like, basically to talk like a hillbilly or a hilljack, to speak with an Appalachian accent. If you think you're saying it right, then you're doing it wrong. If it sounds wrong, then you're doing it right. That's Appalachian. Because like I've heard West Virginians speak of a hurricane before. Like we was down in Florida, had a hurricane come up on us. We had to come on back home to Herkin. That hurricane run us all the way back to Herkin. It's like, what? You just said hurricane, but never mind. I guess it's like a Worcester thing in Mass. Like when you see the town of Worcester, Mass spelled out, it's like, well, what happened to the C? But I mean, I guess it's like Worcestershire sauce, like
Worcestershire. I always had a hard time saying that, like as a kid.
Worcestershire.
I mean, Worcestershire.
Is it Worcestershire? Worcestershire?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
I don't freaking know. It's the freaking stuff in the bottle.
and like another thing that's hilarious. I mean, probably the most hilarious thing to me about the accent has got to be how 2 and 3 syllable words are reduced to just 1 syllable. So, do you want something to eat? Do you want something to eat? Seems like a simple question. Well, in the accent, you would just say, Johnson meat. Johnson meat. Johnson meat. Young. Johnson meat.
Worcester. Oh, see? Phenomenal.
Worcester. Thank you.
Worcester.
Worcester.
Yeah.
So it's not Worcester. It's not Worcester, Mass. Worcester. Worcester. It's Worcester. So anyways, like, do you want something to eat becomes Johnson meat? Johnson meat. Johnson meat. Johnson meat. You hungry? And but then like words that normally would have 1 syllable, they then get like 2 or 3 syllables, even though it's 1 syllable. Right? The number 4 is just supposed to be 4. But we say forward. It's supposed to be 10, but we say tayin. There's a Y in there. Tayin. 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 Right?
That's
1,
so interesting.
2,
I never really thought about it. Syllables.
Right? Forward. 5, 6, 7. SEB apostrophe M. 7. 7.
Yes, Worcester. I know how to say it now. See that? Oh, we come here and we learn things.
And then just like some of these words,
Was this your sauce?
Tar, core. Like there's another one. Core. What kind of core you got? Core. Right? I drive my core to get to work and back. My core. CORE. I mean, I thought it was spelled CAR, but you would say car. We'd say get in the car. Or or car. We say core. Get your core there.
I get like all the accents, right? Because I'm like, I got the tri-state area. So we got Rhode Island, which has its own like beer. They have a really strong. What do you think? Phenomenal. Like, I think Rhode Island has a really strong like accent. I can hear it. And then New York, definitely. But like in the city, it's different than the upstate. And then like Connecticut, like I don't think we really have much of anything.
So like would Rhode Islanders, would they be the type to say Asia instead of Asia? Is it Asia?
I don't know.
Asia. Like that's kind of like a New England thing. You hear like in the Brooklyn accent, you hear Bernie Sanders and you hear Massachusetts people doing that.
He's New York though. He's New York.
Yeah.
He's from like I think Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Yeah, he's got that Brooklyn accent. Asia. Which British do the same thing. That's from the British, right? Because you'll hear British say that. Asia. He's mating an Asia on his schedule.
All right, here we go. This is supposed to be.
What's this here sauce? What's this here sauce?
Go to Providence, go downtown. It's only like 20 minutes away. Hey, Paulie B's from Rhode Island. Justin. Hey, Matt Franco. America's Got Talent. He's from Justin too. Nicholas Colasanto. Welcome to Rhode Island. It's like big deal stuff over here. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. You want to get Antonio's? You want to go to Casertas? Rhode Island, aka Hollywood. I mean, Dumb and Dumber was filmed here.
and like so many more. There's so you watch. Oh, what is this from the movie? I think I saw that on the silver screen. You know what I mean? No, that's my cousin's uncle. That's his brother-in-law's fiance. You know, that's. You know Kathy? You know, 25% of Rhode Island is Italian. We go to Cinema World in Lincoln. It's like 20 minutes away from them.
We're gonna have to tell pasta that.
Wow.
Oh, we can go to Waterfront tonight.
Oh, you don't see it, is it? It's not. Oh my
here,
God.
but I'm listening to the accent.
There
50
it
feet
is.
of people, and you can almost see the fire. It's about this big. Really, really nice. Very cold. Very crowded. Not much to do. But you hang out. You have a lot of fun with your friends. So it's pretty cool. It's like really fun.
Oh my gosh! It's gross.
That was cute. That wasn't as strong as the Rhode Island accent, though. Like, let me see. Who was that guy?
You know, I really have to say that here in Huntington and in this area, the accent really isn't that thick.
The Rhode Island English accent.
They have these different words, you know, and the terminology, you know, like for one thing, every person you greet, whether you're buying gas or at the grocery store with the checkout clerk or whatever, if it's a male, you refer to them as bub or bubby. If it's a female, you refer to them as sis or sissy. And everybody does that. That's like a West Virginia thing with the whole bub and sis, and I love it. And like down in Central Kentucky's where I grew up, you know, around Bardstown and Hodgenville and Elizabethtown, we call E-Town. You know, it's hun and hoss, like for horse, right? Hoss.
Oh my gosh, my stepdad used to call my little brother Hoss all the time.
Hoss. And but like down there, it's almost like you're almost getting an L in there. It's because it's like Hoss. Hey Hoss. With that W, like Hawls, like hey Hoss. But you don't pronounce the L. It's just like I don't know. It's Hoss and hun. And you know, I found that the Kentuckian accent was different from the West Virginian accent, and it's actually way more thick of a drawl. It's more of a Southern drawl with more of that double syllable numbers like tayin and forward and nyan. Or I mean, it's weird the way words get stretched out. It's not really like that in West Virginia, in Huntington particularly. But then when you get out into the wilds and you hear the hillbilly or the hilljack, you know, it's more the term. It's all these archaic terms and words like sagoglin and bubbies, and you know, get your shopping buggy instead of a cart, right? So many things. Thank ye instead of thank you. Thank ye. Thank ye. I mean, that sounds like old Scottish Irish or something, like hankians, yins, yuns, hisn't ground, hernt ground, you know. So it's not as thick. But I mean, when I was the Marion County surveyor in Lebanon, Kentucky, you know, just within Marion County, Kentucky, there was the Loretta's accent, and they kind of threw a T to the end of every other word, and then the accent out in Gravel Switch and Barbersville was different. And then within Lebanon, it was a little bit different. And the reason why is because even within Marion County, most people in Loretto never went to Lebanon. Most people in Lebanon never went to Loretto. And they never left the county. They never went to Louisville. They never went to Lexington. They never go anywhere. It's weird how static most of the population is in Kentucky and West Virginia, because you know, like when I went to Texas and when I've lived in other places, people just breeze through and come and go. I mean, I'm sure most towns in Connecticut, there's a large part of the population that's move-in and transient, and I'm sure there's a lot of people who live in Connecticut that weren't born there. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of people that were born in Connecticut that don't live there today.
Yeah, I was not born here. I was born in Washington State.
But that's not really the case in rural Kentucky and rural West Virginia. Most of the people that are stuck in those, you know, really wastelands of poverty were born into that geographic poverty and have never ever escaped, and pretty much stew in it and steep in it until they drop dead in place. And so it's just that's why, linguistically speaking, the accents are so idiosyncratic and easily disambiguated from other accents, even within the same county, because this language is an isolate and there's not much, people aren't moving around, and they're all very clustered together, and it's just a few families and they all talk this way.
Yeah, if you're talking about a Rhode Island, like I go there and sometimes I'm like, what the fuck did they just say? Like if it's a true Rhode Islander or whatever they're freaking called, it's strong. Here, I'm gonna play this clip.
Ooh, I want to hear this. You've piqued my interest.
Let's see what they if they get it right.
Rhode Island accent.
The Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood.
Numbers.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Greetings and phrases.
Hi. Hello. Hey. What's up? Good morning. Morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good night. Bye. Goodbye. See ya. Yes. Yeah.
It's not very good. That is not freaking strong Rhode Island. Let's see if this one does it. Oh.
Ooh, I love those ads.
Oh my god.
Hello, native Rhode Islander. Hello. I'm going to ask you some questions involving your dialect. It's mostly word choice and grammar questions.
Okay.
For instance, what would you call a place where fire engines are kept?
Oh, a firehouse.
What would you call a window covering on rollers?
Window covering on rollers.
With choices being blinds,
Rollers.
curtains, roller
Fire.
shades, and window blinds.
Curtains.
Yeah. Devices at the edges of the roof that carry off rain.
Gutters.
Cement
Gutters.
slabs used for walking on and found adjacent to streets.
Sidewalk.
A thick cotton padded quilt.
Quilt. Comforter.
Comforter.
A fence built of many pointed or upright slats, which commonly surrounds a dwelling, with choices being paling fence, paled fence, paling, or picket fence.
Picket fence.
A room, often found in an attic or cellar, used for storing unused things.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the choices?
Catch-all, junk room, storeroom, trumpery room, blender room, or lumber room.
I guess storeroom.
Yeah.
Store.
A metal container used for
Storeroom.
hauling water.
Store.
A bucket.
Bucket. It should be like pail.
The each was bucket first. A large winged insect seen around water.
Dragonfly.
A worm used for bait and fishing.
A night crawler.
A
Crawler.
small squirrel-like animal that runs along the ground and has stripes. A metal utensil used for frying, with choices being creeper, fryer, frying pan, skillet, and spider.
Frying pan.
Pan.
A thin wheat cake cooked on a grill.
Johnny cake? No, that's corn. I don't know.
Corn.
The choices would be griddle cake, pancake, fat cake.
Pancake,
Yeah,
yeah.
pancake. Food that's eaten between meals.
Snacks.
Yeah. Milk,
Wow.
which is soured to the point of becoming dense.
It's sour milk.
Yeah.
Sour.
A round, flat confection with a hole in the center, made with baking powder.
So they call cornbread fritters,
With
or
choices being
corn
fried
fritters.
cake, donut,
They call
roll, or
them Johnny cakes.
Yeah.
Johnny cake is what we
The
call
feet-shaped shoulder
fritters.
bones of a chicken or turkey, which are frequently pulled apart.
Have you ever heard of fritters?
Yeah.
Fritters, it's a
A large
cornbread
group of
pancake
maple
that you eat with your
trees
beans.
might produce sugar.
Oh,
Yeah, that's basically it.
I wonder if this one like that. She has a stronger.
Still wearing enough
accent.
layers to insulate an iceberg? It's time for a.
So, like, I noticed that there's a lot of local foods here in West Virginia and Eastern Kentucky here that are like Appalachian foods that are kind of like an Appalachian thing that people really don't do. Like, have you ever heard of burgoo?
What?
Burgoo. Have you ever heard of burgoo? Burgoo. Burgoo.
Burgoo. No, I don't know what that is.
Burgoo is like a camp chili that's like made with let me see if I hate Wikipedia, but I'll see if burgoo is on Wikipedia.
All right, let me see what this is too.
Yeah, burgoo is called a Irish or mulligan stew.
Like a shepherd, like are you talking about like shepherd's pie type thing?
Kentucky burgoo served beside various side dishes. Burgoo is found in Kentucky, West Virginia, Illinois, and Indiana. Main ingredients are pork, chicken, mutton, or deer. Has beans, corn. It's like a camp stew where you cut up vegetables, and then traditional burgoo was made with venison, squirrel, possum, raccoon, chipmunk, even game birds. Basically, kind of like it's like roadkill type thing. Burgoo.
Like maybe like succotash or whatever.
Well, succotash is actually a vegetable mix of peas and lima beans and corn and stuff, whereas burgoo is this. It's just basically a meat stew with whatever meat you can catch. It's catch of the day with basically cut up carrots, taters, and celery. Maybe throw some corn in it.
Yeah, like when I lived out in the West Coast, that was just we hunted.
But it looks like
dinner,
chili.
So we're not starving.
It's weird though. It's kind of like burgoo is kind of like if chili is on one end of the spectrum and like a vegetable beef stew is on the other end of the spectrum, it's in the middle.
Okay.
It's not quite vegetable stew. It's not quite chili. It's something in the middle, and it tastes like tire treads.
Oh. Sounds great. Make sure you make me some of that when you come around. No.
Let's see. Beans and cornbread, fried bologna sandwiches. Fried bologna is a big thing. Another thing really particular here to Huntington is pepperoni rolls. And you'll find them in like every single gas station. Virtually everywhere you go, they're right by the cash register. Fresh made or homemade, different houses are pumping these out and taking them to the stores to be sold, bagging them themselves. And you've got like sausage rolls and pepperoni rolls, and it's just like kind of looks like maybe like the shape of an eclair, but it's like basically a piece of dough, and they just put pepperonis and cheese or sausage and cheese and just roll it together and then bake it.
Yeah,
and that's it.
There was something like that.
There's no sauce in it normally.
Pow or something like that. Like there was meat. It was you put the meat inside. Like I had one in Seattle from a street vendor, and that was years ago when I did eat meat, and it was like a pulled pork inside of the bread. It was really good. I actually replicated them and made it myself, but it was not as good as theirs.
Ooh, they had something like that. That was the local delicacy in Cuenca, Ecuador. And they called their word for pulled pork was pernil, Pernil, pernil. And it was, well, it wasn't actually cooked in the bread. Like you would get the pulled pork, and then they would take the roll and then make a pocket in it and then stuff it inside the roll, the fresh roll. I mean, like they take the fresh roll right out of the oven, poke a hole in it, take the smoking hot pulled pork and stuff it in there, and it kind of looks like maybe like a jelly donut in shape, right? And then that's how you would eat it. It was really, really good. That and the roasted hamsters on a stick that they call cuis. Or, well, no, they're not hamsters. They're actually guinea pigs, but that's a big thing in Peru and Ecuador for the Incan culture. They raise rodents as livestock.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyways, it's a different culture. They have a different line between pets and animals that we do. It's
yeah, I just don't eat meat, so like
it's
not.
I'll never forget walking down the sidewalk and just every single vendor has got these little like rotisserie things.
Okay. All right, I'm playing this.
So nice for you to take us out. We haven't been out in forever, have we, Larry? No, I'm going nowhere. How are you today? I'm Chad. I'm going to be your waiter. Can I start you with a beer or a drink or a soda or a... Wow, look at them rolls. Ah, them are good. We got butter? Larry, tell him what you want. Go tell him what you want, Larry. He wants a Caesar salad with Caesar salad dressing and those little cherry tomatoes. None of them tomatoes for me. You go to harpoon them, they go flying onto the floor. All right, boss. Caesar salad for you. Caesar salad, no tomatoes. Okay, all right. I'll have a tuna salad on rye and some chips. Thank you. All right. Thank you. And you're going to have Amanda who's going to bring your food out for you. Oh, look, they got dessert too. What's that, banana bread? Oh, you like banana bread? You got to take a ride down this bakery downtown. They got banana bread you ain't never seen. No banana bread like this before. Oh, really? Larry, we should try that. Where did we go? We had, was it January? Was it January we had that good banana bread, Larry? Larry? No, Larry. No, was it January? The banana bread? The bananas. Oh, he doesn't remember anything. Yeah. Or they go down to church. First Thursday at church, they do burgers. If you listen to the birds chirping while you eat the burgers at church on a Thursday morning, and they got good banana bread.
Thursday morning?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think Sunday, Monday. Yeah, days you work now. Monday, Tuesday, Sunday. Were you off Sunday, Monday? You off Saturday, Sunday? No, you're not off Saturday, Sunday. I'm off Saturday, Sunday. You off Tuesday, Wednesday? I'm retired now. Oh, wow. Yeah, Larry too. Yeah, well, Larry retired early. Yeah, I says to the guy, he says, you know what? I says to the guy, he says, I'm done. I'm friggin' done. Yeah, so he's been retired. We've been retired together. We've never been happier. Right, Larry? Yeah. Hi, I'm Amanda. I've got your salad for you. Oh, thanks, Amanda. Yeah, I had the Caesar salad with no tomatoes.
Amanda.
Oh, yeah, it's Amanda.
Yeah.
Thanks, Amanda. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's for Larry. That's for Larry. What did I order? Did I order? Oh, I had a tuna. Oh, thank you. Oh, this looks good. Yeah, that's what I ordered. Right, thank you. Can I get a burger too? Cheeseburger. We got hamburger, cheeseburger. Anybody else want a cheeseburger? I'll get a cheeseburger. Yeah, medium. Yeah, thank you. Oh, they have the best burgers. Not the greatest bagels, though. Oh, you like bagels? You got to take a ride down Warwick. I know where you can get the best bagels. Yeah, I don't think you do. Yeah. I don't think so. How's everybody doing? You want a beer? You something? I gotta get you something. What's that? The game? You turn that up a little bit? You turn that up for us? Oh yeah, the Sox are gonna win for sure. Yeah, whatever you say. When in Rome. No, I'd like to go to a game. It's so friggin' expensive now. It's just a park. Oh, you're not gonna believe how much it cost me to park my car last time I went to a concert. $40. $40 to park my car. I could have just walked from the Commons. What are these, onion rings? You who ordered onion rings? Are they hot though? Ah, you mother! They just came out. Of course they're hot. Larry, why didn't you tell them they were hot? Oh my God. Well, I have to pay. Where's the bathroom? You go down the hallway past the third pillar. Oh, I see it there. Yeah, I'll be right back. Larry, you see that game the other day? Yeah, that home run at the end. Wow, knocked it right out of the park. That was a real clubber. Okay, I'm back. Hey, look at that painting. See them paintings? They got paintings all over the place here. Oh, I love to paint. You like to paint? Yeah, I'm working on one right now. It's a deer in the field. So got a little bit of brown, a little bit of rarumba. Rarumba? Yeah, you rarumba. Rarumba? Yeah, rarumba. Rarumba. Larry, that sounds like a fancy dance move. Rarumba. Oh, rarumba. The color. It's the color. Rarumba. Rarumba. You know, rumba. It's umba. It's raw rumba. Raw umba. Raw umba. It's raw umba, Larry. It's raw umba. It's like brown. It's raw umba. Yeah, rarumba. Raw umba.
Rumba.
Yeah, rarumba. Yeah, rarumba. That was good. All right. See you next Sunday morning.
If you got a pack of hot dogs in the kitchen.
Okay.
Oh my God, that kid's good.
As a polyglot, listening with my linguistic ear here, but based upon his presentation of these accents, it's like Rhode Island accent is the maximum New England accent.
You notice that Connecticut has nothing? Fucking nothing.
The Boston accent is actually just kind of a watered down, diluted version of the thicker Rhode Island accent. And then
New York mixed in.
Right. And then Brooklyn, New York,
that's where Bernie's from.
Is
so Bernie.
Least, like it was the least of those until all of a sudden he throws in the Connecticut accent, which had it was the least. It was the least thick of all the accents.
And you can see why I probably get a lot of like, where are you from? Because I pick it all up, and I picked it up from down south. Like I will pick up, and I'll pick up dialogue and I'll start talking like that, and I don't do it like on purpose. Like it just happens. So I get this weird mix. Now you know the different one. You'll be able to pick it up now. You'll pick it up.
But it's weird. Like,
yeah,
unless I'm in a conversation with a local, I just revert back to what I consider to be my standard English, and I speak in this voice like I'm on a radio broadcast. Like anyone within the United States should be able to understand.
I like the southern accent, though. I do.
Like when they counted 1 to 10 in Rhode Island, I could understand everything.
Yeah, that wasn't a very strong. That wasn't really
didn't do
like
it justice.
the right. Yeah. Phenomenal. I'm wondering what he sounds like.
But I could definitely make the same comparison with like Central Kentucky, where I was at around Bardstown, versus Eastern Kentucky versus West Virginia. And actually Southern Kentucky was the thickest, nastiest drawl of all the languages, where you have it's the most exaggerated, like compared to Rhode Island. And then Eastern Kentucky is not quite as bad. And then West Virginia is the least of those, but it's getting into other words. And there's a lot of different words that are used. Like they don't ever say Coke. They say pop for everything.
Yeah, the West Coast too. But you know what's funny? I moved. Okay, so when I was like,
and other places say soda. You want a soda? You want a soda, eh?
It's soda here. But I went to the West Coast and I lived out in Washington State and they call it pop there. They didn't know what I was talking about when I was like, yeah, can I have like a soda? And they're like, what? Are you talking about soda pop? So yeah, like they call it pop out there. But my sister, Dorothy, picked up on me calling it soda. And even though she's now in Oregon, like she still calls it soda. But she's native to Washington. We were all born at the same hospital.
It's the only real hurdle that I faced when I moved up to Huntington from Kentucky, and that was I kept asking for a Coke. They're like, "Oh, you want a Coke?" I was like, "Well, I was going to have an orange, but you asked for a Coke," and it's like, "Well, when I, in Southern Kentucky, all soda pop is Coke." So when you say you in the mood for a Coke, yeah, you want an orange, a grape, a root beer. But like anywhere else, if you say, "Do you want a Coke?" they're going to be like, "Oh, you mean like you want the Coca-Cola or the Pepsi?"
Yeah, you want the cola. Yeah, whatever the cola soda.
Right, but they're
I don't even know the last
Coke
time I
refers
drank
to
soda.
soda pop. So you
I
can
don't
imagine
drink any of that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Like it's been years.
I
I
used to
never
drink,
really liked Coke or anything though. I liked orange. I liked orange soda. That's
yeah, I would get Orange Crush, and Orange
grape.
Crush also made a grape. They also made a grape, but like
Never liked root beer or cream soda. Never.
See, I could go down
Not
to
a
my
root beer
local
person.
store called Mason Chase Grocery in Lyons Station, and they had the kid size bottles, glass bottles. I mean, this would have been in 1979.
There is one kind of soda I will drink. One.
Wow, it's a long time ago. Anyway, so back in 1979, the Yona's going down to the local store to get my bottle of pop, and I would take my last 3 bottles that were empty and take them down there, and I could hand in those 3 bottles and then get a free pop because of the exchange because believe it or not, they used to bottle all the soda pop in glass. And when you got done drinking it, you would take all your 16-ounce bottles and put them back in the little a cardboard carrier and take the bottles back to the grocery store and return your soda pop bottles, right? And you would return your milk
soda
bottles.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean,
yeah, they still do that up here. We have Hosmer soda. It's local. Phenomenal. You might know Hosmer soda. Yeah, it's local. It's probably the one soda that I would drink if I was gonna drink some. And it's just because it's a local one. And yeah, you got to bring the bottles back, and they reuse them. Yep.
But like today, I mean, virtually any store you go to now, everything is plastic. I mean, I'm talking about around here. I can't think of a single place where I would be able to return a soda pop bottle anywhere in the tri-state. Now, there is a few places, groceries, where you can buy milk and other milk products in glass bottles, and you have to pay a deposit when you buy it, and you only get your deposit back from the grocery when you return those glass items.
Here, I'll show you because this is our local.
That's before the plastics industry took over, and now virtually everything is plastic, and it's hard to find a supply chain that's recycling glass serving containers anymore. That's really cool that you all still have that there.
Yep, it's like this place is like half an hour, I would say, away. And see that? Hosmer, yeah. Yeah, you can buy it anywhere. They got pineapple and all kinds of things. Ginger ale, that one's really good. Yeah, I haven't had, look, it says soda from the 99%. Yeah, it's been around a long time.
Wow.
No, not that. Yeah, here we go. Right here. Like, yeah. It's old school.
That's cool. Well, you can tell it's old as shit too.
Yeah. Yeah, right here you can see that old shack. Mountain shack. Yeah.
Wow.
This is the only one. Like I have friends that have a brick oven stand. Here, I'll show you.
Making pizza.
Oh yeah. Yeah. These guys are freaking amazing. They're friends of mine and I love them
Frickin' Basilwood. Ooh.
dearly. Yes, they are freaking awesome. Steve's done a bunch of gigs there.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is like the truck right here.
Boy, these guys are like freaking artisans.
Oh yeah. It is the most amazing pizza. Like they always make sure I'm fed. They always do. There might even be a picture with like Steve playing like in the band there. Like I'll know all the guys. Yeah, like this guy right here, he's a douchebag. This drummer right here is the one that Steve was in the band with. And wait, who's that guy? Wait, I don't know if. Oh no, that's something is forming. Oh, he was in that band too. So we're not gonna talk about them, guys. Let me see who's here. Oh, Rob Glassman uploaded a picture. Yeah, we know some people. Let's see.
So I wonder, is there any?
Oh yeah, here we go. Look, that's Steve playing in the band.
Yeah, there he is.
Yep, and this is Jan over here, and that's Chris.
So is there any particular delicacy around that part of Connecticut that you can think of that is just unique to that particular area? Like, because I mean, I don't like when I looked up on Wikipedia, it said burgoo is kind of a Kentucky thing, but you'll also find it in West Virginia and Indiana, which are neighboring states. But like, because there's some places that like this is how we make hot dogs and this is how we make pizza, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like if there's like a clam bake or clam chowder or something like that you're clearly not going to find in the middle of Arizona, but you do find in like Connecticut or something. Any like regional delicacy foodie type thing?
No fucking idea.
Oh, it seems like Connecticut's like not as got as much of a
Oh yeah, there's Steve right there too, playing.
homogenized, unique standalone culture as much as Rhode Island and Boston in terms of the accent and the food and everything. Just in terms of what I heard, but I mean, looks like it's probably the same situation going on in most states where depending on what part of or what corner of the state you're in, the accent may be a little bit different, the customs may be a little bit different.
Yeah.
But it really depends upon how transient the population is within that area as to how isolated the accent becomes. Because, if you've got a very, very transient population, pretty soon it's just going to sound like Midwestern accent there, pretty much.
Yeah.
You have to get either into rural areas or into particular villages or cities where people just really don't move in or move out much to get that
This
kind
is
of preserved language accent or isolate.
we have beer and stuff. Like there's craft beers and stuff, but this right here is a picture of one of our local pubs. And my buddy Chuck helped build a strange.
Ooh, now that's the thing. Where I grew up outside of Bardstown, it's literally the cradle of the American liquor industry for the entire country, maybe the entire continent. I mean, within about 100-mile radius, you've got, Well, it's even tighter than that. Like within a 50-mile radius, you've got Jim Beam, Heaven Hill, Four Roses, Maker's Mark, Wild Turkey, Ancient Age, Evan Williams. I mean, pretty much just about every single bourbon whiskey that you could name is all made either in Bardstown or within 50 miles of Bardstown. Bourbon whiskey. The only other whiskey of note really made outside of that area would be just across the state line in Tennessee at Lynchburg, where Jack Daniel's whiskey is made. But I mean, it's, and of course, here in West Virginia, particularly, you can buy different kinds of moonshine at all the liquor stores. And you can either buy it and it'll actually have a label on it, or you can buy homemade moonshine that's just in an unlabeled, unmarked mason jar. And it'll just have written on the lid 1X, 2X, or 3Xs to let you know how many times it was run through the still, right? And that's pretty cool. I mean, I've never been anywhere else in the country where you can go into just a regular liquor store and buy homemade moonshine.
Yeah, no. That would not be something that you could just get here.
But there are now some of these liquor companies do produce their own moonshine bottles, and so I mean most larger party stores all across the country now, you can actually buy a moonshine in a bottle.
You want to see something funny? Look at this guy without the beard.
Wow, he looks like a contact tracer from the future.
Wouldn't he look weird if he shaved? He's not allowed to, so don't
Oh God. I've never had a beard.
Here's another one right there.
I've always had a goatee, but I've never had a beard. I've never let my hair grow down off my chin until my daughter was born. And she was just fascinated with my beard and was always wanting to pull on my beard and stroke on my beard. And anyways, she got to be like 7 or 8 months old. And I was like, I'm so tired of it. And so I trimmed it all the way back down. And the next morning she woke up and she climbed up on the bed and immediately starts rubbing on my face and my beard's gone. And she cried and cried and cried and cried and cried. So I'm like, I guess I'll grow this beard out for you. And she is so adorable. She's such a good girl.
Yeah, look at these. This is pre-freaking beard. How weird does he look? It's just not Steve. I don't know. And I've known him forever. Like, I've known him.
I was always fighting it because it was growing out white. And now I'm like, screw it. The white.
Okay, white is wisdom. Okay. Do not hate on the freaking white hair. It is platinum. It is beautiful. And it's earned.
Well, at the time,
I freaking earned
off,
I earned everyone.
Like, only 1/3 of it was white, and all the rest of it was black, and it looked fucked up. And now, at least, it's pretty much, it's still got like a black stripe in it, but now it's almost all white. It'll all turn white eventually. Oh, man. Just 2 years. Old age caught up so fast.
You phenomenal, Mr. Sessom. You've never heard of Hosmer soda? Seriously?
I hadn't until now.
What? Yeah, but like, Phenomenal lives like north of me. So, oh yeah, what part of Mass are you in? Like, if you're looking at, Connecticut, are you like above me in southeastern Connecticut, or are you farther over towards like New York? Mm-hmm.
Good old moonshine.
See, look, I've lived next to moonshiners. Yeah, it's like grain alcohol. Yeah, woo! It will put some hair on your chest and other places.
Last time I went down to the Cherokee Res and the Smokies, when we were coming back, we took the road less traveled. And there was this one road that was going up the valley. And I mean, most of it's national park. I think Smoky Mountain National Park. Anyhow, there was like driveways going off and houses here and there. But anyhow, we go all the way up to the head of this valley, driving 5-6 miles deep, and slowly but surely the road was cut into the hillside of the mountain and slowly making its way up to the ridge to get out of this valley and on over to the next mountain. And I noticed, like, because it's right at sunset where like the sky is that beautiful orange purple looking color right when the sun's at the horizon. You know what I'm saying? You get those beautiful, beautiful reds and oranges in the sky. And in that setting sunshine, I see just a lone trickle of smoke circling out of the woods. And so we pull over on the side of the road and I'm checking it out. I'm like, is that a fire? What is that? And I'm looking around. I don't see a driveway or electric lines or anything going down in there. And I'm just sitting there watching and everything. And then I do notice there's like a dirt bike trail where somebody's taking a dirt bike down in there. And I never could figure out what it was. So anyways, we go over the mountain. And as soon as we cross the mountain and we're going down the next valley, and this creek is just getting bigger and bigger, and the valley's getting wider and wider. We're getting back now. Boom, there's another one with a dirt track. So pull over. And this time, like, you can definitely see it's a still. These are moonshine stills in the middle of the national park land. And these moonshiners has gone as far back into the wilderness as they can, and they've taken some logs and some rocks and some mortar, and they've made a freaking moonshine still right there in the side of the hill, and they're cranking the stuff out. They're cranking it out. Wow. That's money, I mean, that dates back, that moonshine tradition dates back to the whiskey tax rebellion when Alexander Hamilton and George Washington were chasing down Elijah Craig and Jim Beam to collect taxes that they had levied to pay for the Revolutionary War against England. And, that's before the United States had the dollar as its currency. I mean, that's back to when we were still using pounds and shillings and sixpence. But people in the countryside, people in the mountains, they didn't have any money at all. They didn't have a penny to their name. And so they all traded with buckskins or with whiskey or moonshine. And that's why Alexander Hamilton up in New York insisted upon a whiskey tax, because he said most of these poor people don't have any money whatsoever to tax. So we're going to need to tax what they are using as money, and that's whiskey and moonshine. And that's why they did it. And that's what the whiskey tax rebellion was all about, because now they don't have any money they can take from you because you don't have a penny to your name. You don't have 2 pennies to rub together. So instead, they come to your house and steal your liquor, because that liquor can be sold for money. And that's what led to tax collectors being tarred and feathered and rode out of town on a rail. Right? That actually happened. Cool.
Freaking maniacs.
Oh, wow, it's already after 5 o'clock. I guess we're going to have to wrap it up here.
Okay, so I'm down here, and Phenomenal is over here. So I'd have to like go that way. And that's the noise it makes too. You go boo. Yeah, it is. It's freaking 5 a.m.
I've heard of the Newport Jazz Festival. Is that in Newport, Rhode Island? That Newport?
There is a Newport, Rhode Island.
The
Jazz
Newport,
festival, probably.
Newport Jazz Festival down on the waterfront. That's got to be Newport, Rhode Island.
Phenomenal. I'm telling you. They're platinum hair and it's wisdom. I have like I don't ever like sit there and like look in the mirror and all like that, and like I had like a zit or something that was bothering me the other day, and I look at my eyebrows and I'm like, I'm getting white hairs in my eyebrows. I don't know. I don't care. It's like, I think about it as like I earned those hairs. I earned the platinum hairs coming in. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with eventually having all white like locks. I'm okay with that.
I definitely look different. I mean, just look at my look, that's what I used to look like. I had all my teeth. I could see without glasses. I could hear without people having to yell. Now I'm like deaf, dumb, and blind, and dumber by the day.
You know what word I say the most? Huh? Huh? And like Stephen Skylar make fun of me. Huh?
Yelling to my ear, buddy.
It's good. Well, you know what? There's freaking both of them. They face away from me and expect me to hear them. So I go, huh? Huh?
I've got ear damage in one ear anyway, hearing damage in one ear. So I have a good ear and a bad ear to begin with. So I kind of have to turn.
Yeah, Steve has hearing damage from, being a professional musician, 25 years, like next to amps and shit. And me dancing next to amps for years and years. But
for me, it was the shockwave of different exploding ordnance.
Oh
and then the shockwave coming across the battlefield, and you feel it go right through your body.
Leo, come here. I want to show you.
And that happened one time. And
I want to show you Leo's earmuffs.
The shockwave went through me, and it made that ear ring instantly, and I've never heard right since.
Yeah.
I hate it when that happens.
Leo, right here, right now. I want to show you his earmuffs that he wears when we are out and about at really loud shows. Come here. You got to model your earmuffs, okay? You got to show everybody because they're so cute.
That's funny.
Hang on, let's get them. There we go. They're moving on your head, buddy. I know. They're not on your ears. No wonder you're looking at me like I'm a weirdo. Yep, there we go. Here is.
That's funny. That's too funny.
And he's got little Jerry. They're on there a little bit funky, but there we go.
He's such a good boy. So docile. And he just wants to smile.
Mm-hmm.
He just wants to smile. He's so chill.
Whoops. And these are actually made for dogs, for service dogs. And they have big ones for the big dogs that go in like the helicopters and do rescue missions. And that's what he was wearing when we were at Dead and Company. And all the boys, including it was Jeff and Mayor and Bobby, all checking out Leo and his little earmuffs because he was sitting on my shoulder. It was amazing. He'll only keep them on if he needs them, though. If he doesn't need them, he will shake them off. He refuses to wear them. But if he needs them to protect his ears, if it's too loud, he will wear them. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I would be going to a show and people would be like, it's really loud in there for your. I'm like, listen, this is not my first show. with my dog. I come prepared. I bring his food. I bring his water, everything he needs, including mutt muffs.
Well, I really have to express my appreciation to you for turning me on to the Rhode Island accent.
I know,
The
it's
funny thing
different,
is,
right?
I actually feel myself wanting to say "wrote" because, like, if there's one accent that's more near and dear to my heart than anything else, it's the Loredanese accent. And so they'd say Rhode Island. Yeah, so y'all talk like you're from Rhode Island. So it hits different the way they talk over there.
Leo is a wonderful dog. He, him and we're gonna have to do a whole stream and explain my whole journey with Leo. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy.
See, what we're gonna have to do in order for you to hear Mountaineer Yona, we're gonna have to get somebody else on here from Appalachia, either Kentucky or West Virginia, or maybe Western Pennsylvania, or Georgia. I mean, Appalachia extends across several states.
All right. So if you are watching currently or later on, if you are from that area, then you need to at least let us hear your voice. I want everybody to come on. I like to see, the people in our community. And I think I gotta double check, but I'm pretty sure that Glory Jones is coming on Friday, guys.
That's so awesome.
We'll see
and
what
guess
time,
what?
if she
I
can do
got my
our late
stuff.
night.
My little blurb is on the when you go to KRTD Media, and it's got like our team, and you pull down like that.
Oh.
I got my biography.
Oh, I
thing
have
and my
mine written
picture,
up with my picture.
and it got added on there, and I'm right next to Glory Jones, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is cooler than the other side of the pillow. This is so awesome sauce.
Oh my god, yeah, I love Miss Glory.
Because like
I can't wait to yell in a microphone with her.
Like Steve always introduces her as like my better than your co-host. It's just, oh my god! Like
I'm gonna
every
try
morning.
to get down there for the April. There's like doing I think it's a mandate protest, and then they're doing one the day after. But I'm gonna try to get down there because I think that a lot of the fam is gonna be there in DC, and I want to see the fam. And I can guarantee you that Leo wants to see the fam.
I've been invited to DC for this thing coming up on the 23rd of January. I think it is. Was that January 20? I don't know. They're putting on a few things. And he was like, hey, I got a place in DC. You can come over here. And he's like, dude, you're just like a few hours away. And I'm kind of scared of going into DC right now.
I know. It's pretty crazy.
After
I have my van, and my van makes a really good like hub spot for everybody. There's no bathrooms in that area, but I have a portable, it looks like a little ottoman, but it's a portable toilet thing, and I will keep that in the van for people that have to go to the bathroom. You just use sawdust and stuff like that, cat litter or whatever to absorb anything, and use bags and a hub spot for cold drinks and food and stuff, and there's a bed built into the back that's full size, so we have a place to sleep, and I have a handicap tag, so I always find parking. It's never an issue for me to get parking. If other people want to try to get into parking spots, then it would likely be an issue, but I have to
take care of myself. I got these little babies I'm raising right now. I have to be careful. I know about signature reduction. I know about my God, what is it? I can't even remember all these numbers. How many hundreds of different law enforcement agencies there are? How many tens of thousands are on the payroll now? Just within DC, I mean, like literally 2 out of every 3 people during business hours every day now within DC are on the federal payroll in some type of law enforcement capacity. I mean,
That's one of the things I'm afraid of is that they would try to separate Leo because he's my service dog away from me, and or hurt him. You know what I mean? Like that would I would not do well in that situation.
because things have changed. I mean, 4 years ago, I say again, pussy hats were protesting at Donald Trump's inauguration.
I never wore a pussy hat, but I did go to a women's march.
But I mean, people were allowed to congregate. There were protests.
Yeah, that women's march was really big that I went
Donald Trump. And oh my God, he's going to build all these walls all across America to keep immigrants out. And Trump, come to find out, Jimmy Dore was right. Obama deported more people than Trump. Biden is deporting more people than Trump.
And
so Trump was not the deporter in chief.
The cages are, we went from the drone freaking president and VP that freaking literally destroyed. Biden helped destroy this country, guys.
Yeah.
He will never amount to the damage that Trump could do in 4 years, in 8 years, in 10 years. He could never, ever amount to the damage that Biden has done in a 40-year career of doing, like, voting for the wars, doing everything, the 94, 95, whatever crime bill. Nobody, I don't think, could ever amount to the damage that man has done.
Now get this. Everyone is totally sick.
And I'm not a Trump supporter either. I just want to put that
as you should be. Everyone is grossed out whenever they hear that ancient Hillary Clinton blurb from years ago when she was first lady and Bill Clinton had just got into the White House and they passed the 1994 crime bill. And Hillary Clinton gives that icky quote talking about super predators, these young children. They have no empathy. They cannot be reformed. So we have to bring them to heel because they're super predators, right? You know what I'm talking about. Yep. You've seen it before. It's disgusting. That was not Hillary Clinton's speech. That was not her original thought. Joe Biden said the exact same thing, word for fucking word. Go back to the video. Okay. Some 3 weeks before she ever said that. When Hillary Clinton was vilified for saying that, and she said it and she believed it, she was actually repeating what she had already heard Joe Biden say word for word. Because when it comes to the 1994 crime bill, Joe Biden wrote the damn bill.
Well, you know that Joe Biden ran for president twice before this. The first time he had to drop out because he plagiarized so bad.
Lying about his academic record at Syracuse University.
Oh my, everything that's happened with Tara Reid and everything. I want to have her on the show. So I got to reach out. I had to reach out to a bunch of people. Like getting sick kind of threw me off. But yeah, I have a good list of people that I'm going to be bringing on the show. What was I saying?
Of all the scandals, of all the political things that have gone on, honestly, it is incredible to me how they've been able to marginalize and memory hole and basically silence the Tara Reid story.
Mm-hmm.
People tried to cover it. People tried to bring it out. I mean, look at the whole thing with Hunter Biden's laptop and all these other things. And, again, today on Twitter, that's why I'm on this weird, I guess I'm trying to get banned from Twitter, picking on Parag Agrawal. But I mean,
Wait,
it's getting to be overbearing.
Before we
it's
go
really
that
overbearing.
way, let me circle back to what we were
A
just
lot of
saying
people
real
would say,
quick.
Yona, just get off Twitter. Yona, stay off that stuff. And I really wasn't on it that much to begin with, but I'm trying to outreach. I'm trying to come out of my chill. I come on the podcast. I'm
I
writing
know.
articles
I
for
totally,
KOTV. I'm trying to reach out here.
I totally yanked Yona out of Yona world and was like, no, I'm starting a podcast and you're coming on. And I don't care what you say because it's happening.
Well, hopefully I can help to dispel a lot of misconceptions and maybe break some stereotypes because
You're my co-host in truth.
Mountaineers are a resourceful people. Appalachians take care of their own, and money means the least in the Appalachian culture. Money is really meaningless because we're when you live in such abject poverty for so long, money just has not, the only thing that matters is family. But I mean, that's really the way it should be. I mean, that's the old ways of the hills. You take care of your own and you just make do with nothing. And you recycle and reuse and scavenger and tinker and MacGyver and do whatever, jerry rig, do whatever you got to do to get by. And there may only be one person with a lawnmower up the holler that works, but everybody uses it. I mean, we just kind of, it's probably, Appalachia is probably the longest surviving mutual aid network amongst poor people left in the entire country, where there's still kind of a common culture, a common language, a common cuisine, a common music to Appalachia that really defines it. It really, really, really stands out in the United States as so completely different and unique from anywhere else. I mean, as bad as the Rhode Island accent could get, I can still make out most of what he's saying. When you listen to...
they're stronger. They're stronger than that even.
When you listen
that was
to
good, but...
when you listen to a deep hillbilly accent, a deep hick accent, it can get to the point to where you can't understand a single freaking word. I mean, they might as well be a Cajun from Louisiana. Cajun accent's hard to understand too, because Cajun French is not like regular French. But it's so exciting to see Israel and England and all these other countries announcing just in the last few days that they're basically, they're announcing publicly that they're parting ways with the WHO and the WEF, and we're done. We're done with the masks. We're done with the vaccine passports. We're done with the mandates. We're done with, and I'm like, meanwhile, in the United States, hey, we're going to push out masks and tests. Stay scared. Please stay scared. Please keep testing. Please keep wearing masks. We'll give you free masks. Just please keep staying afraid. It's not over. It's not over. It's not over. We're not done yet. We're not giving up this power.
I'm not ordering any of that shit. I don't want it. The tests aren't accurate. The masks don't do shit. I'm fucking good, man. Good.
I got into it, every now and then I'll just get on a big meme cannon thing and I'll just start posting meme after meme after meme after meme after meme. Because, people are like, Yona, you need to be careful about going on Twitter and Facebook. These people are, you're just going to get influenced on there and you're going to see all this stuff. And, and it's like, but I can also, I can go on there and I can post memes. And so instead of being influenced, maybe I can go on there and throw influence the other way. Right. So I go in there and I just drop all these memes. Managed to work my way up to, it was 500, 600, I'm like 700 now. I don't know. Whatever, And followers, I think they're called. Or however, yeah, that's what it is. And so, I'm posting all these memes, and all of a sudden, this one guy starts posting back replies to this thread, and where I'm on my desktop, got multiple tabs open like most people do, and I'm going here and I'm going there, and I'm listening to this show, and then while the show is playing, I'll go over here and check my email real quick on this other tab, like most people do, right? And meanwhile, ding, 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 my notifications keep going off on Twitter, so I go over here and I'm like, oh my God, this guy's done replied 5 or 6 times to this thing. What is going on? I got to read what's going on, right? And this guy's saying, if you think masking and social distancing is tyranny, then you still have a baby brain. Stop being so childish. And it's just one after another, after another, after another, after another. Wow. So I just type one message back. Triggered! Exclamation point. That's it. Triggered. I'm not triggered. What's triggered me? Blah, blah, blah. And then 6 more messages talking about I'm totally not triggered. Ding, another message. And why would you say that I'm triggered? Because I'm not. Okay, you've now sent me 12 messages telling me how much of a child brain I have and how much you're totally not triggered. Right.
Oh, did I hit a nerve?
But I was like, I wish you all the best. I'm not telling you what to do. It's just a meme. And, obviously, you're very passionate about it. So, thanks for your input. Have a nice day. And then, before logging off, went over to his own page and typed a big, long soliloquy about how stupid this was. And I went back on there today to check it, and all the messages were still there. And I went over to the guy's page, and I can still see it. I'm like, wow, it's possible to actually interact with people and not block and not censor and not fuck off and don't ever talk to me again. And, because I expected this guy's probably just going to block me and I'll see my follower number drop and whatever, But I'm not mean about it. You're allowed to have a different opinion. Be you. I'll be
on
mean.
Twitter, I don't know, cool. A year and a half or something. I just got to Twitter not long ago.
But then, I tried and tried and tried and tried to get on Telegram, and Telegram keeps wanting I had to use my phone and all this. Fuck Telegram. And then my friend was like, here, get on TikTok. And so he got me on TikTok. Now I just want to get it off my phone because it's just constant notifications, and all it is stupid videos that I don't even like. Ugh. And now you see it all across, people are sharing their TikTok videos on BitChute and DLive and in Twitter messages. So it's you don't even need TikTok. If you want to see a TikTok video, there's somewhere else you can see it. And I don't know, most of it just kind of seems like it's a way to turn your fondle slab into a mirror so that you can just literally stare like narcissists into the pool until you drown in your own reflection,
I don't really do TikTok either. I don't know if I even have a TikTok account. I should put some little Leo clips up there that could, that could be fun of him drumming. But
that was just a few weeks ago, and I've never posted on anything there, and I never will. It's just my friend is like, hey, you got to come on here and check this out.
If y'all have not seen the rest of the videos that I have, you should go check them out because Leo is a drumming dog and he has his own videos.
Yeah, that's true. Phenomenal. It's just, that's all it was fear porn. It's literally, just hyperventilating over the worst case scenario. And so if you're not as scared as I am of this absolute worst case scenario that's so completely unlikely and remotely possible even, but I'm just not scared enough, I guess. And so, when someone is that scared and saying all this stuff, and I know it's wrong, I could easily say and do mean shit. But
do it with kindness. Be kind.
why? What's the point of being mean? They're already, you can clearly read into the message. You don't even have to read between the lines. Just read the message. Take it as it is. They're already scared to death.
It breaks their brain when you are kind to them and not just like nasty and mean it back to them.
Yeah, it does not compute.
Yeah, they're like,
it does not compute because they're projecting this hatred toward unvaxxed, and so they expect you to reciprocate and hate them because they're vaxxed.
Because people want to argue online because that's what the culture has become.
Divisiveness, discord,
and
dissension.
If you are kind to them and you say things in a way where it's like, well, well, you got it, so it protects you. So, or you say it in a kind way, you disarm that. Like, what are they gonna do? Like, it's like, So just try to be kind to people, even when they're mean and they're nasty. Just try to teach them with
particularly, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's awesome when you're in a chat and you see other people say something, you see someone else say something in a post that you literally could have just typed and posted yourself. Like when you're literally on the same wavelength, singing from the same church hymnal, totally.
What are you talking about? We don't
do
anything like that.
And when you see people in chat like that, it feels good, and I feel good, and I'll say, yup, or what he said, and and I'm stoked. But I actually, with all due respect to that, I'm actually even more excited whenever there's somebody that I'm chatting back and forth with in the chat that is not in my circle, that does not agree with me, that's making me get out of my comfort zone. And that's what I really seek in chat, is always to find people that don't completely agree with me. And that's not to minimize that it's, that there are people that agree with me. It's just
we want to be authentic.
Outreach and trying to expand my circle, and more importantly, open my heart and expand my consciousness to more diverse points of view, and to be more patient and kind in listening to other people and hearing them all the way out, instead of just thinking of what I want to say in response, keeping an open and clear mind and just taking in what they're saying to understand where they're coming from. And that's why when people are sharing to me how absolutely frightened and scared they are, that's not the point in time to then jump on their head and say, you're so fucking wrong and stupid about all this shit you're repeating. It's just government fucking narrative talking points. Don't you know any better? I mean, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, how you put it into words, and more importantly, it's when you say it. Timing matters. And so the most important thing we can do is to not take anything personally. Let go of those resentments and be kind.
And like I always say too, is, take your own advice. The advice that you would give a friend. If I was in a situation, then put yourself in the shoes the advice that you would give. What advice would you give to a friend? You tell them to be kind and gentle with themselves, but hopefully tell them what they need to hear. And be authentic, because you know what? If people don't want to take you as your authentic self, then they don't deserve you. They don't deserve that. They don't like it. Fuck off. I don't give a fuck what anybody else, like, their judgment or whatever. Like, there's a difference, though, between critique and wanting people to grow. Oh my God. And there's a difference between that and being a freaking douchebag. But oh my gosh.
Well,
Peaches
the
in the
turning
background
point
going,
from the turning point for me from
I hear you. I hear you.
chronic.
Sorry.
I suffered from chronic, long-lasting depression.
Yep.
Dealt with suicide for a long time. Suicidal thoughts, just devastating depression, because I just could not fit. I just could not conform to any roles that people in my lives were projecting for me to play. And I just couldn't really blend in or fit in with anybody else. And finally, one day, miraculously, I stopped hating myself enough to realize that I am what I am, and pretty much stopped giving a fuck about what other people think about me. And ever since then, you know, life has been bearable and rather enjoyable at times now, you know, and it really began with devaluing other people's opinion of me. I had to devalue their opinions of me, because for the longest time, I predicated my self-esteem strictly upon what other people felt to me, and spent almost no time inside my own soul. It was always seeking approval from others, seeking companionship from others, trying to seek acceptance from others, but never accepting myself for who I am, and always trying to figure out, well, what are they looking for? What do I need to do to be this cool person? Like trying to think, well, what's like, yeah, just be yourself.
Yeah, I say walk towards the fear, walk towards what's uncomfortable, because that's the only way that we're going to make a difference, guys.
Yes,
we
Ram,
got
I
to
agree.
walk towards the things that are not comfortable, walk towards those things that bring us fear, because that's the only way we're going to change things. It's the only way we're going to be able to decide that, okay, that's we need to fix this, right? Like, if we keep blinders on and we don't walk towards the things that, you know what I mean, that scare us or we're fearful of, you know, or just make us uncomfortable, things that are just awful. If we don't walk towards that and have a conversation about what it is, remove the taboo of what it is, speak truthfully to what it is. Because remember, guys, the more that we speak truth and stop letting we take away the taboo. We're talking about it, and we're like, no, we're going to be honest about it. We're going to be real. We're going to be raw. We're going to be authentic and always, like, you know, speak our truth. Then it removes the taboo of things. It removes the, you know, if we talk about mental health, it removes that. It, you know, what? So what? You know, whatever it is. So what? Things are facts of life, you know, like, what if everybody just decided, well, people having, you know, mental health or struggles or this or that, like, we remove the taboo of it, and then we can actually have a conversation about it and get somewhere.
You know, there is one.
You have a question here. Did you see?
Uh-huh. Yeah. You know, I may have mentioned it before, but I've actually gone on his show and called in on the Zoom and had a really good conversation. I'm speaking of Tim Truth, who's got the Rockfin channel, and he covers generally the same, you know, Corona type topics, like in the vein of like Ryan Christian with The Last American Vagabond down there in Tennessee. But I go on there, and of course, when I get in Rockfin chat, you know, we're always. I mean, it's whether it's slow news day at 11 o'clock every morning, which has become my ritual with Steve and sometimes Glory and Sleepy Josh and them.
I am totally sleeping at 11 o'clock, like in the morning. I am. I am a third shift. Like, I'm usually going to bed, except for when I was sick. I was sleeping like a ton all the time. But yeah, like
it's heavy though. Whether you're watching Combo Couch or Roar Media with Oz and Amber and Chanda, or Richie Medhurst, or my favorite Nico, or Savvy, and all the ones over at Revolutionary Blackout.
Yes, Savvy's going to be coming on the show. And Jay from there too.
All of these things that are happening in the last 2 years are so heavy, and every day is just like we're getting more pile drivers of it's just really heavy shit. I mean, it's been exhausting. It's supposedly an emergency. We've just been put through a real ringer emotionally.
How does an emergency last this long?
Intellectually, it's just been an exhausting process.
Yeah, but we really found each other, and then you guys.
And all this stress,
that's why I started this is because it was like I found a need for us to have.
It's like a coping mechanism. It's really a coping mechanism for all this stress, and each and every person is going to deal with this stress and try to cope with the stress, right? In one form or another. And my way of dealing with the stress, when the going gets tough, the tough gets laughing. I mean, for me, I disarm the heaviness of the situation with humor.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm constantly in chat every which way I possibly can, just within the confines of a chat that does not allow sound, that does not allow GIFs or anything like that. Rockfin chat is pretty fucking Fred Flintstone. And it's even more so if you're using the cell phone app.
We need to write them and say hey, you need to fix this. That's the one thing that's really annoying, because on my iPad, it works the same as my phone, where I have to, it will jump on me the whole screen, and then I have to scroll down. I have to touch the screen every time to put in where the little chat box is. Where post on YouTube, it just automatically goes to I don't have to continually do that, but it just stays there and does that. And whether it's on auto scroll or not, it doesn't really matter. It still does the same thing. And it's I just want it to, I wish the chat was like this one. I mean, I mod on a lot of YouTube channels.
I'm shocked that Rockfin, after all this time, hasn't made any upgrades, any improvements, nothing.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going on there too, though, KR2D, where they're going to try to get us over there. I was going to try before. They want you to have so many subscribers and have been doing it for, so long.
And yet, what is Rockfin putting back into their product other than absolutely positively nothing? And I mean, you go on any chat.
There could be so many more people on there that are doing the
content.
So
many people have said, I just can't do Rockfin because of the cell phone app, because of the spoiler alert, in the year 2022, most people aren't accessing the internet through a 20-year-old desktop like the Yona that's running on Windows 7. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have a MacBook that I got. It was a refurbished one, but they're not they're still in the teens. You know what I mean? I don't even know, because I found this. It's called Back Market. It's in California, and you can get used computers and stuff. We got our iPad and the Mac, and I think they're I don't know. One of them's I think 2014 or something. I don't know. Macs update a lot though. They last longer in in terms of updating and stuff like that as opposed to a regular PC. But yeah, we don't have like a desktop. I mean, I really want to have a desktop. I need a computer too, but right now I have the iPad. So, I love
And
having the
so,
iPad.
that being the case, it's nice using Rockfin on the desktop.
Yes.
Works
That's why
fine.
I want a laptop like that so that I
Works
can do
fine.
it.
But the reality is, in the year 2022, when it comes to people accessing content online, it's safe to say that the overwhelming and vast majority of people accessing online content aren't doing it from a desktop. They're using smartphones, cell phones, tablets, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
And which means they're all having to interface Rockfin through that
Well, and
absolutely atrocious app.
there's no good Rockfin on like for apps that you can use for the TV and stuff, like the Amazon Fire Stick. I don't know if there's anything good on Roku or whatever, but like there's a lot of places where they could be having the apps where more people would digest it that way if it wasn't so glitchy. That's the biggest problem.
It pains me to no end because I feel like Rockfin is a safe space.
Yeah, I want
And
to
you
go there.
see a lot of content creators on Rockfin that are still keeping toes in the other pool and beginning their shows on YouTube and then reaching a point where they're like, okay, now we're going to have to bring people over to Rockfin because we're going to get into all those taboo things that we're not allowed to talk about on YouTube because,
And
in
we
the year
eventually, when we're
2022,
on there,
we don't
we
have free
will do
speech.
that. We will, because I don't want to. I don't want to deal with freaking any bullshit, like in any way. Like I just don't want to deal with it. It's not that you know what I mean. I can't. I really don't want to, and that's the honest truth. Is I just do not want to deal with a bunch of shit. I'd rather just do the same thing, like start out on YouTube and stuff, but.
I guess we're kind of flying under the radar right now because every single
It's like
episode I've come on here,
160 subscribers is all there is right now, but we're growing. So I know it's going to catch on within our community, and we're
I'm
flying
talking
under
about
the
the
radar right
censorship.
now, but
Because I've not censored myself, and I've talked about things here on our little YouTube get-togethers that other people on other YouTube channels would have gotten strikes or been removed for.
well, let's not bring that energy towards us. We are in
No,
our
right. I'm
bubble.
just saying that clearly, I'm just saying that, up to this point in our collaboration, I have not self-censored. I have not bit my tongue. I've just been fearlessly authentic, as the title states. But I know that there's
How
gonna
much
come
can
a
we
point
push
in
that
time.
on this platform? It's not us trying to not be authentic. Sometimes I'm just like, I don't want to, like the other day, I was just like, I really don't want to talk about any of the boot shit and all that. Like, I just didn't want to talk about it because it's like, it overdrives so many conversations. And yes, it is a major part of what's happening, but sometimes it becomes too much of that to digest and just, like,
Well, you have to keep
it's
it in
like,
context.
I have a boundary here. I just,
Exactly.
I'm dealing with getting over COVID, and it's just like, I just,
And it becomes overwhelming and exhausting when it's constantly delivered in such a hyperbolic manner that it's completely out of context with the average daily goings of your life. Phenomenal. I will say I've got Ubuntu, and so there are a lot of things I do on here that I use my Ubuntu, which is a Linux based. I'm just saying that this thing came with the stuff. Yeah.
Test YouTube censorship train, Yona. LOL.
Oh no! I'm just the reason why I brought up the Rockfin.
Hey,
is
they
because I
came and got
realized
me
that
after the first show. Remember, like they
Yeah.
came and they found me on Twitter. Oh yeah, I didn't finish saying this early. So YouTube found me on Twitter, cross-platform, and literally were like, oh, well, the people all that joined, like that subscribed to you, all those 30 people, which they took away everybody that I fucking had. Like I was only like I was under 50 subs at that point, and they found me. And I remember asking Pasta, I'm like, what do you think? Is it the people, is it who I surround myself with? And he's like, yep.
Yeah. I just, that's why I brought up Rockfin, because I know that it's
we will get
it's
there.
inevitable. It's only a matter of time until
we don't need to.
we're going to have an alternative, because that's just, I mean, sadly, the way censorship progresses, it gets worse. It doesn't get better. And so, it's just a matter of the reality of today's journalism landscape, where you have to have backup and a backup to a backup, and be able to go to other places. And so far we've kind of flown under the radar, so to speak. But it is comical to a certain extent that
I don't
less
really
than 50
push
subscribers,
much,
and they're going to reach out to you on Twitter to take away 30 of your less than 50 subscribers. Like, the fuck is wrong with these people? But then again,
after one podcast, I'm already on their radar. I don't want to I don't want to push it too far until I have somewhere else as a backup, because I don't have everything from the beginning saved. From New Year on, yes.
And there are other there are so many other platforms. I've found that really, just for my own personal consumption, like Odyssey has a lot of good stuff on it, but Odyssey is very glitchy with the desktop. And with Odyssey, like, no matter what I try to watch on Odyssey, it glitches, it buffers, it's not, just doesn't work worth a damn. At least with BitChute, I can actually watch the video. I have the same problem now trying to watch videos from Children's Health Defense, which is Bobby Kennedy's organization.
Yep. I'm reading the book right now.
It's called Children's Health Defense, and he actually has something on there called CHD TV, which is Children's Health Defense Television, and they've got their own video player thing on there, and their own live streams and shows that they do, and it buffers terrible. And so a lot of things that I want to watch on CHD,
Children's Health
Defense, there it is. And
I had to take the jacket off because
a lot of their videos are then posted to BitChute, and then I can go to BitChute and actually watch it without all the buffering crap. Same thing with Del Bigtree and the Highwire. They have their own website. You can watch the show live on Thursdays, but again, the buffering is terrible. And so, it brings to mind what the former, I guess he's the former now, director of the Federal Communications, the FCC, right? Because Ajit Pai was the Comcast lawyer that took over the FCC and ramrodded through the end of net neutrality so that they could throttle some sites and suppress others. And so, I mean, I think that's what's happening at this point, because, I'll notice I'll be trying to watch a video on Odyssey and it won't load. So I'll be like, is it my internet connection? So I'll just click over to see if Google will load. And in less than half the snap of a finger, Google's already loaded and ready for a search. I'm like, well, shit. Well, then I go to click on YouTube. Instantly, YouTube loads up. I'm like, well, let me try to watch it on BitChute. I go to load BitChute. It takes forever for the BitChute to pull up, but it will play the video. So, yeah, I mean, it's getting worse by the day. The non-neutrality we have.
I heard stuff about Rumble that's not good, like who owns them. And then, it's like, I really would love if Rockfin could fix their glitches. I think everybody should email them.
And I've also been waiting with bated breath
And we should tell them that
for Susie
Burrito
Dawson.
needs to go
For
on
those that aren't aware, Susie Dawson, I think, is a Kiwi, maybe from New Zealand originally, but she's done great work fighting for Julian Assange and other things.
Yep.
And
Panquake.
I really absolutely love Susie Dawson, and she's been doing this Panquake project.
Yep.
And
she actually follows me.
you know, I've watched a number of her presentations about it, and every time I check back on it, in just another month. So I mean, I guess it's still in the works. I really hope it pans out. But and I was thinking Rockfin was based out of Canada, but maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. I never even thought about where they were based out of. But we need to tell them, guys, that we want to have Fearlessly Authentic on there so that, we can do this without having to worry about things. Because if we start to get, I'm worried. The only thing I'm worried about, I don't want to self-censor. I don't want to get on their radar. That's my thing. I'm already on it. I don't want to get on it worse. We put something in the title this time that's flagged it for a COVID thing. So hopefully they will not try to be freaking assholes, at least for a while.
The good news is the way that the marijuana study was presented in print and in all of these videos, they took great pains to say that after you've been vaccinated, in addition to the jabs, this weed shit will also help you. But it's only a supplement to help the vaccine's efficacy. And so the way it's presented, I think, is politically correct enough to pass the scrutiny of the censors. The way it's written and the way they talk about it. Of course, I would say myself that I have a different opinion, but again, I knew when I shared that study with you and you asked me, what do you want to talk about next? And I was like, me being me, I just cannot overlook this. I can't let this go by the wayside. This is a major, 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 major thing. It's the biggest news in marijuana other than legalization, because the real story, the real takeaway from this story and this study and its promulgation, because it's being pushed hard. It's in Twitter. It's in Facebook news. Go anywhere online right now, and it's the talk of the town, this marijuana study on attacking the spike proteins on the coronavirus. And so this has the potential to introduce more Americans to Native American herbal medicine than any other thing that I can think of in my lifetime.
Well, I think it's going to make it not so taboo, right?
Exactly.
Like, that's what I'm always talking about is like, if we're talking about these things, if people see the healing properties in that, they might go, wait, well, what else does this do? It starts the conversation, and it starts it where if this is the thing that helps everybody get out of this mess, oh my gosh, they will be giving praise to it.
But even better, though, even better than that,
that opens a door
for people that are currently hypnotized and deep within this mass formation delusion, right? Or this mass psychosis, right? Or mass formation psychosis. I've heard a number of terms bandied about, whether it's Matthias Desmond or the good doctor there in San Diego, or Robert Malone combining the two into mass
about
formation
that
psychosis.
for freaking years that we are in that for
in
years.
terms of the hypnosis, okay, this article written in that Journal of Natural Medicine, okay, about this coronavirus marijuana study conducted at Oregon State, Where it's talking about how it helps with those who are already masking, how the marijuana will help those who are already social distancing and have had their vaccines and their boosters and they're up to date. And then this is going to help improve the efficacy of that vaccine. So now you're literally speaking to a group of the U.S. population right now that under any other circumstance would never even give the thought of trying any marijuana product the time of day.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, it opens the door.
Yep. But now, since it's actually something that's going to help with your masks and your social distancing and your vaccine efficacy, well, now it's medicine. It's not some illicit street drug like heroin. Again, it's all and removing that taboo, right?
Mm-hmm. It's and if this opens the door, then it could really mean like a lot.
That's why I wanted you to cover it. That's why I sent the link to you and Steve, because I was like, this could do more to change America than anything else. Now, I know it seems like I'm getting a little bit carried away, but I'm telling you, the reason why it's still a Schedule 1 drug, the reason why it's not legal across the United States is because for a lot of people, because of the propaganda and for other reasons, a lot of Americans in the United States still look at marijuana as a hard drug, as an illicit
that narrative
street
is
drug.
breaking. That narrative is breaking.
But there's one group that
be taboo. We stopped letting it be taboo.
Exactly.
We're
but
talking about it, and it becomes it's not taboo anymore.
There's this one core group that it's still taboo for, right? For most of the country, it's no longer taboo. It's just a normal thing. But there's still this tiny little group of people that still see it as taboo. And when Biden fired people within his administration that admitted that they had used it before, they were cheering stuff like that. And now those same people who wear double masks and are up to date with all their vaccines and were cheering for Biden, fighting people who admitted that they had tried marijuana before, right? They may end up using marijuana by prescription from their doctor to help their vaccine. So that's why I say
I do not want it to come from Big Pharma. I refuse to get it from Big Pharma, and we need to not use our dollars towards Big Pharma, guys. We cannot let this monopoly continue. We cannot. Do not support Pfizer or Big Pharma. Remember, earlier in the videos, I showed that Pfizer is responsible for the spice, the K2 shit that is everywhere. It's been around since 79, guys, 1979. They have been doing this evil all along. Remember that the first pharmaceutical medication that they came out with had cocaine in it. It was cocaine, and they continued on from there. So we need to make sure that we are aware, and I don't care how convenient it is. We need to vote with our dollars. Do not don't buy Big Pharma's drugs, guys. Know your source. That source is not a good source.
That's why I'm so excited about this study. Not because it's anything new to I would venture to say 80% of us in this country that, have a healthy view of this herbal medicine. But is it 10, 15, maybe as much as 20%? I don't know. There is a hardcore chunk of the U.S. population that no daughter of mine is ever going to date a boy that smoked that damn pot, right? They think that way. They're immovable from their position. They think marijuana is fucking evil, and anybody that touches it is fucking evil, shouldn't be able to hold a job, shouldn't be able to get food stamps, shouldn't be able to get anything. These people live in this country. They are a major chunk still of the population.
They live everywhere. But, alcohol
this is
changed
gonna
to something
change
that was
it.
acceptable. Tobacco, like you can go buy a tobacco and smoke tobacco, and that doesn't do anything that is healthy for you.
But I'm
Tobacco is
saying,
not healthy.
thanks to Dow
And
Chemical
that's
Company.
okay. So why
No.
shouldn't we be able to? If people want to go have a beer, they should be able to go have a beer. That's not my choice of thing. I don't drink alcohol. The effects of it in your body is just a toxin.
Marijuana has been attacked by corporations. Dow Chemical Company made the movie Reefer Madness so they could displace the hemp fabric industry
their move,
with their stuff. They wanted to roll out rayon. They wanted to roll out polyester. That's why they made marijuana legal. And in that context, let me finish. In the context, marijuana has been vilified and criminalized and made taboo to the American public by a concerted, nonstop advertising campaign. Because it's a natural medicine with very little side effects that's very safe and truly effective, and people have used it for as long as the sun has shone on the earth. And it's a direct competition to their pharmaceutical products. And so, that being the case, ever since the movie Reefer Madness came out, corporate medicine, big pharma, has been relentlessly vilifying and attacking marijuana and marijuana users. Period. And so at a time, there was a time when maybe only about 20% of America was cool with weed, and 80% thought it was just the scourge and bane of society. That's no longer the case. We have medical marijuana in over 35 states. We have legal weed in over 10 states, I think. Not sure on the numbers, but it's growing by the year. Every year, more and more states adopt medical. Every year, more and more states are going full-blown legal for the tax revenue. And, of course, Big Pharma, Pfizer, and the rest, they all want to get in on the marijuana game to find a way to make artificial chemical pills and other products that they can hawk as pharmaceuticals to try to capitalize on the marijuana industry. But the point is, it's about the public, the vox populi, the popular voice of the public. It has already changed where now the majority of Americans don't have a problem with it. But of that little, I'm going to say between 10 to 20% of Americans that still think marijuana is so dangerous, and in the same breath will say that these coronavirus shots are totally vaccines and they're totally safe and effective.
Yep.
And marijuana
Well, the
is
CDC
legal.
says they're safe and effective.
Yes.
All right, we got to wrap this up.
And so I'll just finish it up. So the long story short, I think what we covered today with this study and the videos that you brought in where other content creators were talking about it, it's going to make more of a difference for marijuana use and legislation in the United States than anything else that's ever happened, because this is actually going to cut into that 10 to 20% number of people that have always said weed is good for nothing. Even if they don't smoke weed, even if they just go and they'll only buy the CBD pill from Pfizer, which I totally don't recommend.
No.
They're not going to be able to take a marijuana CBD pill from Pfizer and still say that marijuana is absolutely good for nothing. They're not going to be able to do that. It's still going to remove the taboo. It's still going to reclassify marijuana in the minds of that remaining 10% of American citizens here in the U.S. that are, in large part, judges, prosecutors, policemen, legislators.
They don't really care about it, though. They don't give a shit about that. They don't care about that. They just care about the money, and the cops are on a power trip, and the freaking judges do that because that's how they get their money. It all goes back to money, always. And final note here, it's a fucking plant. So that's it. It's a fucking plan. I don't give a fuck what they think I should do. They're not going to tell me whether or not I can have a plant. That's it. Done. I'm done. Until we stand up and say no more, it's going to continue.
I was so excited
We have
to
to just say
see
no more.
that they wove marijuana into a narrative where marijuana is going to help your mask work better. It's going to help your vaccine work better. When I saw the way that marijuana study was worded and the way it's being rolled out on Facebook and Twitter and elsewhere, that's what made me so excited. That's why I immediately went to the study and sent you a copy of the actual study link, because I was like, oh, this is a game changer. This is a major game changer, because this is going to remove the taboo that marijuana is totally dangerous and absolutely positively good for nothing to the very people that are standing in the way of marijuana legalization in a number of cities and states. That's my point.
Yeah.
And so that's a very, very good development. Because it's going to change their perception in their
wrap
minds.
up here because
That's it. That's all I had.
6 hours. So.
Oh, I'm fine. That's all I had.
Okay. So yeah, it's just a plant, guys. So we need to say no more and fucking. That's it. Just say no more. I don't care. Laws are only laws if we obey them. Only if we decide that, they mean something. Biden's only president and the most powerful man because we allow him to be. If we all said no, then it would be no more. So we need to think about that. We need to think about, solutions to getting out of this and trying to get more people to speak truth and like in every way, because I find that so many people just go back to that old lying habit, and I don't understand how, it's a lot easier to keep track of what's going on when, you're telling the truth.
And you don't have to keep track of all what lie did you tell last, so you keep building on the last lie you told. It's. I'll just give you a little hint on what I've been researching for the next show.
Well, hang on.
One word, menarche. You know what menarche means?
Not right off the top of my head right now. I gotta.
Menarche is when the menstrual cycle begins in a young girl at the age of puberty.
Okay. All right.
And the fact that the age is going down. Every year, the age of sexual maturity being reached in American girls in the United States is getting lower. And I'm talking about when you have your first period, menarche, when you have your first menstrual period. The age of the first menstrual period is getting younger and younger and younger and younger and younger.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
That's what I wanted to discuss on the next iteration, just to give you a heads up, and I'll send links about it. That's all.
All right.
That's all.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Please like and share. And there is a KRTD Patreon if you want to support the independent media. And I believe that Steve has links in the description for him and I. Please go over to Steve Cutler Live and subscribe over there. We do videos over there too, music, and I hope you guys all have a good night and smoke them if you got them, if you're a smoker. Night, y'all.
Take care, everybody. Natsuki Winigasta.